Chapter 901, Unintentional Intervention, Elimination of Evil will pay off. Along with this guy's several major soul skills lit up at the same time. Tang Lan saw 4 huge blue shark figures rushing towards him at the same time. Is it an illusion? At the same time, someone from a group of spectators who appeared not far away exclaimed. The other person seemed to see some clues, and then shook his head and said no, each of them is an entity. But the power of each clone is completely controlled by the main body. The total amount of soul power of a soul master remains unchanged, the difference is how much power is injected into it. Not only did this person understand, but Tang Lan who was inside was not intimidated by this guy's soul skills. Previously, Tang Lan Fei smashed the head of one of the blue sharks with a punch, and then it turned into little water droplets and merged into the water ring. As for the other 3, they were blocked by Tang Lan's soul shield and could not hurt Tang Lan at all. In just a few breaths, these soul skill clones were beaten to pieces by Tang Lan. But almost in the next second, a restless force suddenly began to emerge in the water ring. Huge water columns rose out of thin air, crisscrossing them, and finally turned into a huge water prison, binding Tang Lan inside. And outside the water ring, a huge blue shark's mouth suddenly appeared, and it actually wanted to swallow the entire water ring and the water ring inside in one mouthful. It turns out that there is still a space under the water ring, but it is blocked by the special power of the water ring. To outsiders, it looks like a transparent, object-free space. And his final goal is to give Tang Lan wrong judgments one after another, and finally reveal his true form and devour the enemy in one bite. His ideas and soul skills must not be violated or sinister. I am afraid that many soul masters have fallen into the hands of this guy over the years. Hey, did you finally show up? A sneer suddenly appeared at the corner of Tang Lan's mouth. A blue overlord spear condensed from soul power appeared in the backhand. The spear thrust forcefully down from mid-air, and then turned into a phantom of the spear that was tens of feet long after being almost covered. The golden blue light completely filled the entire space in the next moment, and the terrifying soul power storm raged mercilessly. Pedestrians on the road screamed and fled further away. Some bold guys actually hid in the alley a few hundred meters away and watched the battle with wide eyes. When the fluctuations in soul power gradually dissipated, everyone saw the scene on the street. Plop! The blue shark soul saint fell from midair and lay motionless in the middle of the road. There was a very deep wound under his body, and blood was gurgling outward at the moment. On the other side, with the action of Ma Xiao Tao, the soul saint, the Kunpeng Academy students were beaten to the point of crying for their fathers and mothers. The gap between the two sides was so great that they had no power to fight back. Even without Ma Xiao Tao, with Zhang Nanan, Tang Ye and even Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao, some freshmen with excellent talents can still deal with these guys. Next time you see a student from Shrek Academy, remember to restrain yourself. If it were someone else, you might not be spared your life. Okay, take your mentor back to treat your injuries. Tang Lan opened his eyes without any emotion, turned to look at the students of Kunpeng Academy, and reminded them. Although these people were all bruised and swollen, they were not seriously injured. I think after some time of cultivation, I will return to normal again. Only this soul saint suffered the most severe injuries because he forcibly used his martial soul avatar to fight Tang Lan head-on. If Tang Lan hadn't stopped quickly, I'm afraid this guy would have passed away long ago. How could he still be like this now? Although his injuries were serious, they were not life-threatening. Let's go quickly. A group of students from Kunpeng Academy carried the unconscious Wo Hai and hurriedly disappeared at the end of the street corner. The battle between the two sides only lasted half a stick of incense and was basically over. Seeing this scene in the eyes of the residents of Shrek City in the distance, they all couldn't help but clap their hands and applauded. Just because the ordinary people in the city of Kunpeng Academy are too arrogant and overbearing. Even the street vendors have been bullied by students at Kunpeng Academy, but due to their background and connections, they can only swallow their anger. Tang Lan did this, but accidentally made many small vendors in the city feel bad. Even though the attack was a bit harsh, no one cared at all. Instead, he was surrounded by a group of people in the center. Then I saw one of the aunties say, "Young man, you are just making us ordinary people feel bad. These are the mung bean cakes I made, take them back and eat them. And my corn is all grown at home. And my candied haws, come on, you can each choose a few. This is the fried chicken I just baked." This time, everyone in Shrek Academy was dumbfounded. Nearly everyone has large and small bags of things piled on their bodies. It was also the first time that everyone felt the enthusiasm of the residents of Shrek City. In the end, everyone rented 4 carriages instead of 3 carriages when they came, because 1 carriage had to be used to load the things sent by the people in the city. By the time we returned to Shrek Academy, it was already dusk in the afternoon. Little dolls, why did you buy so many things? Uncle Zhang, who was responsible for guarding the gate, walked out tremblingly with a cane. I have to say that although Uncle Zhang is 80 years old, he is quite energetic wearing this protective gear. In the words of the uncle, it doesn't matter whether he can fight or not, the most important thing is that he has this department. And the people outside are not afraid of him, but the titled Douluo in the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. These are all things given to us by the merchants and people in the city. Uncle, just tell us what you like. Ma Xiao placed a pile of things on the table by the door very grandly and smiled at the old man. Ha 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 ha. You little guys are quite filial. But there are too many of these things, so you should take them all back. Mr. Zhang looked at the group of young people in front of him, then looked at these big and small bags, and couldn't help laughing. It seemed that he also remembered those experiences in his youth, but in the end he still waved his hand and did not accept it. Mr. Zhang, this thing may be of some use to you, so I'll give it to you. Tang Lan glanced at those things, then picked out a wooden box, put it on the table and opened it for him. It turned out that lying inside was a wooden tobacco pot. The wood was smooth, delicate, and strong. An expert can tell at a glance that the wood is not simple. If you get close, you can even smell a faint fragrance. It calms down the mind that can't help but calm down, and has a faint effect on calming the nerves. End of chapter. Chapter 902 Visitors in the Courtyard. As expected, after seeing this thing, the elder's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Hey, I didn't expect that there are such good things in here. This thing is actually made of ancient wood, and it's much better to use than those ordinary products. I did have one once, but it was accidentally damaged in the end. Since it was a gift from you, I will accept it without mercy." Mr. Zhang looked at Tang Lan with a look of relief on his face, and then he put the wooden box away and put it in his pocket. This is the one that the elder is most satisfied with among these things. Tang Lan, how do you know that the elders will like this gift? Tang Ya approached Tang Lan with a curious look on her face, and then asked. This is very simple. The elders we usually see always have his pipe pot in his hand. But in the past week, the elders' hands have been empty. I think there is a high probability that his pipe pot is broken. Tang Lan expressed his guess. As soon as this statement came out, everyone present looked like they were suddenly enlightened. Okay, registration here has been completed. Little guy, it's better to go back as soon as possible and get some rest. Not long after, the elder made login notes for Tang Lan and others, and then said with a smile. Goodbye, senior. Goodbye, senior. After a group of people bowed to the old man very politely, they left in 2s and 3s. Depend on the girls' dormitory and the boys' dormitory are separate and not in the same area. So Tang Ye, Zhang Nanan, Ma Xiao, Xiao Xiao and others held hands and jumped away. Only Tang Lan and other male students were left walking towards the west. Wang Dong, what's wrong with you? Your face is red. Tang Lan turned his head and saw Wang Dong looking at Xiao Xiao in the distance. He turned a little red after looking back, so he smiled. I'm fine. I just feel a little uncomfortable. I might take a shower when I get back and then sleep comfortably. Wang Dong's reaction was a little panicked, but he still tried to explain calmly. As long as it's okay. If anything happens, come to me in my yard. After all, I have a lot of empty rooms there. After Tang Lan finished speaking, he stopped teasing Wang Dong, then turned around and walked quietly towards his residence. From then on, everyone separated one by one and returned to where they lived. Shrek Academy now occupies a large area, although the academy has expanded its enrollment much more than before. But it can still be achieved that each student can be assigned to an independent courtyard. But because of the difference in strength and status, the courtyards of the inner courtyard students and instructors and deans are larger. The courtyard where Tang Lan was located was at the senior level of the Shrek Academy Pavilion. It is a place that Mr. Xian personally approved recently. It is a good place surrounded by mountains and rivers. There are no other courtyards around, so it is a good secluded place. Only this time, Tang Lan welcomed a rare visitor in his yard. This person is Yan Shaiji, the Dean of Wuhan Academy. Most of the affairs of Shrek Academy are handled by him. Well? You're back. How are you? Did you have fun today? Yan Shaiji retracted his gaze towards the setting sun on the horizon, turned his head and said to Tang Lan with a smile. The dean specially came to my place today. He must have something important to tell me. Tang Lan was not polite at all. He sat opposite Yan Shaiji and took the initiative to pour himself a cup of fragrant tea. If there are students here at this moment, they will definitely be extremely surprised. A dean came to the students' courtyard and waited for a long time. This kind of treatment has never been seen in all these years. Of course, Tang Lan's identity and strength are also a special exception. In this way, everything becomes so reasonable and there is nothing wrong with it at all. This time our Shrek Academy has had frictions with titled Douluo from several forces. Not just because of your affairs, but also in other aspects. This proves that several major empires are becoming more wary of our Shrek city and are no longer as indulgent and ignorant as before. You know, at that time, we declared that we would never interfere with outside affairs. When Yan Shaiji said this, he raised his teacup again and began to taste it slowly. After a long while, he spoke again, but it's different now. Shrek Academy, it can even be said that Shrek City has become more powerful, and it has begun to make them feel uneasy. It's just that because of your appearance, things that originally took some time to break out have become much earlier. Tang Lan just listened quietly throughout the whole process and did not express his own opinions. After keeping his eyes open for a long time and no longer speaking, he nodded and said, I have discovered this before. Although they have sent many titled Douluo to deal with me, there is another group that is dedicated to collecting information about Shrek City. You mean, if Shrek City's strength continues to grow, several major empires may send troops to Shrek City? Tang Lan is not a fool. He can naturally think of these after a little thought. Generally speaking, this is probably what Shaiji is worried about. Yes, this is not a possibility, but something that will definitely happen in the future. It's just that your appearance not only disrupted the situation on our side, but also affected their plans and judgments about Shrek Academy. This may be a good thing or a bad thing, but everything seems not that important. I am here to hear your thoughts. I know that you do not belong to any force. You are a genius who loves freedom and is extremely ambitious. Yan Shaiji treated Tang Lan with praise without hesitation or taboo. This made Tang Lan a little uncomfortable. He shrugged and chose to continue listening. Then Yan Shaiji said again, what do you think Shrek College should do in the face of such a situation? If you were the dean of this college, how would you make a decision? Perhaps this is the real purpose of Yan Shaiji's trip here. He wanted to hear the thoughts of Tang Lan, the most powerful genius in the history of Shrek Academy, who was very likely to become a god in the future. It seems that there is also the intention to regard Tang Lan as the core decision-maker of Shrek Academy in the future. Tang Lan pondered for a moment, and then said, Shrek Academy has only two choices, keep a low profile and pursue development, and wait for everything that will come in the future. Tang Lan only said the first half of the sentence, but he didn't speak the second half. This provoked Yan Shaiji to take the initiative to urge, what about the second option? Take the initiative and before they can react rapidly enhance its own strength and sphere of influence. Strive for more strategic buffer zones, so as to be able to wage a long-term war with the other side without losing the upper hand. End of this chapter. Chapter 903 Xian Linner's Invitation. What they want to learn is the teaching method of the Martial Spirit Department of Shrek Academy. Strive to cultivate a group of powerful soul masters entitled Douluo in the future. In many extreme cases, the 9th level Soul Master is too weak to have any chance of winning when encountering a close-range titled Douluo Soul Master. The war between the Sun-Moon continent and this continent was caused by the union of the titled Douluo of the three empires. Later, a special combat team composed of all titled Douluo was formed, and they directly forced into the palace of the Sun-Moon Empire and forced the emperor to sign a ceasefire agreement. For so many years, although the two sides seem to be at peace on the surface, but only the key talents in it can feel it. The premise of peace and stability is that the strength of both sides is equal. When the strength of one side advances by leaps and bounds, while the strength of the other side decreases instead of increasing, war will occur again. Although the Sun-Moon Empire has a purpose, they came, but they also knew the purpose of Shrek Academy. This means that both sides can learn from each other's strengths under the condition that everyone can accept it. As for how much they can learn, it depends on their own abilities. This time, not only the students from the Royal Academy of the Sun-Moon Empire came, but Shrek Academy even sent some students there. Earlier, the instructors of Shrek Academy had found Tang Lan and asked Tang Lan if he wanted to go to the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun Moon continent. However, what they received was Tang Lan's ruthless rejection. In Tang Lan's extremely calm voice, it seemed that he didn't take the Royal Academy of the Sun Moon Empire seriously at all. There was no need to waste time on them. A welcoming ceremony lasted for 2 hours before it was completely declared over. Except for some students who stayed to clean up the scene, the rest of them had left one after another. Tang Lan, bring these little guys with me. Just at this moment, Xian Liner's voice suddenly came from not far away, and Qian Duo was standing next to her. At this moment, both of them showed a trace of worry on their faces, as if they had something on their minds. But seeing Tang Lan and the others, they still tried to smile. Huo Yuhao and the others followed Tang Lan and walked forward, greeting the two deans very politely. Well, come with us, some of the rules of the inner courtyard may have to be adjusted in the future. You are all considered formal inner courtyard disciples, so you naturally need to understand them in advance. And Yuhao, this time you have to go back to the Soul Guidance Department with us, so that we can let you familiarize yourself with some of the equipment in the Soul Guidance Department. When Xian Liner looked at Huo Yuhao, her face became even gentler. In her opinion, Huo Yuhao is the future of the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy, and this time he must be well trained. Tang Lan, the affairs of the inner courtyard are over, do you want to go to the Soul Guidance Department with us? Xian Liner slowed down after taking 2 steps, and then invited Tang Lan with a smile. Why, the dean wants to make some high-level soul guides for me. Tang Lan asked with a half-joking tone. Well, it's not impossible, but you also know that the level and power of our soul guides are far inferior to those of the Sun and Moon continent, as long as you don't mind. Yes, our soul guide department is very short of little monsters like you who are strong in single combat. Our instructors are very excited to tailor a set of soul guides for you. Qian Duo on the side couldn't help but interrupt. However, these words were not just Qian Duo's casual words, because Tang Lan could see that this guy's face was really filled with excitement that was hard to conceal. Also, it's okay for me to go over, but the two deans have to agree to one condition of mine. However, Tang Lan did not refuse immediately, but smiled and made a request. Xian Liner and Qian Duo stopped at the same time when they heard it. They originally thought that Tang Lan would not agree, but they did not expect that there was really a chance for this matter. They were not afraid of Tang Lan's conditions, but they were afraid that Tang Lan had no interest in the soul guide system. After all, Tang Lan had clearly stated that he was not very interested in soul guides long before. What are your requirements? Tell me. Xian Liner took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, and then spoke. Qian Duo on the side also nodded, indicating that Tang Lan could not worry about other things. For these partners of mine, each person will be individually customized with a soul guide, and the level cannot be too low. Tang Lan turned his head and looked at the group of people behind him. There are 5 students including Huo Yuhao here, of course, the companions Tang Lan mentioned are not just them. They also include Tang Ye, Zhang Nanan and Ma Xiao Tao. It's not impossible, but we need time. After all, soul guide customization is not easy, and it must be based on the various conditions of the soul master. Xian Liner hesitated, but still said what she thought. It doesn't matter, we have plenty of time. Tang Lan did not say what he thought, but answered directly. Qian Duo couldn't wait to speak before Xian Liner. Well, this matter is settled. Hehe, let's see how Yan Shaija faces us. He thought he had snatched so many talented students from us, but he didn't expect that they were also members of my soul guidance department. Qian Duo felt very happy when he thought of Yan Shaija's expression as if he had eaten a fly. Back then, when they were pursuing Xian Liner together, the two of them didn't get along at all, and they could be regarded as a pair of enemies. Not long after they left, they arrived at the gate of the inner courtyard. After passing the inspection of the 2 soul Douluos guarding the gate, they walked into the gate of the inner courtyard. It was obviously much quieter here than the outer courtyard, and the number of students was extremely small. Standing on the street, only a few students appeared in the field of vision. The building in front is our destination, and it is also the place where many elders and deans discuss matters on weekdays. You will most likely meet the soul masters of the Sun Moon Empire in a while, so try not to have any conflicts with them. Although our 2 academies do have some conflicts, we still have a cooperative relationship for many years. You must know what is more important. Before approaching the building, Xian Liner suddenly turned around, looked at Tang Lan and gave instructions. He was not worried about other students, but Tang Lan always found trouble wherever she went, which made her worried. Don't worry, Dean, I know the limits. Tang Lan smiled and simply assured him. He was not in the mood to cause trouble to these guys. At the moment, Tang Lan just wanted to finish the meeting in the inner courtyard. End of this chapter. Chapter 904 Sun Moon Empire Exchange Students. Shrek City is still too small to withstand the ravages of war, isn't it? Tang Lan's last question made Yan Shaoji's eyes widen, as if all the fog in front of him was cleared in an instant. Yan Shaoji was shocked at first, and then gradually turned into silence. He knew exactly what Tang Lan meant, but some things are not as simple as words. As the saying goes, a single move can affect the whole body. If Shrek City really does what Tang Lan said, tens of thousands of people will be involved. Then there will be a lot of suffering and people will be homeless. Even if he is the dean of Shrek Academy, he can't make such a big decision alone. There are too many things to choose from. It seems that after I go back, I need to initiate a voting meeting of the senior management of Shrek Academy. Now I officially inform you that Tang Lan also has a vote. Wait for my notice. Okay, it's getting late, and I should go. After Yan Shaoji finished speaking, he slowly stood up and walked out of the courtyard. During this period, Tang Lan wanted to stand up and relax, but was stopped by Yan Shaoji. Looking at Yan Shaoji's slightly lonely back under the setting sun, Tang Lan also remained silent. As the apparent leader of Shrek Academy, Yan Shaoji had to bear the pressure when facing these decisions. Maybe only he can feel it. This just proves that Yan Shaoji is a competent and responsible dean. Tang Lan drank the wine in the cup with the moon in the night sky. It was not until late at night that he returned to his room to rest. No words were spoken all night. When Tang Lan woke up again, the sun was already high. No one came to wake him up today. Tang Yi, Zhang Nanan and Ma Xiaotao did not come. After a simple wash, Tang Lan went to the canteen in the academy alone. What surprised Tang Lan along the way was that there seemed to be fewer students on the road. When he arrived at the canteen, Tang Lan vaguely heard it was clear that the exchange students from the Sun Moon Empire Royal Soul Master Academy had arrived. After a simple meal, Tang Lan followed a group of students to a square in the academy. This was the welcome party specially held to welcome these exchange students. From a distance, Tang Lan saw two groups of people standing upright in the venue. The group on the left did not have mainland faces, and they looked like they were from the neighboring Sun Moon continent. It was no wonder that they were the exchange students who came this time. And on the right were the academy instructors and inner school students represented by Yan Shaoji and Xian Liner. Tang Yi, Zhang Nanan and Ma Xiaotao were all inside. No wonder they didn't come to wake me up, it turned out that they were all pulled here. Tang Lan glanced around and soon saw several people standing on the other side. Among them were Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. Because they were allowed to join the inner courtyard to study recently. Although they have the qualifications of inner courtyard students, they are not yet elites of the inner courtyard, so they don't need to go on stage for the time being. When Tang Lan came to them, a meaningful smile suddenly appeared in his eyes. Then he stretched out his hand slightly and covered Wang Dong's eyes while she was not paying attention. Who is it? Huo Yuhao, Xiao Xiao, don't tease me. If it's anyone else, humph, I won't forgive you mischievous guys. Wang Dong is a little bully among the freshmen, and almost no one dares to offend him. Being caught at this time, Nong immediately revealed his little bully side. When Tang Lan heard this, he slowly released his palm and said with a smile, "Look who I am." "Ah, yes, it's Senior Tang Lan. I was joking with them just now. I didn't expect it was you, Senior." Wang Dong turned his head, and when he saw it was Tang Lan, he immediately blushed and replied with some embarrassment. "But when I tried to explain it, I was hesitant and didn't know how to explain it at all. It seems that you usually bully a few of them. But when you get to the inner courtyard, there are many geniuses. I guess your title of Little Overlord will be in jeopardy." Tang Lan said to Wang Dong half-jokingly. "These are all names given to me by others. It doesn't matter whether I have a title or not. But having said that, Senior Tang Lan, why are you not on the stage? Why are you here?" Wang Dong answered casually, but soon changed the topic and expressed his doubts. Huo Yuhao, Xiao Xiao and others on the side also had their eyes wide open, indicating that they were also very curious. "Well, I overslept today, so I didn't know about it." Tang Lan pondered for a moment, and after a few breaths, he gave a very banquet-like answer. Forward. Wang Dong and others all remained silent, not knowing how to comment. At this time, they also realized that Tang Lan was absent from the ceremony because he overslept. If you think about it more deeply, it might be because of Tang Lan's own special characteristics. As a rare evil genius in Shrek Academy for many years, Tang Lan might be able to hide more information by not showing up. This is also a good thing. Although Wang Dong's performance made everyone a little puzzled. They didn't know why he blushed when he saw Senior Tang Lan, but they didn't think about it deeply. Of all the people, perhaps only Tang Lan knew that Wang Dong was not a boy. For so long, this guy has been dressing up as a man to enter Shrek Academy. However, Huo Yuhao and others did not discover it from beginning to end. It can only be said that Wang Dong hid it very well. Naturally, Tang Lan had some understanding of Wang Dong's identity. But the current Wang Dong is not the complete Wang Dong, Tang Lan is very sure of this. Tang Lan also knows where her other half's personality is. That is the body of the three-eyed golden beast, which is regarded as an auspicious beast by all the soul beasts in the soul beast forest. When one day, the two bodies and souls come into contact, Wang Dong will have the opportunity to regain his complete personality. Now that Wang Dong is standing by Tang Lan's side, Tang Lan will naturally help her improve her personality and become the real her. But now, Tang Lan can only pretend not to know everything, so as not to make Wang Dong not know how to face everything. Everyone looked towards the field and saw 3 instructors from the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire. But without exception, they are all titled Douluo level experts, but their cultivation and levels are indeed slightly different. Because these 3 people are all 9th level Soul Masters, even if they break through to level 90 titled Douluo, they are still using the special secret techniques of the Sun and Moon Empire. His own strength is far inferior to the 3 major empires and the titled Douluo from Shrek Academy. But the 9th level soul tools they carry are powerful weapons that can rival a titled Douluo's full blow. Anyone with a discerning eye can see why this group of people came to Shrek Academy to study. End of chapter. Chapter 905 Shrek High Level Meeting. Later, he will find a way to find the 3rd and 4th soul rings for his Overlord Spear. Although the 2 rings are strong, they already have limitations on themselves. As the enemies he faced became stronger and stronger, even Tang Lan began to long for stronger power. From now on, you will live in the courtyards to the west of the inner courtyard. If you have anything, you can come to us to solve it. Before Tang Lan and his party entered the door, they heard Yan Shayage's voice inside. Not long after, the door opened and a group of people came out. The first thing Tang Lan saw were the 3 9th level soul mentors from the Sun and Moon Empire, and behind them, there was a group of 20 students. After seeing Tang Lan and others, these people just glanced at them, then raised their heads and continued walking forward. It seemed as if Tang Lan and others were not taken seriously at all. Only the man standing in the front and center took a deep look at Tang Lan, but after only one glance, he withdrew his gaze and walked away without leaving any trace. Humph, you dare to be arrogant in our territory. These guys are really stupid. It's best not to come and provoke this girl, otherwise they will look good. When Ma Xiaotao saw this scene, she suddenly became furious and looked at their backs and said fiercely. Tang Lan just touched his nose. Fortunately, he had tamed the fierce horse Ma Xiaotao in advance. If he hadn't been able to cure Ma Xiaotao and be moved by Ma Xiaotao's consent, I'm afraid this girl wouldn't have answered him at all. Ma Xiaotao is a principled person who dares to love and hate, but she is also a nightmare for those speculators. Hey? You are here. It just so happens that we need to have a meeting next. Little guys, please take a seat too. Yan Shaiji said a faint hello to Xian Liner, then sat down at the top and started the meeting. The exchange student affairs between Shrek Academy and the Royal Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire have officially begun. 20 students and 3 9th level instructors arrived from the Sun and Moon Empire. You've all seen it. We can also send 20 inner academy students to the Sun and Moon Empire Royal Academy this time. But due to the fact that there are not many students in the Soul Guidance Department, only 10 students have been sent out until now. So if any of you want to go to the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire, you can apply to me in the next year. As for the remaining inner court disciples, we must try our best not to conflict with them and reduce fearless incidents. At the end of Yan Shayage's words, a light flashed in his eyes. There was one sentence he didn't say, and no more than 5 people could understand it. Most of the things that followed were trivial matters in the inner courtyard. Tang Lan felt drowsy after listening to them, and there was no nutrition at all. It lasted for more than half an hour before Yan Shaiji said, "Okay, there are so many things in the inner courtyard. Little guys, you can leave for now. Tang Lan wants to stay." Looking at the group of people walking out of the conference room, Tang Lan looked calm. Tang Yi, Zhang Nanan and Ma Xiaotao all glanced at Tang Lan reluctantly before leaving one after another. Soon the hall fell into silence. Apart from Tang Lan, there are only 4 deans left, Yan Shaiji, Cai Meyer, Xian Liner and Qian Duo. But soon, Tang Lan saw several familiar faces suddenly walking in outside the door. It was the 7 pavilion elders from the Poseidon Pavilion, including Elder Xian and Elder Lin. Mun En still hadn't seen them, so they must be still in retreat. "Mr. Xian, I'll leave it to you to do the rest." Yan Shaiji naturally knew that he was the lowest in seniority in front of these old guys. Immediately, he gave up the throne to Doudi Douluo Xian Lao. Tang Lan knew that before it was just a process, but now this meeting is the real beginning. "I think everyone here already knows the general situation. Right now, several major empires are eyeing us, and they have begun to show hostility towards Shrek Academy, and there have even been several fights. The strength of our Shrek city has caused them uneasiness, and this matter will be discussed at this meeting. According to junior sister Xia's prediction, these major empires will launch operations against Shrek city within 3 years. By then, it will definitely be a lightning-fast attack. We need to make initial arrangements and countermeasures against the coming danger. Now let me ask you to share your opinions." Mr. Xian briefly talked about the troubles encountered by Shrek Academy and even Shrek City, and then raised his head and looked at the people at the conference table. There were a total of 12 people on the field, and except for Tang Lan, all of them were the dean or above of Shrek Academy. Tang Lan glanced around at the expressions of everyone present, but didn't find much, and at the same time, he didn't intend to take the initiative to express his opinion. After a brief silence, Tang Lan soon saw a pavilion elder standing up. This person's name is Lu Wei, and his martial spirit is the Purgatory Demon Ape. Although it is a mutated martial spirit, it is a well-deserved top-notch martial spirit. Just listen to Lu Wei say, "If this matter is dragged out until the end, our Shrek city will undoubtedly be attacked by all the major forces. Just because of our uncertainties, no matter which side we are on, the other side will be at a disadvantage. Because of our Shrek's existence, it can be said that we have calmed down many frictions between several major empires over the years and played a great role in containing them, but we have also become the target of public criticism. I think our Shrek Academy, and even Shrek City, should take proactive measures instead of waiting for problems to arise before reacting. By then it will be too late." Lu Wei's statement was roughly the same as Tang Lan and Yan Shaiji's thoughts. However, just after these words were said, Mr. Ge on the other side expressed a different opinion. "The crisis this time seems to be the same as in previous years. We in Shrek City only need to have a deep friendship with a certain empire to resolve this crisis. Taking unauthorized measures to confront the major empires will only make them more aware of our precautions. It is better to use force to solve problems than to use strategy. We still adopt the plan of combining vertical and horizontal forces to contain each other, and we are the thread between several major empires." The name of the person who spoke was He Caier, and she looked like a woman in her 40s. But everyone who knows He Caier knows that this person is from the same era as Mr. Xian and Mr. Lin. It is only because of the effect of his martial soul Bing Xin Haitang that this senior's appearance remains permanent. Bing Xin Haitang is a mutated martial spirit with an extremely high level. It can be regarded as a relatively rare auxiliary martial spirit among the senior leaders of Shrek Academy. But this old man is an out-and-out conservative. He does not want to get things done and is unwilling to accept war with other empires. He Caier, are you scared? Don't forget that your grandson was training outside and was seriously injured and died by a sneak attack by a soul master in the Douling Empire. End of this chapter. Chapter 906 Shrek High Level Meeting, 2. Do you still have hope that they will remain kind and honest to us? Lu Wei didn't care so much, his fiery temper suddenly surged up, he stood up and glared at He Caier opposite. You. He Caier after hearing Lu Wei's words, his eyes immediately trembled. That incident indeed made He Caier furious, but for the sake of the relationship between Shrek Academy and the Great Empire, she still chose to settle the matter. His grandson is gone, and his son has been missing for many years after traveling to the far north ice field. But she never showed a too heartbroken look, but still sat here managing all the affairs of Shrek Academy. I have to say that Tang Lan somewhat admires the old man in front of him. But sometimes, having too many illusions about the enemy and giving in repeatedly is not a good idea after all. Giving in will only make the enemy more aggressive, but will not win the respect of the other party. Because they will think that your concession is a kind of cowardice and an admission of defeat. Okay, don't argue anymore. Mr. Lin, what do you think? Elder Xian stopped the two of them, then turned to look at Elder Lin. Mr. Lin has always been secretive in the entire Shrek Academy, but he has been able to win the respect of everyone. Just because Mr. Lin single-handedly resisted the beast tide launched by the Soul Beast Forest when it was opposite Shrek Academy. Only one person was able to hold off the beast tide for 2 hours, gaining critical time for Shrek Academy to accumulate strength and wait for reinforcements. Back then, Mr. Lin single-handedly resisted the siege of several 100,000 or more powerful soul beasts. In the end, he suffered severe injuries, so much so that Mr. Lin can no longer walk with his legs for a long time. Special medications must be taken every day to remain physically active. If he stops taking the medicine, his body will be swallowed up by a breath of death hidden in his body. And that was caused by the dragon breath of the golden-eyed black dragon king hidden in the Soul Beast Forest. In a sense, his prestige is no less than that of Mr. Lin, and he can express his opinions and have the final voting rights in many meetings. While waiting for Mr. Lin's answer, the entire conference room fell into silence. Everyone is waiting for his answer. However, Mr. Lin smiled and turned his gaze to Tang Lan, who was at the bottom, and said with a smile, "Tang Lan, what do you think?" These words made everyone present widen their eyes. Their faces were full of disbelief, and they were all thinking about the meaning of Mr. Lin's words. Tang Lan, on the other hand, roughly understood everything in his heart and knew that Yan Shaiji had already told Mr. Lin his opinion. For Yan Shaiji, Mr. Lin is his second mentor besides Mu En. Well, actually, I rather agree with Mr. Lu's idea. Shrek City should not sit still and wait for death. It is the last word to firmly grasp the absolute initiative in its own hands. Being passive will only make us lose control of the situation, and eventually we will be gradually eroded and have no power to resist. On the battlefield, the right to choose always belongs to the absolutely stronger side. Do you think we have an advantage among the major empires? How afraid of us will they be to listen to our opinions? Tang Lan's voice was so clear that even the elders fell into silence. During this period, He Kr desperately wanted to refute. But in the end, he just suppressed his blush and looked a little angry, but he didn't know how to refute. Tang Lan's words undoubtedly spoke of her ignorance and impracticality, placing all her expectations on the enemy's attitude towards Shrek Academy. Humph, is it possible to deal with several major empires by taking proactive action? They have huge power and have ruled the continent for more than thousands of years. Our proactive attack will be regarded as a real threat by them, making the only opportunity to calm the swords and guns slip away from their hands. Junior, do you know how many people will die in Shrek City if you do this? By then, there will be rivers of blood, human life will become insignificant, and someone will fall every moment, maybe other people, or maybe your relatives. At this time, Xia Yang Quan, another one of the 7 pavilion elders, suddenly stood up and said coldly. This person is also a conservative pavilion elder. They feel that even if Shrek City fights for everything, it may not be able to damage the foundation of several major empires. This is tantamount to accelerating the death of Shrek City and even Shrek Academy. Whether they are radicals or conservatives, these cabinet elders and deans are all for Shrek's long-term existence, and they are definitely not traitors. To be able to enter the Sea Cucumber Hall, you must have passed the test of questioning your mind. There is no doubt about this. I also agree with He Kr and Xia Yangquan's views. Another cabinet elder, Chenju, also expressed his opinion. These 3 cabinet elders belong to the conservative side. At this moment, Mr. Xia Yanj on the other side said, I agree with Lu Wei's view. It has never been our Shrek style to sit back and wait for death, handing over the power of life and death to our enemies. 3-2, everyone finally looked at Mr. Lin, who had been silent. Although he wanted Tang Lan to express his thoughts, he didn't express anything. Well, you both have your own opinions and reasons, which is very good. But as someone who has experienced many disasters personally, I will choose to stand on Tang Lan's side. As soon as this statement came out, everyone in the hall immediately started talking. It took him a while to finally realize that he agreed with Tang Lan's opinion, which also meant that he supported Lu Wei. 3-3, the support rates of conservatives and radicals were tied. Of course, Tang Lan, a new junior, would not make the same decision. Counted among them, he is no more than a proposer at best. Now, the real decision-making power fell into the hands of Mr. Xian. Before Mun comes out of seclusion, everything here will be presided over by Mr. Xian, and no one can defy his authority. Since both of you have similar support for your idea, how about we make a different decision than before? Mr. Xian thought for a while, then suddenly raised his head and looked at everyone with a meaningful smile. Several pavilion elders who knew a little about Mr. Xian subconsciously felt that this matter was beginning to become more complicated. With Mr. Xian's temperament, this time he may have to bring many demands to the crowd and make decisions. After a few breaths, Mr. Xian said, "Since both of you insist on your own opinions, let's do it at the same time. You conservatives are responsible for contacting the major empires and adopting a strategy of joining forces vertically and horizontally. The radicals need to make all preparations and complete all plans before the coming war. When the time comes, whether your decision is correct or not will be determined by God." When Mr. Xian spoke, his eyes suddenly looked out the window at the light blue sky. End of chapter. Chapter 907 Visiting the Soul Guidance Institute. At this time, a breeze came into the conference hall from the half-open window, messing up everyone's clothes and hair. Some people feel cold, while others feel extremely cool. This meeting ended with an outcome that no one expected. No one expected that there was no support from Mr. Xian's side, but instead let both sides carry out their own plans. But on second thought, as long as they are well coordinated, there is indeed not much conflict between the plans of the conservatives and the radicals. Suan's idea is the best way now. Tang Lan, we are going to the Soul Guidance Department now, you can bring your friends with us. As long as you are willing, we will definitely do what we promised you before. When everyone walked out of the meeting hall, Xian Liner once again invited Tang Lan. After getting Tang Lan's nod, Huo Yuhao also followed Xian Liner. Before Tang Lan showed his willingness to cooperate with them in executing any individual soldier plan, Huo Yuhao was their best choice. "Well, I don't have much to do today, so let's go over and visit together." Seeing Yan Shaiji not far away looking over, Tang Lan smiled and nodded. Upon hearing this, before Xian Liner and Qian Duo could react, Yan Shaiji on the other side jumped up first. He pointed at Xian Liner and Qian Duo and said, "As the Dean of the Soul Guidance Department, you must not do some obscene things. Most of these students are the elites of our Soul Guidance Department. I will not allow you to draw them into the Soul Guidance Department." Yan Shaiji's words were decisive, like a hen protecting her chicks. Although the Soul Guidance Department has excellent prospects in the future, for Shrek Academy today, allowing so many outstanding students to study in the Soul Guidance Department will affect your own training time and ruin the future of Wuhan. In Yan Shaiji's opinion, this was extremely unwise. "Don't worry, we also have principles and will never rob you of your soul guidance system geniuses." On the contrary, we agreed to Tang Lan's request and decided to customize a set of soul guides for each of his friends, even if they are students of the martial arts department. Xian Liner glanced at Yan Shaiji, then led everyone in the direction of the soul guidance students. Her voice echoed around her. Only Qian Duo turned to look at Yan Shaiji, said nothing, and quickly followed him. When did they become so generous? "You know, these guys didn't agree to my proposal in the last Central College competition." Looking at the retreating figures of a group of people, Yan Shaiji couldn't help but murmur. But Cai Meyer, who was next to her, saw the clues and immediately said, "Maybe Tang Lan agreed to some of their conditions. The current Tang Lan, neither we nor the others in Poseidon Pavilion, are qualified to teach him. But he himself is recognized as the most talented and powerful student in Shrek Academy." This sentence seemed to completely lift the fog in Yan Shaiji's eyes, making him suddenly wake up. Then he slapped his thigh and said, "Yes, Tang Lan must have promised them something. I understand, maybe they also want Tang Lan to test the extreme individual soldier plan. These guys are really crazy. Let me ask you, a guy who is strong enough to fight against a titled Douluo, and then has many top-level soul tools added to his body, how strong should Tang Lan be? If the level and quality of the soul guide are high enough, perhaps this little monster will be able to challenge me in the near future." When Yan Shaiji thought of this, a wry smile appeared on his face. "Having practiced for so many years, I thought I was already the best among my peers. But I didn't expect that I was about to be overtaken by a boy who was dozens of years younger than me." On the other side, Tang Lan and his party followed Xian Liner back to the area of the Soul Guidance Academy. What comes into view are various soul guides, Everything around you completely transcends the nature of external things. Even the door in front of you is made of special crystals. You can only see the outside from the inside, but you can't see the inside from the outside. Even if the soul saint uses his martial soul avatar, he will not be able to break through the soul guidance system door in a short period of time. There was even an old man with white hair inside who was studying a weird thing like a carriage. There was a silver-armored coachman sitting in front of the carriage. When he got closer, a surprised expression appeared on Tang Lan's face. Because the horse and the driver turned out to be fake, and there were many complex mechanisms and parts in their bodies. Together they form the core kinetic energy component of this special soul guide. Next to him stood a messy silver-haired man with glasses. This person is none other than Douluo, the soul tool genius who escaped from the Sun and Moon Empire. Just listen to this guy say, "No, no, no, old Kent, what you are doing is wrong. We should think about their forming state instead of such rigid actions. They must be close to the real thing. You are right, but we still need to improve more and make more surprising customized parts." The old man known as Old Kent nodded, and then continued to stretch his head into the body of the horse. Xian Liner seemed to see the thoughtfulness in Tang Lan's eyes. Then he took the initiative and said, "That's Kent, he's also from the Sun and Moon Empire, but this guy is different from Tyndall. He was forced to come here. But like Tyndall, he is also an amazing soul guide master. The reason why our soul guidance department has been able to make such rapid progress in recent years is all thanks to Kent's help. But for the threshold of 9th level soul master, Douluo, and I have never been able to cross it. We are really ashamed." Xian Liner lowered her head with some regret. He and Douluo are now titled Douluo, but their attainments in soul guidance tools have always remained at level 8. For a titled Douluo, even if the 8th level soul guide is produced, it will not be able to title a Douluo. The promotion of the 8th level soul master to the 9th level is called a huge watershed. After crossing it, there are thousands of rivers and thousands of mountains for him to travel. If you can't praise it, it can only be mediocre and fearless. Xian Liner has always been a strong person, and she has been unable to break through to the level 9 soul engineer, which makes her feel very guilty and sad. It wasn't until Tyndall's arrival and some subsequent insights he put forward that Xian Liner gradually came out of her trough. But Douluo didn't seem to have such thoughts. He smiled like that every day, and what he saw the most was the number of times he went to see Xian Liner. You can imagine how much this guy likes Xian Liner. Even after so many years, the original intention remains unchanged. End of chapter. Chapter 908 The Charm of the Soul Guidance Device. As everyone went deeper, Tang Lan actually saw a huge humanoid artifact. That thing was standing in an open space, surrounded by 12 weird metal devices. This is a brand new metal exoskeleton soul guide. This may be the first time you have seen this thing. As long as the soul master stands in the cockpit inside, those nerve inductions will be transmitted to this big guy through the iron cover, and he will also become your third arm. No, to be more precise, it becomes your second body, but this thing still has many problems that have not been overcome. If we had to assign a level to it, this thing should be at the peak of an 8th level soul tool. Douluo stepped forward and began to introduce Tang Lan and others. Wow, this thing looks so powerful. Can we resist most attacks from soul masters by hiding inside? In this way, can we auxiliary soul masters also be able to participate in the battle? A student behind Tang Lan couldn't help but say. It would be possible if this thing were further improved, but now even with the slightest movement, it can only last less than half a stick of incense. Seeing so many people looking at this big guy with excited eyes, Douluo was not happy at all, but sighed and explained to everyone. What? Can you only stick to half a stick of incense with just a simple movement? Then it seems that it is still a semi-finished product. Huo Yuhao pondered for a moment after hearing this, and then nodded in agreement. But apart from these medicines, a single exoskeleton can already be assembled and used. However, what Douluo said next made everyone present happy again. Douluo suddenly took out an arm-mounted soul guide from the bag on his waist. Finally, under the gaze of everyone, it hit his arm smoothly. This thing does not look like steel, but resembles a special material with extremely high flexibility. When attached to the arm, it can actually adhere to the contours of the user's muscles without any clues. Later, Douluo came to a rockery ahead and squeezed it casually. Just listen to the clicking sound. Douluo not only broke off a rock, but also turned it into powder in his hand. During this period, a faint silvery white light flashed on his palm. Only then did everyone realize that Douluo was currently wearing the exoskeleton soul guidance device on his palm. Before anyone could say anything, there was a lot of money. Duobian said, "This exoskeleton soul guide can greatly increase the soul master's arm strength, and can even withstand many soul skill attacks. Even if you only have the strength of a soul master, you can still wear a 7th level light soul guide, thus easily completing the challenge beyond the level. But no good thing in this world comes in vain. If your physical fitness cannot handle a 7th level soul guidance device, then you can only settle for a lower level soul guidance device. The second thing is the rarity of this thing. Even on this continent, there are extremely few forces that can create this thing. So you don't have to worry at all. You can see other soul masters possessing this thing, and it is still a soul guide independently researched by our Shrek Academy soul master." Duo grinned and emphasized. At this time, except for a few students who had not understood yet, they were bowing their heads and pondering what Duo said. Some bright-minded people had already raised their heads with excitement, staring at the exoskeleton soul guide in Duo's hand in front of them. For a moment, they felt very proud to be members of Shrek Academy. In the next 2 hours, Tang Lan and others saw various soul tools created by soul guidance students. Everything that flies in the sky, runs on the ground, and even swims in the water is all available. Even a soul master who has not reached the level of a titled Douluo and does not have a flying martial spirit, it is not difficult to reach heaven. Some iron boxes with poor mobility do not seem to be of much use to others. But in Tang Lan's view, this thing seemed to be very similar to something in his memory. The only difference is that it is not very aggressive. It's just a variety of small offensive soul guides added to the iron box. Under Duo's explanation, everyone also roughly understood the purpose of this thing, which was to hold prisoners or place extremely valuable things. It is also equipped with soul forbidden metal. Even if a high-level soul master enters, the soul power will be greatly reduced or even completely unusable. Of course, in Tang Lan's opinion, these functions are too dull and avant-garde. There is one thing that Tang Lan did not say, that is, if more 9th level soul guides are placed on it, and a few more wheels are installed on it, then this thing is definitely an unstoppable killer weapon on the battlefield. Of course, these must be left to be studied in the future, not to mention that Shrek Academy is still unable to develop a 9th level soul guide. However, the production capacity of the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy is extremely slow for various high-level soul guidance tool materials that are highly auxiliary, let alone mass production. In the final analysis, there are still too few students in the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy. On the other hand, there are a lot of soul saints and contras in the martial arts department. There are still many soul masters with conservative ideas like Yan Shaiji and other older generation strong men in the martial arts system. The development of Shrek's soul guidance system has a long way to go and requires continued efforts. By the time everyone arrived at the inner courtyard research room of the soul guidance department, it was already 3 hours later. "Come on, let me measure the basic length and endurance of each bone in your body for you. This will help us make a collision soul guide specifically for you in the future. Before that, we will distribute some interesting little things to each of you. Maybe you can come in handy in the future. But remember to store it carefully and don't hurt yourself." Xian Liner walked out of a warehouse, holding a huge box in her hands. Everyone looked at it from a distance, and it seemed that there was quite a lot inside. After a brief measurement, Xian Liner took out the meeting gift she mentioned from the box. Those are weird spheres that look about the same size as walnuts. There are 4 colors, blue, red, white, and black, but no one knows their specific uses. Look carefully, this blue sphere contains a small frost crystal core, which is the raw material for soul guidance devices specially developed by our soul guidance department. As long as you inject soul power into it and then throw this thing out, the area within 5 feet of the opposite side will be sealed by frost. Xian Liner said, the soul power in her hand flashed away. Then he threw the blue ball in his hand straight from the window to the open space outside. End of chapter. Chapter 909 Crystal Skull, Special Soul Bone. Suddenly, a burst of blue light flashed, and a powerful cold air swept through the surroundings, causing everyone to shiver subconsciously. If the Soul King fails to react at all, he will be frozen. Even the Soul King will be imprisoned in place, or his speed will be greatly reduced. This thing is just a level 6 disposable soul guide. It is not a big threat to the Soul Saint, but it is enough for you little guys. There is also this soul guidance bracelet. It is not offensive in itself, but it has a special ability. Xian Liner smiled and told everyone present. That mysterious look really whetted everyone's appetite. Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao and others immediately asked with curiosity, what kind of special ability is it? Tang Lan stood aside the whole time, folding his arms and not taking any action. This thing gave him the feeling that it should be a practical soul guidance device that could help many difficulties that soul masters encountered every day. As expected. The next second, I heard Xian Liner say, as long as you turn on this scanner and scan the soul beast within 5 miles, you can some basic information about them appears, including abilities and spirit ring skills. In addition, it can also record some geographical mountains on the continent, as well as the power branches in various major cities, etc. As for other things, you still need to do the spells yourself, and you can even enter the information that is not in it. After Xian Liner finished speaking, she distributed one to each of the students present. She was not stingy with the spirit students brought by Tang Lan this time, and only deep love and kindness appeared in her eyes. This female dean, who often has to compete with Yan Shaiji for the resources of the academy, may only show her true side at these times. Here, if you are also interested, this is for you. Seeing that Tang Lan had not spoken, Xian Liner took out a bracelet and handed it to Tang Lan. He then said, this is an outstanding masterpiece of the Spirit Guidance Department of our Shrek Academy. Even if it is not very useful to you, I think it is worth your study. You know, even when Yan Shaiji came to ask for it last time, I didn't give it to him. Xian Liner said to Tang Lan with a smile. Well, thank you, Dean. I will accept it without hesitation. Tang Lan nodded, thanked him with a smile, and then the ring in his hand flashed and took the thing in. Then Tang Lan seemed to remember something, so 5 storage rings appeared from the ring, and then handed it to Xian Liner. Although this storage ring was a good thing back then, it is not too rare in Shrek Academy now. It is only because of the existence of Shrek City Lord Time Douluo that Shrek Academy can produce this kind of storage ring without limit. For this reason, Shrek Academy even it was also decided that any student who successfully graduated from the academy or made contributions could receive one. Of course, most of them were the most common ones. Some rare storage rings with large space were also kept by the Sea God Pavilion. This is... Xian Liner didn't understand what Tang Lan meant for a moment. This is what I took from those titled Douluo I met before, but it does have their soul mark on it. If you use brute force to open it without authorization, I'm afraid it will destroy the things inside. I wonder if the Soul Guidance Department has any way to erase the soul mark on it. Tang Lan spoke his thoughts directly. As soon as these words came out, everyone around him calmed down, and the whole corridor was silent. 5 space rings of title Douluo, maybe this is all their belongings. Tang Lan casually took out the belongings of 5 title Douluo, it is hard to imagine how many treasures there are in it. Good dong. Even Qian Duo, who was standing next to him, swallowed his saliva at this moment. Only they can deeply understand how many collections of title Douluo base clothes there are. What's more, these guys are all strong men in various major forces, so collections are naturally indispensable. The Soul Guidance Department is indeed conducting this research, but it will take some time for the research to be successful. If you believe me, you can leave one of them with me. If the research is successful, I will notify you. Xian Liner looked at Tang Lan quietly with her bright eyes. If Tang Lan refused, she would not say anything, after all, these storage rings were indeed very valuable. Put them all here with you, they are useless in my ring. However, Tang Lan put his hands in his pockets and did not intend to take these space rings. Instead, the thing sealed in the ice cabinet on the side attracted Tang Lan's attention. In the experimental building of the Soul Guide Department, you can see some strange soul guides and very fine materials on the road without walking far. Some must be calcined with flames, and some must be soaked in cold water. And the transparent cabinet in front of him was full of frost, and there was a huge ice block in the middle. Through the ice, Tang Lan actually saw the crystal skull inside, which was looming. This is the special martial soul of Guyu, the founder of our Shrek Academy Soul Guide Department. That senior's cultivation reached level 97 back then, and he was the first level 9 soul guide of our Shrek Academy. It's a pity that the senior failed to break through to level 98 due to the outbreak of hidden injuries, and eventually passed away on the back mountain of the Sea God Pavilion. This skull was once his martial soul, but in the end he refined it into a soul guide device, which was able to get rid of him and survive in the world. He left only one sentence for future generations: if someone can arouse the response of this thing, this crystal skull can become a special external soul bone. Xian Liner saw that everyone's eyes were on this crystal skull, so she talked about the founder of the Soul Guide Department of Shrek Academy. Even though Xian Liner had talked about it countless times, her face was still full of excitement and pride. Because that senior created countless impossible things, even now they are far inferior to him. This world is really it's amazing. It turns out that not only soul beasts can produce externally attached soul bones, but also humans can. But this senior should have used some forbidden techniques, otherwise it would be absolutely impossible. He is truly a man of great perseverance and deserves the respect of future generations. Tang Lan was thoughtful after hearing this. He didn't say how the senior did it. He just said that the soul-rending pain of isolating the connection between the martial spirit and himself was not something ordinary people could bear. End of chapter. Chapter 910 Spirit Gathering Storm. Buzz. However, as soon as everyone stopped talking, the crystal skull reacted. At first it was just a slight vibration, but later the strong buzzing sound was felt by everyone. What's going on? This crystal skull actually moved. Ma Xiaotao exclaimed and subconsciously took a step back. The others did not dare to get too close to this thing and took a few steps back. Only Tang Lan still stood there and looked at the crystal skull quietly. For a moment, his ancient dragon spirit suddenly revealed a hint of aura. Of course, it was just to show off a little bit and not be controlled by Tang Lan, but I didn't expect that this would happen. Xian Liner and Qian Duoduo on the side also had their eyes widened and their mouths opened. Qian Duoduo said, "This is the first time we have seen it in so many years. Why did this thing suddenly tremble?" However, the next second, the crystal skull suddenly bloomed with bright ice blue flower light. The surrounding ice melted like winter snow. Everyone felt a flash of light before their eyes, and the thing actually penetrated the translucent cabinet and floated in front of Tang Lan. Tang Lan looked at this scene and couldn't help but frown slightly. But completely different from what everyone expected, this thing did not attack anyone. Instead, he kept flying up and down around Tang Lan, as if he was seeing an acquaintance he hadn't seen for a long time. This. Xian Liner and Qian Duoduo looked at each other, and they understood what was going on almost instantly. Then he looked at Tang Lan with a strange look. "You want to follow me?" Tang Lan frowned slightly, and after a long time he tentatively asked the crystal skull. This time, the crystal skull was like a baby, opening its mouth and making babbling sounds. Except for Tang Lan and the two deans, everyone had a chill down their spines and had a natural fear of this thing. I didn't expect that the words left by that senior back then would actually come true. When you meet someone that this guy agrees with, this crystal skull will react. It's just that the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy has been established for so many years, but there has been no reaction. The requirements for this thing are really high. Qian Duoduo's face was complicated, and there was already a hint of envy in his eyes when he looked at Tang Lan. "You're not of much use to me. I think you should stay here as a show to the students." However, what Tang Lan said next almost made Xian Liner and Qian Duoduo's jaws drop in shock. Woo 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 woo. This time, the crystal skull began to sob softly like a child. That sound sounded extremely miserable. Xian Liner, a mature woman, was the first to be defeated by this thing. She couldn't help but persuade her, "Tang Lan, this thing is a special creature that combines a martial spirit and a soul guide. It is a great achievement of our ancestors in this regard. Keeping it here will only make this treasure gather dust. Once you understand its many abilities, I think you will keep it. Looking for the owner of the treasure, I think everything is not an accident, but destiny." Xian Liner couldn't help but persuade Tang Lan. After thinking for a moment, Tang Lan reluctantly nodded. Although he didn't believe in fate, he still wanted to see what was so special about this thing. Sure enough, after seeing Tang Lan nod, this intelligent little thing started flying up and down in joy. Then it turned into a blue light and merged into the palm of Tang Lan's right hand. As the blue light gradually weakened, a small skull pattern appeared in Tang Lan's palm. The mass flickered for a few times and then completely disappeared. Tang Lan slowly closed his eyes and felt this thing with his heart. After discovering that it really stayed in the palm of his hand, Tang Lan was a little surprised, because it was not attached in the form of a soul bone. Instead, he lives in his own A-cup ointment. The next second, a massive amount of information poured into Tang Lan's mind, most of which were about the usage of the crystal skull. There are a few fragments of the crystal skull's origins, which are of course the fragments recorded after coming to this world from a first-person perspective. After a few breaths, when Tang Lan understood everything, he opened his eyes again, and they were already a little different from before. The crystal skull appeared again before. But this time, under the influence of Tang Lan's golden soul power, the crystal skull was also dyed with a golden glow. And this golden light gradually became dazzling, completely blocking everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. The entire research laboratory building was dyed with a layer of icy blue light. This thing is really useful. In that case, let me keep you for now. From now on, you will be by my side. Tang Lan touched the little thing's head and said with a smile. Come on, let's show everyone what you can do now. Well, use that. Tang Lan touched his chin, as if thinking about something, and then spoke. Everyone around was full of doubts, but only Tang Lan was full of confidence, because he was now in spiritual communication with the crystal skull. Just one thought, and this little thing would understand instantly. Almost at the moment when Tang Lan's words fell, a light blue light circle suddenly released from the crystal skull. The light circle continued to expand, covering everything around it exquisitely, and the walls in the academy could not block it at all. In just a few breaths, the blue light circle enveloped the entire teaching building. Do you feel it? There seems to be something different around here. Wang Dong was the first to speak. Her martial soul, the goddess of light butterfly, was the most sensitive to changes in the outside world. But even so, she couldn't explain it. The other students didn't have much expression change, only Xianliner and Duo, who were titled Douluo, gradually changed from doubt to shock. How is this possible? The rich spiritual energy in the world is rushing towards us, no, this teaching building. How is this possible? Xianliner and Duo looked out the window with disbelief. At the same time, above the sky above the building, a tornado formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gradually gathered and rotated. The center of the storm was greedily and madly absorbing the spiritual energy of dozens of miles around. For a moment, the spiritual energy in the entire Soul Guidance Academy was abundant and gradually began to atomize. Even the martial soul department on the opposite side was affected by this blessing, which made the cultivation speed of ordinary students increase several times. When the students who were originally walking on the road saw this scene, they immediately found a place to sit cross-legged and quickly entered the state of cultivation. If you miss this hard-won opportunity, you may never meet it again in your life. End of this chapter. Chapter 911 Master Recognition Contract. What is going on? Don't worry about it, I don't know how long this strange phenomenon can last, so let's hurry up. The instructors in the two academies of the Wuhan Department and the Soul Guidance Department wanted to go and check it out. But in the end, they could not stand this auspicious sign from heaven, and they all sat down and entered a state of meditation. As they entered into meditation one by one, a strange power enveloped everyone's spirit. That warm and extremely safe experience was like a newborn baby lying in the arms of its mother. It turned out that this blue light circle could not only gather the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also had the ability to nourish the soul. At this moment, if some souls were unstable and might fall into the devil, or, if the souls were injured for some reason, they would definitely feel that their souls were slowly repairing here. Just a few breaths were comparable to the precious medicines they were looking for everywhere. Everyone benefited from this sudden blessing, even the titled Douluo was no exception. Only a few people who were in the titled Douluo who had reached the bottleneck of their realm did not enter the state of meditation and cultivation. Among them were Yan Shaiji and his wife Cai Mair from the Spirit Department. On the other side, in the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy, a group of elders felt the fluctuations outside and stood up from their respective training chambers. They just looked at each other and hurried to the Spirit Department. Old Xian looked at all this, and a complex expression flashed in his eyes. After a while, he said, Guyu, I didn't expect his spirit to really recognize the master, no, it should be said that it was the soul guide he made. At this moment, even old Xian didn't know how to say it, but he still followed the other elders to the Soul Guidance Department. In the Soul Guidance Department, Huo Yuhao and others all sat cross-legged on the ground and entered the state of cultivation. Only Duo and Xianliner looked at everything around them with a serious face. This is a happy event for Shrek Academy. I hope he can control this crystal skull and won't be in the same situation as that senior. Xianliner looked at the crystal skull floating in Tang Lan's palm and spoke slowly. Duo beside him had a complicated look in his eyes, but didn't say much. Tang Lan naturally heard the deep meaning of Xianliner's words, so he said, Control? What control? Could it be that the senior couldn't control this thing back then? Xianliner hesitated for a moment, and finally said, Not really, it's just that this crystal skull has its own intelligence. When the senior used his soul skills, this crystal skull would fly into his brain, thus affecting his thoughts and actions. In his twilight years, he decided to separate this thing from his body and refine it into an external martial soul, because it is a soul guide. In its current state, no one can tell clearly whether it is a martial soul, a soul bone, or a soul guide. However, Tang Lan's expression did not change after hearing this. He just smiled faintly and said, I think you should put your worries aside, because they cannot affect me. Thoughts will not get into my mind. The strange thing is that after Tang Lan said this, the crystal skull nodded like a child. This guy's intelligence even frightened Xian Liner and Qian Duo. If it were them, they would never be as calm as Tang Lan at this moment. Of course, they didn't know Tang Lan's many secrets, let alone that this little guy was trembling and didn't dare to move at all when he felt the pressure of the ancient dragon spirit in Tang Lan's body. Not to mention having any evil thoughts about Tang Lan. There was one more thing Tang Lan didn't say, that was that after the little guy got into his orifice, he was suppressed by Gulong's powerful pressure, causing him to forcibly sign a master-servant contract with Tang Lan. There is only one such precedent in these two continents, which is the soul bones and mutated soul guides that can be separated from martial souls. If Shrek Academy hadn't deliberately concealed the news about the crystal skull, I'm afraid the entire Soul Master world would have been shocked by this. What's going on? What are you doing here? At this moment, a slightly older male voice suddenly came from outside. Then, accompanied by a burst of urgent footsteps, several elders from Shrek Academy came one after another. The person who spoke was Xia Yang Quan, who had once opposed taking a radical attitude towards several major empires. Behind him, Mr. Lin, Lu Wei, He Cair, Chen Zhu and Mr. Xian stood not far away. What surprised Tang Lan and others was that there was another person standing next to Mr. Xian. Tang Lan knew at a glance that the person coming was the gatekeeper of Shrek Academy, an old man who was called an elder by everyone. At this time, Tang Lan had already guessed that this elder was not simple, and he should be a titled Douluo above level 95. Otherwise, it would be impossible to arrive with Mr. Xian at this time. Dear elders, this matter is a long story, let us tell it from the beginning. Xian Liner and Qian Duo looked at each other, and then decided to tell the truth. At this moment, Qian Duo and Cai Meyer, the principals of the Wuhan department, also arrived. The two did not speak, but stood obediently behind the elders. After half a stick of incense, when Xian Liner explained the whole story clearly, several pavilion elders and 2 martial arts deans all looked at Tang Lan with incredulous eyes. The importance of the crystal skull is no less than that of allowing Tang Lan to obtain the 3rd martial soul, or a growing and intelligent 9th level peak soul guide. In the future, it is even possible that he will be promoted to level 10. The most terrifying thing is the many abilities of the crystal skull. Not only can it gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within dozens of miles and warm the soul of a soul master, it can even swallow a person's soul power and even soul skills. Of course, the most terrifying thing was that the Super Douluo Guyu, who had the crystal skull spirit, used his own spirit to swallow the spirit of an evil spirit master. The domineering ability to use one's martial soul to devour other people's martial souls is simply unheard of and unseen. In addition, the crystal skull can also create a strange field of silver ice soul flames. Everything inside can be frozen by it. After it is frozen, there is a kind of soul power flame inside that continuously refines and devours it, which is so powerful that it makes people feel scared. According to Xian Liner's account, this crystal skull retains the 9 soul skills of the senior, and its other abilities are also extremely powerful. It also objectively proves that this is an alternative external 3rd martial spirit. Tang Lan, do you feel uncomfortable? Mr. Xian seemed a little worried, so he stepped forward to carefully check if there were any changes in Tang Lan. End of chapter. Chapter 912 Tang Lan's request. Don't worry, everyone. I don't feel much right now. On the contrary, this crystal skull has signed a master-servant contract with me. As long as it has the idea of being disloyal to me, it will dissipate in an instant. There is no distinction between good and evil in treasures. The most important thing is the person who uses it. Tang Lan smiled and expressed his opinion. As soon as these words came out, Lu Wei and other elders nodded in agreement. The faces of He Cair, Xia Yang Quan, and Chen Zhu were not very good looking, and they didn't show much joy. At this moment, with Tang Lan's attitude of advocating tough treatment of the people of the huge empire, their renewed strength means the weakness of their conservatives. It's just that everyone is a member of Shrek Academy. They don't support it, but they won't stop it. Tang Lan, today many students and instructors in our Shrek Academy have all benefited from the Crystal Skull, and you are now the master of the Crystal Skull. Tell me what benefits you want. As long as it can satisfy you, I will satisfy you. There was a smile that was hard to hide on Mr. Xian's face. The more he looked at Tang Lan, the more he appreciated it. Along the way, he saw many students and instructors making breakthroughs in meditation. Just this time, the overall strength of Shrek Academy has been further improved. In the past, old guys like them had a hard time trying to improve the overall strength of the Academy's soul masters, but in the end they had little effect. This time, Tang Lan's unintentional move came true and fulfilled their long-cherished wish. The older generation of Shrek Academy's Poseidon Pavilion were naturally very happy. Here, Xian Liner and Qian Duo winked at Tang Lan crazily from a place where they were not easily noticed behind the scenes. That obviously meant to make Tang Lan bold. Speaking out, there is no need to be polite to Mr. Xian. Nowadays, Tang Lan is already a member of the Soul Guidance Department in Xian Liner's opinion. Naturally, Tang Lan needs to be protected at all times. Well, I already have as much as I want. Since Mr. Xian said so, then I want to go to the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire in the near future. After Tang Lan thought for a moment, he immediately spoke. What? This, how is this possible? Tang Lan, do you know what this means? The Sun and Moon Empire also sent titled Douluo to assassinate you. If you go there, you will be like a sheep in a tiger's mouth. Elder Xian remained silent after hearing this, but Yan Shaiji from the other side stepped forward and interrupted. He has no less feelings for Shrek Academy than anyone else, and he can't just watch Tang Lan, a once-in-a-millennium genius from Shrek Academy, put in danger. Tell me your reasons. After getting familiar with it, I chose to speak. At this time, his voice was still calm, and he stared at Tang Lan without blinking. Tang Lan's answer was also very simple, just let him say, the Sun and Moon Empire also has a soul beast forest. Although the coverage area is far less than that of the Star Do forest, there are also soul beasts that have lived in it for more than 100,000 years. In addition, there are undoubtedly more sea spirit beasts in the Sea of Sun and Moon to the south of the Sun and Moon Empire. I need to hunt down soul beasts that are over 100,000 years old to obtain several of my other soul rings. Tang Lan's voice was extremely calm, without any waves at all. However, listening to the ears of the surrounding Shrek Academy senior officials, it felt as if they were hearing an unrealistic idea. But when they thought of Tang Lan's powerful strength and martial spirit, they forced themselves to adapt to this statement. Your martial spirit is indeed an anomaly. The spirit beasts in the Star Do forest are far less suitable for you than the spirit beasts from the Sun and Moon Empire. Well, compared to going to the Sun and Moon Empire before, your safety can be more guaranteed by going as an exchange student. At least, the Sun Moon Empire will not openly oppose us and harm you. That would be a war with Shrek Academy. But this time, I will send a few titled Douluo to go with you. Firstly, they will learn the soul guidance technology of the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire, and secondly, they will cooperate with you to hunt down those top soul beasts. This time, Mr. Xian pondered for more than 10 breaths before speaking decisively. He Caier wanted to say something, but was stopped by Xia Yangquan in the end. He just shook his head silently. Obviously, even though they are all conservatives, Xia Yangquan obviously sees it more thoroughly. Since it was decided by Mr. Xian, even if they objected, they could not prevent the execution of the matter. After all is said and done, Mr. Xian's seniority is still one level higher than theirs. After all, they are the previous generation of Poseidon Pavilion Masters, and this generation's temporary Pavilion Masters must obey the Pavilion Masters' wishes. Even if Muen is here, he must obey Mr. Xian's wishes. This matter was decided at this point. As for when to go to the Sun and Moon continent, Mr. Xian's answer was that as long as Tang Lan wanted to, he could go at any time. But his suggestion is to wait for the storm to pass. After all, Shrek Academy has recently abolished so many of the opponents titled Douluo. Tang Lan alone has solved countless problems in person. The aura of the crystal skull only lasted for an hour, and then slowly disappeared. But the rich spiritual energy around Shrek Academy has not dissipated much. According to the preliminary estimates of Yan Shaiji and others, it will take at least 7 days for the spiritual energy to gradually become thinner and then return to normal. This means that even without the spirit gathering field of the crystal skull, The students of Shrek Academy can still enjoy the effect of doubling their cultivation speed, but it is just a slight discount compared to before. 7 days later. On the empty square of the Seoul Guidance Department. Huo Yuhao, senior students from the Seoul Guidance Department and Kata stood aside each other, and the atmosphere between the two gradually became tense. Yuhao, as the most promising student so far besides senior Tang Lan, you should get used to using the Soul Guide to fight. Now that you are equipped with a standard 5th level Soul Guide, there should be no problem with your physical fitness. The competition between us will begin now, with senior Tang Lan as the witness of this competition. Hikata turned his head and glanced at Tang Lan, who was standing outside the court. And Tang Lan just nodded, without much fluctuation in strength. On the side, Ma Xiaotao, Tang Ye, Zhang Nanan, Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong surrounded Tang Lan in the center. The rest of the students all went to the martial soul department because of the need for cultivation. Only in their free time would they come to the Soul Guidance Department to learn simple control knowledge of the Soul Guidance system. This is still because of Tang Lan's relationship. If it were in the past, Yan Shaiju would not let those outstanding students come to study in the Soul Guidance Department. After all, for most ordinary soul masters, distracting their energy from learning soul tools will only slow down their progress in cultivation. End of chapter. Chapter 913 Huo Yuhao vs Hikatu. And the prerequisite and foundation for practicing soul guidance tools is that one must be the first to make a breakthrough in the soul master level. Because of this relationship, the martial arts instructors headed by Yan Shaiji are not optimistic about the soul guidance system. I feel that the martial arts department is the top priority of Shrek Academy. Even without the soul guidance department, Shrek Academy is still a powerful existence. It is precisely because of their different concepts that Xian Liner and Qian Duo are determined to one day make the soul guidance system completely stand up. Become a being who is not weaker than the martial soul system, and let others know that the soul guidance system can also make Shrek Academy glorious again. I announce that the discussion on soul guides between you is about to begin. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Tang Lan stepped forward and announced. Almost as soon as Tang Lan's voice fell, Huo Yuhao and Hikata began to move quickly on the field. The soul rings on Huo Yuhao's body lit up one after another, and the mental detection covered the entire venue, keeping an eye on Hikata's movements. And Hikata seemed to already know Huo Yuhao's abilities and immediately stopped hesitating too much. He saw his arm quickly raised, and a soul guide that shone with metallic luster in the sun was revealed by the cabbage head. Just listen to several whizzing sounds piercing the air. 6 crystals as thin as cicada wings shot towards Huo Yuhao at a speed far exceeding that of weapon darts. But Huo Yuhao, who turned on the mental detection, sensed everything almost immediately. Then, like a prophet, almost at the same time as the whistling sound sounded, he jumped to the side to avoid it. Bang bang bang! When Huo Yuhao took the time to look back, he saw that all the chips inserted on the ground exploded one by one. Although the power is not huge, if it falls on the Soul Master, it will definitely cause the Soul Master to suffer trauma that is difficult to deal with. Because those chips will turn into countless crystals at the moment of explosion, completely covering all areas within 1 foot. Just imagine how terrifying it would be if all those crystal fragments were shot into a person's body. But Huo Yuhao has no time to think about this now, because Hikata's second wave of attacks has arrived. That was the 6-barreled soul-guided cannonball in his other arm. After shooting a blazing flame from the muzzle, it rushed towards Huo Yuhao again. However, this time, Huo Yuhao launched a mental attack almost instantly. Hikata's arms were also unstable and trembled. It was this moment that caused the firing angle of the 6-shot soul cannon to deviate. Huo Yuhao just dodged 1 shot sideways and did not need to move at all. It's my turn this time. Huo Yuhao's eyes flashed with a hint of eagerness. Although Hikata is 1 level higher than him and has great advantages and suppression power, Huo Yuhao is the most brave in the Vietnam War. Moreover, at this moment, he has been equipped with many soul guidance devices on his body. Huo Yuhao suddenly threw 3 white balls from his hand. The ball did not hit Hikata, but fell into the field. Unlike the expected explosion, these 3 balls did not make much sound when they landed on the ground. But there was billowing white smoke. There was not much white smoke at first, but under the influence of the surrounding air and wind, it filled the entire competition arena in almost a few breaths. Damn it, I know this kid didn't have good intentions in choosing this thing. Originally, Hikata planned to continue firing the soul cannon, but in the end he lost sight of the target and had no choice but to put the soul cannon away. But Hikata took out something from his trouser pocket. The thing was only the size of a palm and also had a spherical shape. It's just that this spherical shape has weird colorful patterns on it, making it impossible to guess what this thing is used for. I saw Hikata pulling out a lead from some hole in the top. Then I heard the sound of a fuse burning slowly. Go! Hikata was thrown fiercely into the air. At the same time, there was a sound of breaking through the air. There were actually 3 flying knives shining with sharp light. The moment Hikata saw the flying knives, his pupils shrank violently. In the end, he turned his head and dodged with his powerful reaction. But one of the flying knives still flew out against his cheek, creating a long and thin wound. Made, Yu Hao, I'm afraid you don't want to murder me. Thankfully, labor and management responded quickly, otherwise we would have been in trouble this time. Hikata, who luckily escaped the flying knife, was cursing. While speaking, he had already taken out his Wuhan cigar, put it in his mouth and started smoking it. At the same time, the soul rings on Hikata began to light up one by one. He knew that he could not delay dealing with Huo Yuhao for too long, otherwise he would probably become more and more uncomfortable. Then, Hikata shouted out his soul skill spell. In an instant, 4 cigars of different sizes and thickness suddenly appeared in Hikata's hand. He kept murmuring, I have a thick cigar, I have a big cigar, I have a long cigar, I have a thin cigar. The 4 soul skills were used at the same time, and then they were stuffed into the mouth by this guy. They looked a bit nondescript. At the same time, Huo Yuhao's figure on the other side was moving around in the sand on the battlefield, but in the end he was still unable to dodge the colorful light points that exploded in mid-air. Those light spots slowly drifted downwards, and after landing on his body, they also emitted a little light. This makes the original hidden Huo Yuhao, who was hiding in the smoke, once again gave Hikata the ability to lock his position. Ha ha ha, Yuhao, I'm coming. I feel invincible right now. After receiving the increase in strength, defense, soul power, and spirit, Hikata quickly rushed towards Huo Yuhao, who was shining in the smoke, as if he had eaten chun-ji. During this period, Hikata stretched out his hand toward his back, and a metal object was taken out by this guy. With just a slight press, the thing quickly turned into a huge machete in one breath. At this time, coupled with Hikata's bulging muscles hidden under his clothes, it can be said to be a positive impact. When Huo Yuhao saw this, he was not afraid at all and also took out a long knife. The two of them fought together instantly, and the sound of clanking could be heard for a while. Huo Yuhao became more and more frightened as he fought. He didn't expect that Hikata's close combat ability was so terrifying. His combat experience was already evident in just a dozen moves. Huo Yuhao, on the other hand, could only rely on mental detection to barely parry. In terms of strength, there is also a considerable gap with Hikata, who has been improved by the power cigar. So, after competing for dozens of rounds, Huo Yuhao still chose to retreat and distance himself from Hikata. End of chapter. Chapter 914 Huo Yuhao vs Hikata, 2. Relying on his strong perception, Huo Yuhao once again threw 3 thin silver needles this time. The silver needle was thrown out, and there was only a faint sound, which was just fleeting under the reflection of the sun. No, where did you learn these moves? For a moment, Hikata naturally saw a few flashes of light, but the next second he couldn't see them clearly with the naked eye. Seeing that he could not catch the trajectory of the thing, Hikata immediately held his head and rolled to the side, trying to use the smallest target possible to avoid Huo Yuhao's hidden weapon attack. These are not soul tools, but Huo Yuhao has learned several secrets taught by Tang after joining the Tang sect. Among them are hidden weapon Beja and controlling crane and capturing dragon. Although the time was short, Huo Yuhao had the blessing of mental detection and was already close to reaching a small success. Then I heard 3 weak popping sounds. Ah! What followed was the sound of communication with Katu. I saw this guy covering his right arm first, then touching his waist, and finally suddenly covering his butt. The whole body's muscles began to tremble slightly, causing Hikata to grit his teeth and stand up forcefully. But looking at his own expression, he seemed to be in great pain. You guy, what on earth are those? Pull those things out of my ass. Hikata was extremely depressed. He didn't expect that a level 58 Soul King would be injured by a Soul Master. You must know that before Huo Yuhao appeared, he was the best candidate for the ultimate individual soldier trained by the Soul Guidance Department. Even though he said this, Hikata still took out his Soul Guide and aimed it at Huo Yuhao. However, this time, what Hikata brought out turned out to be a heavy weapon. He saw that the soul power in Hikata's body was being continuously injected into it, and there was a blue light brewing at the muzzle of the soul guide cannon. Then there was a bang, and a bright blue soul power laser shot out and rushed straight towards Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao took out a round shield that he had been carrying on his back. When Huo Yuhao poured his soul power into it, the shield began to stretch out automatically, completely blocking Huo Yuhao in just an instant. Tull! The extremely powerful soul laser cannon instantly bombarded the shield. Huo Yuhao's figure and the silver shield continued to retreat, leaving 2 obvious marks on the ground. It wasn't until Huo Yuhao had retreated more than 6 feet that he could barely stabilize his body. What a powerful shield! At this time, even Huo Yuhao was shocked by the shield developed by the soul guidance system. The soul guiding laser fired by Hikata just now was definitely beyond the full force attack of an ordinary soul king, and had even reached the level of a soul emperor. But Huo Yuhao still relied on this soul shield to resist. But what Huo Yuhao felt most deeply was his body that was about to fall apart. Almost every time it moves, the healthy body of the live fish will make a crackling sound of bones. These two are so strong. If we were to go up there, we might not be able to hold on anymore. Xiao Xiao looked at Huo Yuhao and Hikata in the competition arena and couldn't help but sigh. Tang Yi, who was standing in front, couldn't help but smile as she saw Huo Yuhao continuously using hidden weapons and controlling cranes and capturing dragons. Huo Yuhao's first sparring match told everyone that the Tang sect's unique skills still have great effect even now. If Huo Yuhao had not used a hidden weapon at the critical moment, I am afraid that he would have been crushed by Hikata until he gave up. At this moment, whenever Hikata made a move, the 3 golden hair crystal needles would continue to twist within his muscles. So much so that Hikata had to endure the severe pain of muscle churning every time he made a move. Zhang Nanan couldn't help but said, both of them seem to have enough energy, but they just don't know who will win. Ma Xiaotao thought for a moment, and finally spoke first, I think Hikata has a higher chance of winning. After all, his soul power level is 58, and Yuhao's soul power level is only 46. In a war of attrition, Yuhao will be the first to fail. Although he has the unique skills of the Tang sect, it will be extremely difficult to hurt Hikata unexpectedly in front of him who is on guard. He is equipped with a soul guide that is equivalent to the soul emperor or even the soul saint level. If he really uses it, Yuhao will definitely lose. Ma Xiaotao's words were decisive, and she did not look at things from her own perspective. She would only seriously analyze the situation on the battlefield and give the most rational judgment. Although Tang Yi wanted to refute, she did not speak in the end. Because he knew that in the face of the absolute level gap, Huo Yuhao's chance of winning was very small. However, Tang Lan smiled and interrupted everyone's discussion. Then he said, I think Yuhao still has a chance to win, but it depends on whether he can seize the opportunity, and sometimes the opportunity only appears for a moment. This sentence was so profound that many people did not quite understand its meaning. However, just as the few people were chatting, the situation on the field changed again. Huo Yuhao dodged Hikata's pursuit one after another. Although he was a little embarrassed, he did not suffer too many injuries. At this time, Hikata truly showed the horror of his single soldier plan. He was almost instantly covered with gun barrels, and dozens of gun barrels of different sizes burst into flames at the same time. Hikata laughed wildly and said, Yuhao, it's not too late to admit defeat now. Next, I will use my strongest unique skill, artillery fire to blast the sky. The originally powerful soul power in Hikata was quickly injected into all soul guides at this moment, just like a whale sucking water. The power in his body was weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Outside the field, Tang Lan looked at Hikata and slowly said, this attack should be his full strength. After this attack, whether Huo Yuhao loses or not, he will be in an extremely weak state, and even lose the ability to fight again. However, being able to launch such violent and intensive attacks at the same time, Hikata is indeed a good student. This is the evaluation given by Tang Lan. It seems that there is not much praise in it in the eyes of outsiders. But Tang Yi and others who know Tang Lan are very surprised at this moment. Because Tang Lan has always been very strict with people, it is already very high to covet such an evaluation from Hikata. Just as several people were chatting, the field was already full of flames. Dozens of gun barrels on Hikata lit up at the same time, and then fired into the sky together, like a gorgeous rain of fireworks. Then it covered the entire competition venue, falling from the sky like a meteorite. Boom! The original smoke gradually dissipated, but then it was filled with gunpowder smoke throughout the venue. Huo Yuhao rolled in it extremely embarrassedly, and was blown away several times. End of this chapter. Chapter 915. Go to the old site of Tang sect. It was also fortunate that Huo Yuhao had a shield on his back, otherwise Huo Yuhao's fate would be several times more miserable than it is now. On several occasions, Tang Lan and others even saw Huo Yuhao being blasted back several feet away from outside. The blue school uniform he was originally wearing had been burned to only half of the clothes. But even so, Huo Yuhao still had no intention of admitting defeat. The roar lasted for dozens of breaths. According to Tang Lan's prediction, Hikato had launched at least hundreds of attacks in this short period of time. The whole person can be called a humanoid war beast. If it is during the war, Hikato alone can deal with an army of 500 people. If Hikato can break through to Soul King or even Soul Saint, his role will change qualitatively. Not to mention the extreme single soldier, one person can deal with 1,000 people. Even his amplification cigar can arm a large number of soldiers and increase the overall combat power of the army by more than double. This is why auxiliary soul masters are the most valuable elites in major empires. Who? After firing hundreds of soul-guided cannonballs of various styles, even a strong man like Hikato was out of breath. At this time, Hikato was kneeling on one knee, and the hair on his forehead had been wet with sweat. His clothes were already soaked, and a small puddle of sweat had appeared under his feet. It was gradually drying up under the baking heat of the soul-guided cannons on the field. Swoosh! At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Tang Lan. Hikato only felt a slight chill on his neck, and a flying knife was placed on the guy's neck. When Hikato lowered his head slightly, he saw a dirty hand holding a flying knife with a broken handle against his neck. Then, Huo Yuhao said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Senior, it seems that I won this time." Hikato was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. He opened his mouth and replied weakly, "It seems that I underestimated your strength. You won and won my respect. From now on, Kato and I are willing to be your humanoid single soldier backup warehouse. This time I am convinced." It turned out that the two of them had an agreement in advance for this competition. The Shrek Academy Extreme Single Soldier Plan requires the resources to be consumed are extremely large. The ultimate goal of Xian Liner and others is to train the ultimate individual soldier to become a titled Douluo. With Huo Yuhao as a stronger candidate, it is undoubtedly an unwise principle to train Hikato at the same time. It is even very likely that it will be counterproductive and resources will not be concentrated enough. On the contrary, with Hikato as the assistant, Huo Yuhao's humanoid soul guidance library can be improved by 1+1, which is more than 2. Huo Yuhao slowly put away the flying knife in his hand, then helped Hikato up. The two looked at each other and smiled together. The two of them supported each other and came to Tang Lan outside the court. Ho Yu and Kato were the first to speak. "Senior Tang Lan, this boy Yuhao's hidden weapons are really powerful. I think this will be of great help to me in using the soul guide. I want to join the Tang sect." Tang Lan touched his nose and looked at Tang Ya aside. "You should ask the Tang sect's sect leader about this matter. I'm just the sect leader's assistant." "Well, I'm just an assistant." There was a smile on Tang Lan's lips, and the meaning couldn't be clearer. If Hikato wanted to join the Tang sect, he would not refuse, but the final decision would have to be left to Tang Ye. "Okay, I welcome you on behalf of the Tang sect. Now our Tang sect has another elite, and he is also a genius majoring in the soul guidance system." A bright smile appeared on Tang Ye's face, and she nodded heavily at Hikato's request. Time flies. A month has passed in the blink of an eye, and the hot summer has arrived. The door of Shrek Academy was open, and only the elder was sitting at the door, drinking tea leisurely. Most of the students in Shrek Academy returned to their hometowns during the holidays. But there is another group of people gathering at the entrance of the college. It was Tang Lan who sat next to the elder and drank with him. Standing on the side were Ma Xiao Tao, Tang Ye, Zhang Nanan, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, Hikato and Huo Yuhao. Except for the juniors who need to go home, all the core members of our Tang sect are already here. Tang Ye walked to Tang Lan and said with a smile. Today was the day for her to go home. Tang Lan also fulfilled his promise to Tang Ye and promised Tang Ye to go back together and clean up the old site of Tang sect. But unexpectedly, after Zhang Nanan, Ma Xiao Tao and others found out, they all chose to go with Tang Lan. There were so many people gathered at once, which made Tang Ye both happy and touched. "You little guys, you must cause less trouble when you go out. There is nothing wrong with keeping a low profile. Seeing you being so lively reminds me of when I was a student in the academy and I had many companions around me. I really envy you. It's a pity that time makes people grow old, and they are no longer what they used to be. I can only stay in the academy and watch the school gate. Go, go, remember to bring me some souvenirs when you come back. When the elder saw the troika approaching from the opposite side, he smiled and waved to Tang Lan and others. After saying that, he picked up the pipe pot given by Tang Lan and started smoking on his own. A group of people chatted and laughed and got into the troika respectively. At the driver's shouts, the troika turned around and sped away, gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. For some reason, Tang Lan sat in the last carriage, and Ma Xiaotao, Tang Ye and Zhang Nanan also joined them. Wang Dong and Xiaoxiu's expressions were a little complicated. Seeing this, they could only sit in another carriage together. Huo Yuhao and He Keitu often discussed matters related to soul guides during this period, so they went to the carriage at the front. Next we have to drive for 7 days before we can reach the old site of Tangmen. Today we have to arrive at Qingshan town before dusk, which is already on the edge of Shrek City's control. After leaving Qingshan town, it no longer belongs to Shrek City, but falls under the control of the Tianhun Empire. Tang Lan sat on the carriage, picked up the map of the mainland in his hand, looked at it carefully for a long time and then lectured to the girls. However, the girls didn't care about this at all. Instead, they talked to each other about some daily necessities used by girls. Even on some ambiguous topics about underwear, there was no intention of going behind Tang Lan's back. This made Tang Lan feel hot all over for a while, especially when he smelled the different body fragrances of the 3 women around him and felt the touch of their bodies. It made people unable to help but think about it. In desperation, Tang Lan had no choice but to calm down and meditate today to pass the time along the way. End of chapter. Chapter 9:16 Desolate Land. Along the way, soldiers from the Tianhun Empire could often be seen passing by on horseback. Tang Lan knew that there was still friction between the Tianhun Empire and the Douluo Empire recently, and it was getting worse. To the north of Shrek City is the borderland between the 3 parties. Except for Shrek City, the Tianhun Empire and the Douluo Empire have had many frictions on the border. Over the past few months, both sides have continued to increase troops on the border, which has led to this serious moment. Recently, the Heavenly Soul Empire invited Mun En, the master of the Poseidon Pavilion of Shrek Academy, to smooth things over between their 2 empires and ease their serious conflicts. But he didn't expect that Mun En was still in seclusion, which made his behavior even more complicated. Tension, even the people around chose to move to other places. The houses seen along the way, after Tang Lan's repeated explorations, the results were the same, no life reaction. This place has become a deserted place. The famous desolate land is ahead, there are some tips on the road, everyone should sit tight. Seeing the sun gradually set to the horizon, Che Tu, who was sitting in front, suddenly reminded Tang Lan and others. Tang Lan had already seen the desolate land on the map. After passing through the desolate land, less than 30 miles away is the famous Qingshan city. The reason why this place is called the Desolate Land is because of the Great War that took place here when the Heaven and Earth Empire split. According to the historical records of Shrek Academy, the Douluo Empire and the Tianhun Empire, after the split, deployed hundreds of thousands of troops here for a full 3 months. Both sides sent countless powerful soul master corps for this. For a time, the mountains and rivers were broken, and the earth was scarred. Even after so many years, this place has not changed much. The most important thing is that the breakthroughs in soul guides by various parties during that period of time were rapid. In the last period of time, even powerful soul guide cannons were used. Ordinary soldiers in it would be killed in less than an hour. This place can be said to be a real battlefield meat grinder. Until decades later, the real reason was gradually known to the world. It turned out that the Tiandu Empire was divided into 2 empires, and the powerful soul guides used in the war between the 2 empires were secretly supported by the Sun and Moon Empire. They were far away on the other side of the sea, selling their soul guides in exchange for various conditions. For this reason, the 2 empires almost consumed more than half of the national strength of the former Tiandu Empire, and also made the Sun and Moon Empire on the other side of the ocean unprecedentedly powerful. In the end, there was a war between the 2 continents. Stop, where are you from? It is not allowed to enter here without permission. Go back quickly. Tang Lan and others' carriage team did not go far before they were blocked by a team of soldiers from the Tianhun Empire. The leading sergeant rode a horse and circled the carriage for a long time before driving them away. Go, lift the curtain of the carriage for me. I want to see who is inside. He is so arrogant. Seeing that Tang Lan and others did not respond, the sergeant ordered angrily. Then, 6 soldiers went to the 3 carriages and wanted to lift the curtains. Humph! Open your dog eyes and see what this is. But the next moment, Ma Xiaotao's cold snort came from the carriage. Tang Lan turned his head and saw Ma Xiaotao take out a token from his ring. There was a lotus-like pattern on the token, and it was made of pure gold. The sergeant took it and glanced at it casually, seemingly not caring. But after a few breaths, this guy fell off the horse with a plop. He then crawled to the carriage where Tang Lan was, and knelt down to beg for mercy. I didn't know you were here, and I didn't recognize you. Please spare my life, spare my life. Tang Lan looked out through the gap in the window and clearly saw that the sergeant's crotch was wet. After seeing the token clearly, the guy was so scared that he peed his pants. But even so, the other party didn't dare to move at all. Seeing his men standing by at a loss, the sergeant cursed, "You stupid things, why don't you roll over and kneel down for me? Do you want to implicate your own people?" Hearing this, the ordinary soldiers were terrified and hurriedly knelt on the ground with their heads buried in the ground, not daring to lift them up. "Forget it, you will escort us through this place smoothly, and we will go to Qingshan town to stay for the time being." Ma Xiaotao sighed lightly, forgiving these people's sins. "I obey your command." The sergeant handed the gold medal to the coachman with a respectful look, and the coachman handed it to Ma Xiaotao. Then he rode on a fast horse and led his men to gallop in front, shouting as he walked, "The state master is here, everyone make way, those who disobey the order will be executed." His voice was heard over and over again in this desolate land. The soldiers and generals of the Tianhun Empire had to stand respectfully on both sides of the road, and did not even dare to look up at the carriage. The Tianhun Empire has clear status regulations. It is a serious crime to offend the state master, not to mention offending a great figure like the state master who is second only to the emperor. Everyone knows that the honorary state master of the Tianhun Empire is Mu En, the current master of the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy. It was the position of the state master of destiny that the previous generation of emperors specially conferred on Mu En to thank him for his kindness, and they also specially sent people to create 3 identity gold tokens exclusive to the state master. Later, it was announced to the world that those who saw the national master Jinling were like those who saw the emperor, and the 3 armies could be mobilized to kill first and report later. It can be said that almost everyone in the entire Tianhun Empire knew that the national master was a senior official of Shrek Academy. This time, they should also go to the imperial city of Tianhun Empire, so all soldiers need to make way for them and perform escort duties. But after leaving the barren land, Ma Xiaotao ordered these people to go back. When everyone arrived at Qingshan town, the sun had already set in the west, and there was only a little red glow in the sky. But the town here is extremely lively. If it weren't for knowing that this is a town, looking at the lively scene of people coming and going around, Tang Lan would have thought it was a small city. The reason why Qingshan town is so lively is ultimately due to the desolate land. As we all know, the desolate land is a strategic location. Whether it is the Douluo Empire or the Tianhun Empire, as long as it occupies the desolate land, then there will be a vast plain on the opposite side. Both sides can advance dozens of miles in a day, thereby gaining an advantage in the battle. For this reason, the Tianhun Empire focused on building Qingshan town less than 30 miles behind the desolate land. Although it is a town, the scale of the buildings here is indeed comparable to that of a small town. Not only are there a large number of troops stationed around, it is even a logistics and supply place for the Tianhun Empire. In addition to the soldiers of the Tianhun Empire, there are also a group of bounty hunters here. End of chapter. Chapter 917 The Arrival of the Three-Eyed Golden Eagle. They specialize in taking on various tasks on weekdays. In addition to hunting soul beasts, they also escort an important person or a food transport convoy. As a result, this place attracted many businessmen, and over time it became a prosperous place. This is it, Dusk Inn. This name really suits the occasion. It happens to be dusk when we get here. How about Tang Lan? Do we want to live here? Ma Xiaotao jumped out of the carriage first. After scanning the surrounding environment, she pointed to the inn road next to the road. This inn is a very grand building, with 4 floors in total, and 2 red lanterns hanging at the door. Soon a waiter came out quickly and said with a smile, "Sir, do you need to stay in the hotel? The hotel has everything, food, drink, and hot water. It is fully equipped, I guarantee your satisfaction." If that's the case, then just live here. You guys go quickly and accompany them to place the horses. Tang Lan winked at Hikatu, Huo Yuhao and others. Huo Yuhao, who was thoughtful, immediately understood what Tang Lan meant. He pulled Hikatu and turned around, following the 3 coachmen towards the stables on the side of the inn. This place is no longer a boundary that Shrek City can control. As the saying goes, you must be vigilant when walking outside, and here again, you come to this inn, because there are many people inside. Maybe you will meet some people with evil intentions. The 3 coachmen were different from them, they were all ordinary people, so Tang Lan naturally had to be more careful. After walking into the inn, Tang Lan found that the first floor was very lively. It's dinner time now, and the soldiers, merchants, and even the soul masters from all forces passing through here are all gathered here. In addition, a strong aroma of wine filled everyone's sense of smell. For a person like Tangya who is not good at drinking, her cheeks turned slightly red just after smelling it. Tang Lan looked at the girls looking like this and found them a bit cute. But he took the lead to take the girls upstairs, and the waiter would arrange housing for Tang Lan and others. Tang Lan and his group of 11 people quickly settled in a room on the 3rd floor. Senior, did you feel the unkind looks from those people below just now? These guys don't look like good people. We'd better be more careful at night. Wang Dong saw that Tang Lan did not go back to the room, but stood above and looked at everything below, so he came up and whispered. This inn adopts the most basic zigzag building. From the upper floor, you can see the scene below. Oh? I noticed what you said. I should be more vigilant. I didn't expect you to be so vigilant, so I feel relieved. Tang Lan looked at Wang Dong with a gentle smile. Seeing Tang Lan looking at him like this again, Wang Dong felt a little embarrassed for a moment and had to lower his head. Because Wang Dong has always had many secrets, even Tang Lan didn't tell them. But now, she actually feels a little guilty, because Tang Lan was so kind to her that he even gave her his soul bone. But there are some things, including her life experience, that she herself doesn't know clearly, so how can she tell others? For a moment, Wang Dong's mind was a little confused and his mood became slightly depressed. What are you thinking about? Some things, even if they can't be figured out now, will definitely fall into place in the future. There are always more solutions than difficulties. We are getting stronger all the time, aren't we? At this moment, Tang Lan gently tapped Wang Dong's head with his hand. Seeing that Wang Dong was a little sad, he comforted him in time. Senior, actually I am. Wang Dong seemed to have made up her mind and wanted to say something. But Tang Lan took the initiative to interrupt, and immediately said, after a long day of traveling, everyone is tired. You should go back to the room. I will ask the waiter to bring the food. In this way, everyone agreed with Tang Lan's decision. They decided to have some simple dinner in their respective rooms. It would be better to try not to appear down there tonight. At night, the bright moon hangs high, and only the night wind whistles. Tang Lan sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes to meditate, but at a certain moment he suddenly opened his eyes. The powerful perception immediately made Tang Lan feel a breath of several breaths. But this aura is not from humans, but from spirit beasts. That's it. Why did this guy come here? Could it be that he came here specifically with us? Tang Lan murmured to himself, gradually falling into deep thought. At this moment, the aura approached again, and Tang Lan actually felt that this guy was going straight to Huo Yuhao's room. Three-eyed golden tiger, I didn't expect you to chase me here. I didn't expect that everything would happen after all. Since if you are so interested in the human world, then I will help you. Tang Lan's voice fell slowly, and then the whole person suddenly disappeared from the window. Tang Lan was seen summoning the ancient dragon martial spirit. The huge dragon wings kept flapping behind his back, and he could already appear in the air behind the inn. Glancing around, he quickly discovered the three-eyed golden leopard that had shrunk to the size of a rabbit. It's no wonder that so many people can't detect it. Not only has this guy shrunk in size, he's even hidden his aura. After discovering this guy, Tang Lan said, Three-eyed genie, what are you doing here? I let you go last time, you should cherish your life. Immediately afterwards, the three-eyed golden beast spoke the truth, Human, I don't want to be your enemy. This time I just want to see that boy and talk to him. Since the three-eyed golden tiger learned many things and emotions of human beings from Huo Yuhao's memory, he can no longer stay in the soul beast forest calmly. She feels that this is the life she should live, and she longs to become human. However, as an auspicious beast of the Douluo forest, she has her own mission, which is to protect all soul beasts and help them grow quickly. Only in this way can the possibility of the number of soul beasts decreasing over the years and even becoming extinct in the future be solved. But now, she can no longer worry so much, because in her opinion, the feelings of the soul beasts are weak. The world of soul beasts is cold and simple, without any intention. Ever since she was born, her three-eyed golden beast has been different from other soul beasts. Its intelligence is not inferior to humans at all. You can see him if you want, but before that you need to fulfill my request. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to see him, but you will not be able to leave this place so easily. After the last battle, I think you should have a certain understanding of my strength. When Tang Lan spoke, he slowly raised his right hand, and on his back palm was condensed an ancient dragon's claw made of golden light. The coercion on his body was so intense that only the three-eyed golden beast could feel it, but it did not release any aura to the outside world at all. End of chapter. Chapter 918 Deed of Destiny, Complete Soul. The entire inn was still silent, and no one noticed that behind the inn there was a 100,000-year-old ferocious beast, and a powerful soul master who was facing it tit for tat. There was constant struggle and hesitation in the three-eyed golden eyes. But in the end, he chose to compromise, so he asked, "What do you want?" "I will take you to meet a person, and you will naturally know everything after meeting him." After Tang Lan finished speaking, he ignored the three-eyed golden eagle and flew back to his room again along the window. The three-eyed golden tiger only hesitated for a moment, and then rushed in. Tang Lan simply arranged his clothes and put away his martial spirit and walked out of his room. Only this time, he was accompanied by a rabbit-sized golden leopard with 3 eyes. Tang Lan went straight to the door of Wang Dong's room, then raised his head and knocked 3 times. It was already midnight, and the surroundings were silent. Only the lantern not far away emitted a faint light, allowing Tang Lan to still see clearly the things in the corridor. "Who?" Not long after, Wang Dong's alert voice suddenly came from inside. "I'm Tang Lan, and I have something to tell you." Tang Lan spoke calmly. There was a rustling sound coming from inside the room. It must be Wang Dong getting dressed. "Okay, please wait a moment, I'll be out right away." After a long while, the door was slowly opened by Wang Dong. Wang Dong was seen wearing a thin shirt at the moment, his hair was deliberately tied up and he was wearing a hat. But her chest already has a slight curvature, and it looks a bit prominent without the white school uniform blocking it during the day. Wang Dong seemed to have noticed this, his face turned slightly red, but he still said, "Senior, if you have anything to do, please come in and talk." After Tang Lan came in, Wang Dong realized that there was something coming behind him. When he saw the other person clearly, Wang Dong covered his mouth and exclaimed, this is not the one in the Douluo forest." "That's right, it's the three-eyed golden leopard." However, at this time, the three-eyed golden tiger's whole body stopped moving when he saw Wang Donghao at such a close distance. Because it felt that there was a force in the dark, forcing her to get closer to Wang Dong. That comes from the soul, and it is something it cannot resist. "You, what are you going to do?" When Wang Dong saw the three-eyed golden beast approaching him, he subconsciously wanted to retreat. But in the end, she was held down by a pair of strong hands, which also gave her an inexplicable sense of security. "Don't be afraid, you both have your own mission, you need it, and it also needs to lift something." Tang Lan's voice sounded softly in Wang Dong's ears, making Wang Dong give up the idea of retreating. When the three-eyed Jin Yang and Wang Dong looked at each other at close range, their souls were trembling slightly. Seeing that the power of the world around him began to become chaotic, Tang Lan immediately waved his hand and used his own powerful power to set up a barrier around it. "Make the movement inside will not be known to outsiders." Slowly, a faint golden light appeared on the body of the three-eyed golden beast. The golden light gradually separated from its body, and a shadow of soul actually appeared in mid-air. To be more precise, it should be Wang Dong's other half of his soul. Wang Dong stood there stupidly, looking at the golden figure of the woman in front of her, knowing that she looked like a girl. But he didn't want to know what the relationship between the other party and himself was, and a trace of confusion gradually appeared in front of Wang Dong's eyes. "The fate and answer you once wanted to find are right in front of you. Don't be afraid, just accept it calmly. Only in this way can you find your complete self, and you can truly be yourself." Tang Lan's voice reached Wang Dong's ears like a magic sound. But he also pointed the way for Wang Dong when he was most confused. He was like a lighthouse. This time, Wang Dong was no longer afraid and confused. She seemed to have made up her mind, and then she opened her arms and tried her best to hug her golden self. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. The two souls are gradually merging, and the golden soul light begins to truly integrate into Wang Dong's soul. Her soul and body have truly been sublimated, and will shine brightly from now on. After the golden soul light completely merged with Wang Dong, she fell into a coma. Tang Lan quickly supported her with quick hands and eyes, then picked her up by the waist and placed her on her bed. The three-eyed Jin Yang beside him also slowly woke up from his confused state. At first, there was a hint of confusion in its eyes, but it quickly regained consciousness. How about it? Don't you want to contact the human world that much? Tang Lan looked at the three-eyed Jin Ni and asked with a smile. But the three-eyed Jin Yang nodded calmly. Immediately he said, "Indeed, my mentality suddenly underwent a strange change. I no longer want to understand human life. At this time, I just want to return to the Douluo forest and help more people grow up." The three-eyed golden man said. Tang Lan smiled. Seeing that the other party was still confused, he immediately explained, "God has given you a soul that is attached to your soul. It is also the other half of the soul that has changed some of my thoughts and behaviors. But don't think you are at a disadvantage. It is a spiritual thought, not an ordinary soul thought. It is precisely because of this that you can truly awaken the ability of the three-eyed golden beast. As for the price you have to pay, it is to help that God complete your mission, which is to protect and nourish the other half of the soul. Obviously, even though you don't know anything, you're doing a great job. I believe that person has also felt it. Maybe you will be able to get more rewards in the future." After Tang Lan finished speaking, his eyes slowly looked towards the silent night sky. That gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the endless sky and see another world. At the same time, a man far away in the God realm suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes actually looked down at the same time. The two men looked at each other from a distance across the barrier of a world, and they seemed to have a tacit understanding. After a long time, the man spoke, "I didn't expect that this day would come much earlier than I expected. Who is this person? He actually discovered my existence. Neither the child of destiny nor the consciousness of the world, how could he be the same as me?" The Poseidon fell into deep thought, and he did not sense any malice from that person. But he still couldn't figure out the other party's details. After a long time, he could only sigh softly, turned around and walked away from the palace. Everything is due to fate. The power of fate is hidden in the heavens and all realms, and even he cannot fathom it. End of chapter. Chapter 919. Find yourself, Tang Wu Tong. Even if there is an occasional interaction between the two worlds, it is still a part of destiny, and those who can change their destiny against the will of heaven, if they succeed, can be called the Eternal One. As for him, he can only be considered half of one until now. Under the night sky, Tang Lan watched the three-eyed golden tiger leave. This time the three-eyed golden tiger returned to the star forest and would never come out again unless necessary. Before leaving, the three-eyed golden tiger promised that Tang Lan would be its friend from now on, and it was Tang Lan who helped it this time. Tang Lan just smiled at this, but didn't say much. The conflict between soul beasts and humans has existed for unknown number of years. As long as humans are still hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings, the hatred between the two sides will always exist. For a moment, Tang Lan seemed to remember something, but he hesitated and still didn't speak. He could only watch the three-eyed Jin Ni leave. There are some things that even if Tang Lan wants to do, due to his identity and destiny, he can only wait quietly. The person who wanted to see Huo Yuhao was not the three-eyed golden beast, but the other half of Wang Dong's soul that existed in the three-eyed golden beast. As a human soul, it naturally yearns for freedom and human life. As for Wang Dong, from the moment she merged with the other half of her soul, she was no longer Wang Dong, but Tang Wu Tong. A night of silence. By the time Tang Lan opened his eyes again, it was already the early morning of the second day. The sun had just risen from the horizon, and busy pedestrians were already appearing throughout Qingshan town. Everyone gathered at the window on the first floor. After sitting down, Tang Ya and others each ordered a favorite dish. Only Wang Dong had not come down yet. During this period, Xiao Xiao wanted to go up and wake up Wang Dong, but was stopped by Tang Lan. "Let him sleep for a while. Wang Dong had an insomnia and chatted with me for a long time last night before going back to rest." Tang Lan replied with a smile. After everyone heard this, they suddenly realized, and then they once again paid attention to the food on the menu. Faced with everyone's invitation, the three uncles who were the coachmen just smiled and refused to eat together with their table mates. Instead, three people gathered at a smaller table. In their opinion, Tang Lan and others are talented students of Shrek Academy. After all, they are just the coachmen hired by Tang Lan and others this time. By the time breakfast was over, it was already an hour later. Tangya and the other women made an appointment to go to town to buy some supplies, while Huo Yuhao and Hikato were going to see if there were any raw materials for making soul guides. Even while they were on the road, the two of them did not stop researching the soul guide. Only Tang Lan returned to the room. Whether it was a coincidence or intentional, Wang Dong's room was chosen next to Tang Lan's. Not long after, there was a knock on Tang Lan's door. "Come in, the door is unlocked," Tang Lan replied. Soon, Wang Dong, who had changed his clothes, appeared in front of Tang Lan. She still had the same clothes and appearance as before, but in Tang Lan's eyes, she became a little different. As for the difference, Tang Lan couldn't tell clearly. Perhaps this was the change in Wang Dong's temperament after his soul was perfected. It was a holy and noble atmosphere. If I used the poem Tang Lan had read to describe it, it would definitely be like rising out of the mud but not stained. "Senior Tang Lan, thank you for helping me last night." Wang Dong clenched his teeth, with a slight blush on his face. After a long time, he mustered up the courage to speak. "It doesn't matter, we don't need to say these words of thanks between us," Tang Lan replied with a smile. He immediately turned around and opened the window of the room, and suddenly a heart-warming wind and bright sunshine shone in. Suddenly, a pair of arms wrapped around Tang Lan's waist, making Tang Lan slightly stunned. "Actually, my name is Tang Wutong, and I am a girl, but I have never told my seniors and everyone. After what happened last night, although I haven't completely recovered my memory, it reminded me of a lot. So thank you, senior. If it weren't for you, I might not have had the chance to find my complete self." Tang Wutong thanked Tang Lan from the bottom of his heart. But they forgot that the two of them were doing such intimate actions at this time. "It doesn't matter, as long as you can be happy, everything will be a good start." After a long time, Tang Lan turned around with a smile, stretched out his hand and pushed Wang Dong's hair away from his forehead. "No, to be more precise, it's Tang Wutong." Then, Tang Lan gently untied the hair rope from Tang Wutong's head. The next second, hair as smooth as a waterfall fell down and draped on Tang Wutong's back. Through the sunlight, her light blue hair looked crystal clear and beautiful. At this moment, even Tang Lan was a little obsessed with watching. After reacting, he smiled and said, "Now that you have found yourself, there is no need to hide anything anymore. With me here, no one will dare to hurt you. From today on, you are Tang Wutong, and Wang Dong is also you, or in other words, you are the past." "Yes. Wutong listens to the senior, from now on I am Tang Wutong." Tang Wutong nodded obediently, his face filled with indescribable joy and excitement. At this moment, Tang Wutong felt that the sky was so blue and the world suddenly became so beautiful. For a moment, she even felt that all this was as unrealistic as a fairy tale. When he looked at Tang Lan's profile again, Tang Wutong's heart started to beat uncontrollably. It was as if there was a little deer bumping around inside. That kind of happy emotion made her both happy and confused, and she didn't even know how to express it. She only knew that she wanted to stay by Tang Lan's side forever. At this moment, he was everything to her. He is the one who is destined to open the door in his heart. When Tang Wutong reacted, he realized that he was still holding Tang Lan's waist. The two people faced each other, their postures and movements were a bit strange. Tang Wutong immediately exclaimed and quickly turned aside. The originally reddish cheeks suddenly turned into a red apple. But for some reason, her heart is sweet. "You haven't eaten anything yet. Come on, I'll take you down to eat something." Tang Lan didn't understand what this girl was thinking. After smiling, he took the initiative to reach out and hold the girl's royi. Tang Wutong, whose mind was already blank, had no choice but to follow Tang Lan numbly. It was the first time that she showed off her daughter's body under the gaze of so many people, and Tang Lan still held her hand. Tang Wutong felt that her cheeks were like red-hot irons, and no matter how deep she breathed, she could not cool them down. Although there were only two of us, Tang Lan and I, Tang Wutong, ordered a whole table of dishes to celebrate Tang Wutong's return. Tang Wutong likes sweets very much, so Tang Lan carefully ordered many delicious dishes for her. End of chapter. Chapter 920 The Mysterious Old Beggar. Wow! This sweet and sour pork ribs is delicious. I have never eaten such delicious sweet and sour pork ribs. Tang Lan, why don't you come too? Tang Wutong picked up a piece of ribs and took a bite, then his eyes lit up. As he spoke, he carefully took a piece for Tang Lan. Seeing that Tang Lan didn't move his chopsticks and just looked at him calmly, Tang Wutong was a little confused. At that moment, he had no choice but to pick up another piece, and at the same time pouted and said, "Why are you so stunned? There is such a delicious thing, come and let me feed you." With a bright smile on Tang Wutong's face, she picked up the ribs and fed them to Tang Lan's mouth. When Tang Lan came to his senses, he could only open his mouth and bite the ribs handed over by Tang Wutong. "No, I just feel that you are the real you now. It seems that even your whole temperament and mood have changed." Tang Lan couldn't help but praise. However, Tang Wutong replied, "Yes, today I feel like the sea is vast and the sky is vast, and I can fly freely without any restrictions." As Tang Wutong spoke, he slowly closed his eyes and felt the world. At the same time, strange auras spread from Tang Wutong's body to the surroundings. Not long after, many beautiful butterflies of different colors flew in from the window. They ignored the others and flew directly to Tang Wutong's shoulders and jade hands. It was as if Tang Wutong had the sweetest nectar in the world that attracted them. Even though Tang Lan and the two of them ate the delicacies on this table for more than half an hour, they didn't see much loss. At this moment, a strange old beggar walked towards the restaurant. "Old guy, get away quickly, it affects our appetite." "Mad! Where did this old guy come from? Someone, come here and kick him out." Every time the old beggar took a few steps, the guests around him would hold their noses and curse. However, the old beggar didn't pay any attention to these people. Instead, he walked towards Tang Lan and the other two. After Tang Lan saw this person, a look of contemplation suddenly appeared on his expressionless face. It has to be said that the rancid smell on this person's body can still be smelled even though he is 2 feet away. "Two little friends, old man, I haven't eaten for 2 days. I think you can't finish it even if you order so much. I would be very grateful to you for giving me some food." The old beggar held a broken porcelain bowl in his hand and said with a smile. "This." Tang Wutong hesitated when he heard this, and finally looked at Tang Lan. At this time, she had already subconsciously regarded Tang Lan as her backbone. At this moment, the waiter who was waiting for the guests at the door hurriedly ran over and said with an angry face, "You stinky beggar, you came here while I was leading the way for the guests, why don't you get out of here quickly? If you don't go out, I'm going to let the dog bite you." The waiter looked angry, but the strange thing was that no matter how he tried to catch the old beggar, he couldn't. The old beggar seemed to be dodging in a panic, but actually he avoided it with narrow escapes. In the eyes of others, all this seems to be that the waiter is too stupid, but in Tang Lan's view, this old man must not be simple. Tang Lan could tell that the waiter in this shop should also be a soul master, but his martial soul should be too low level, so he couldn't practice. But his physical fitness is not comparable to ordinary people. This old beggar was definitely not an ordinary person, and since there was no trace of soul power fluctuations on his body, Tang Lan became more and more suspicious of this person's identity. "Okay, if you don't mind, please sit down and eat together." Tang Lan smiled and stretched out his hand to signal to the old beggar. "Ha ha ha ha! This can't be done. This old guy is ugly and dirty. I'm afraid he won't be able to party much if he sits here. If you two are really serious, please ask them to help me pack some and take them away, so that I can share them with the children when I get back." The old man smiled and spoke in a hoarse voice. Tang Lan thought for a moment and nodded, then looked at the waiter. "In that case, just do as he said. This is your tip." Tang Lan said, taking out a few coins from his pocket and throwing them to the waiter. "Okay, don't worry, I'll do it right away." After the waiter saw the amount on the coin, he suddenly looked happy and trotted to the kitchen. At Tang Lan's suggestion, the waiter packed a whole table of meals and placed them at the door of the inn. After paying the bill, Tang Lan and Tang Wutong stood at the door, looking at the old beggar. The man just raised his left hand and carried the huge package on his back with a flick of his hand. After walking a few steps, the old beggar turned his back to Tang Lan and said, "Your Excellency has a good heart. I have made a note of this favor, old man. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me at Lianjiao Mountain in Luling County. After saying that, the old beggar disappeared around the corner. Is our destination this time also Luling County? This old man seems to be going to the same place as us. Tang Wutong blinked his cute big eyes, then turned to look at Tang Lan. Well, but this person is unfathomable. It's better that we try not to get close to him. After all, I can't keep him safe all the time. Be by your side. Okay, now that you've filled your stomach, I'll take this opportunity to take you for a walk outside. Tang Lan took Tang Wutong's hand and walked towards the street in the distance before the other party could react. By the time Tang Lan and the others came back, it was already noon. Tang Lan and Tang Wutong's bags were full of things. In addition to some necessary supplies, Tang Wutong also bought a lot of food and entertainment. Seeing Tang Wutong become truly happy, Tang Lan's mood improved a lot. Before returning to the inn, Tang Lan saw Tangya and others waiting at the door before going upstairs. Next to the inn, there were already 4 carriages waiting. It turns out that there are too many things purchased this time. Everyone bought several things, and together they became a full cart. Tang Lan glanced at it and found that the driver of this carriage was actually a woman. He looks like he is in his 20s, but he is very young, and there is a faint trace of soul power in his body. Tang Lan could tell at a glance that this was a 7-ringed soul saint. But no matter how downcast a 7-ringed soul saint is, he doesn't seem to need a coachman. After all, even if you follow them to Luling County, the coins given are not too much. This is... Walking up, Tang Lan looked at the woman sitting on the carriage and said, Fang Zi, 7-ringed soul saint. I also took an escort mission and came here from Luling County. Anyway, I want to go back and I want to go with you. I didn't know how to pay you for a while, so I took the initiative to be the driver of the supply carriage. End of chapter. Chapter 921 Fellow Traveler, Soul Saint Fang Zi. As her name suggests, Fang Zi is wearing a lavender gauze skirt, and her skin is wheat-colored. It looks like she has been walking around a lot. But her figure was extremely good. Tang Lan glanced at the girls around him. I feel that except for Ma Xiao Tao, no one else can compare with this one. But this is not because Tang Lan thinks Tangya and others are too young, but because they are still young and have not yet fully developed. Naturally, he cannot be compared with this woman. In that case, let's go together. Tang Lan smiled politely and didn't say much. However, at this time, Xiao Xiao and others also discovered the girl next to Tang Lan. Everyone's eyes widened, and Xiao Xiao was the first to speak. Are you, Wang Dong? How is this possible? You obviously are. Xiao Xiao rubbed her eyes vigorously, feeling that what she saw must be an illusion. But when she opened her eyes again, Wang Dong still looked like a girl. Moreover, this girl is naturally beautiful, with a natural beauty and elegance that makes people feel ashamed for a moment. It is hard to imagine that this girl who is even more beautiful than her is the usual Wang Dong. Huo Yuhao on the side also opened his mouth wide, his eyes full of disbelief. Tang Yue, Zhang Nanan and Ma Xiao Tao looked at each other. Although they were equally surprised, they quickly calmed down. When Tang Wutong appeared in front of everyone as a woman disguised as a man, her snow-white skin was the envy of any woman. And they had doubted Wang Dong's identity when they first met. Everyone, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to deceive you, it was just because of some of my own reasons. But because of the help of my seniors, I was able to solve the problem and appear in front of you with my true identity. My name is Tang Wutong. I learned this after I recovered my memory. Of course, you can also call me Wang Dong. Tang Wutong gritted his teeth, then bowed to everyone and apologized extremely sincerely. However, no one had any intention of blaming her. Xiao Xiao was the first to run forward and grab Tang Wutong's slender hand. Then he smiled and said, Isn't this a good thing? Now we have become real sisters. In the past, I was still sighing, why are you not a girl, but now my wish has come true. Xiao Xiao smiled and said. Huo Yuhao also gave a wry smile. He just felt a little embarrassed that he had not been able to see Tang Wutong's daughter before. If he had known that Tang Wutong was a girl, he should have kept a greater distance from her. But seeing that Tang Wutong didn't seem to care about this, Huo Yuhao just laughed it off. Wutong, we are all good sisters from now on. I just happened to buy some beautiful clothes. I see that your status is similar to mine, so I will give you one later. And this bracelet is for you too. Ma Xiaotao, Zhang Nanan and the other girls immediately grabbed Tang Wutong and started chatting. Several little girls each gave Tang Wutong a gift to celebrate her regaining her memory. After the four-carriage team was briefly prepared, they continued heading northeast. Although some soldiers from the Tianhun Empire can be seen on the road, the number of sightings is becoming less and less. As the convoy moved away, it gradually left the border between the two countries. The dusk is gradually falling, and in a blink of an eye, the moon is already high in the sky. The sky gets darker almost every time a stick of incense passes by. To reach Luling County, we must first pass through Haihe County, Qinjian County and Pengtian County. There may be a dozen supply towns during the period, but we can only choose a few as temporary preparation places. But tonight I might have to set up a tent at night and take a break. Tang Lan placed the map on the ground and pointed it out to everyone. Next to it, 2 bonfires had just been lit. Everyone was sitting on the ground around the bonfire, and beside the bonfire were many river fish. Huo Yuhao and Hikata caught this from the nearby river, and it was everyone's dinner tonight. Coupled with the dry food brought by everyone, although it is not very delicious, there is no problem in filling the stomach. It doesn't matter. As long as we can arrive successfully, it doesn't matter if we keep sleeping in the wild. Tang Yu looked at Tang Lan's side face through the bonfire, her face was full of tenderness. Shrek Academy had moved its academy many years ago, and it was a certain distance away from the original location of the Tang sect. Tang Lan was very touched to be able to take everyone back with her this time. If there weren't too many people here, Tang Yu would have already jumped into Tang Lan's arms. Yes, and I feel like sleeping in the wild is a different feeling. Xiao Xiao waved the grilled fish by the campfire, and her fair face was dyed with a layer of flame light like the sunset. The rest of the people also nodded in agreement, and without exception, everyone had a smile on their face. On the other side, sitting by the bonfire were 3 middle-aged coachmen and the 7-ring soul saint who had joined temporarily. Tang Lan never relaxed his vigilance about this person from beginning to end. At the same time, I also try my best to stay with everyone at all times. Among the people, only Ma Xiaotao has reached fantasy level, and the highest among the others is Hikatu, who is level 58. Facing the 7 Huan Soul Saint, even Ma Xiaotao might not have time to stop him if it were a sudden attack. Thinking of this, Tang Lan looked at the woman named Fang Ziai again and said, "Miss Fang, I wonder what kind of tasks you have received before. Can you tell us all about them? We are all still students in the academy and know very little about the outside world." Tang Lan asked Fang Ziai for advice with a smile. "Well, this is not a secret. I have registered information in the hunting guard pavilion, and I can be considered a gold-level bounty hunter there. Except for the last time I came here to escort a wealthy businessman, most of the previous missions were to the Soul Beast Forest. Either participate in hunting specific soul beasts and obtain materials from them, or assist those who obtain soul rings and help them obtain soul rings. In short, there are all kinds of tasks, but I only accept tasks with high pay." Fang Ziai pondered for a moment, then introduced to Tang Lan and others. And this time, it was as if the chat box had been opened, and Fang Ziai began to tell everyone about her various experiences during the mission. Including fighting with soul beasts, even fighting with soul masters, and all kinds of dangerous situations that he has experienced. Whenever he talks about critical moments, Xiao Xiao will be able to cover his mouth and exclaim. Because what she experienced was really a moment of life and death. Fortunately, everything ended well in the end, otherwise she wouldn't be standing here. End of chapter. Chapter 922. It's just an uneven road. You don't know how terrifying the 8-headed snakes in the death swamp are. The horses we rode at that time were only big enough for this guy to fit between his teeth. He was already over 30 feet tall. There are more than 30 soul masters in our group, and there are more than a dozen soul Douluo and soul saints with beast martial souls, but we can't do anything to get it. Fortunately, its 9th head has not grown. Otherwise, it must be a terrifying soul beast that is more than 300,000 years old. Even a titled Douluo would turn around and leave if he saw it. In the end, less than 8 of us came back, and the remaining 20 or so spirit beasts all died there. Looking back now, I also feel that I am very lucky. After all, I am among the least powerful group. At the end of the sentence, Fang Ziai, who was sitting by the fire, sighed softly, slowly lifted up the grilled fish, opened his mouth and took a bite. At this time, Xiao Xiao and others all gathered in front of her, and the originally relatively spacious campfire immediately became much more crowded. But Tang Lan was the only one left beside the bonfire here. Tang Lan had also heard of soul beasts like the eight-headed serpent, and it was said that each head of the eight-headed serpent had a special attribute. Hunting this guy's head alone will produce 8 different soul rings. But if he advances to the 9-headed serpent, then this guy's strength will also undergo a qualitative change. In one leap, he was promoted from barely comparable to a titled Douluo to a level that even a super Douluo would find difficult to deal with. Although soul beasts have such heaven-defying talents, their training years are thousands of times longer than that of humans. If you want to break through from 8 songs to 9 songs, it will be measured in units of 100,000 years, and the breakthrough may even fail. Swamp of Death. Tang Lan had seen this place on the mainland map. It was a restricted human area in the northwest of the Duling Empire. To the west of the Death Swamp is the equally dangerous Desert of the Dead. Rumor has it that in ancient times, there was a great war between the human race and the soul beast race. The battlefield was in the Desert of the Dead. During that battle, the sky was dark and the earth was dark. The mountains and rocks shattered, the earth was torn apart, and a deep sea appeared. A vast abyss of darkness. In the ancient times when there were so many strong men, there was almost no winner in the war between the two races. In that battle, both sides were severely injured, and the land was completely devoid of life, and later became a barren desert. And among these yellow sands, there are also golden bone sands transformed from the corpses of humans and soul beasts. They have merged with the yellow sand and can no longer distinguish each other. Only strong resentment generates zombies, intelligent undead creatures in the Desert of the Dead, and mutated soul beasts in the Death Swamp. Danger also means opportunity. Whether it is the Death Swamp or the Desert of Kings, there are special treasures emerging from them. But over the years, there have been many titled Douluo who have entered it, but there have always been more entries and fewer exits. It is easy to get in, but it is difficult to get out. Some people say that the Stardow Forest is dangerous, and the snowy region of the far north is even more dangerous, but there will still be soul masters in these two places anyway. But the latter has obviously been subconsciously excluded by everyone in the soul master world. At this moment, the sound of rapid horse hooves suddenly came from the distance. Drive, drive! Phew! Call out! Call out! In the dark forest, a sound broke through the air. 3 of the 5 horses in front fell instantly. They were caught up by the men in black behind them and killed them with swords. The screams only lasted for a moment and then stopped abruptly. Then their bodies were trampled on the ground by the horses behind them. Miss, you go first, I'll stop them. Quick, go south, to Shrek Academy. Martial Spirit Avatar, roar among the 2 people in front, the middle-aged man on the left shouted loudly, then turned around and rushed towards the direction he came from. As soon as the whole person stepped on the horse's back, he instantly rose into the air, and then a burst of yellow-brown light enveloped the earth. This man turned into a grizzly bear several feet tall, with 7 soul rings surrounding his body, revealing that Chinai was a soul saint. GGG. A mere soul saint is here to die and lay a soul-locking chain. Among the men in black behind them, a mysterious man in dark purple robes laughed strangely. The moment his voice fell, 8 figures suddenly jumped out from behind him. These 8 figures surrounded the grizzly bear soul saint almost instantly. Along with the clattering sound, black chains flew out from 8 directions like poisonous snakes, heading straight for the grizzly bear soul saint. However, grizzly bear soul saint activated all his soul skills in just an instant. The 7 soul rings lit up at the same time, standing out in the dark forest. The woman who was called Miss just looked back, then gritted her teeth and continued to run away quickly. She knew that she could never live up to the sacrifices of so many people. If they stop, everything will be in vain, and their lives will be sacrificed in vain. But they obviously underestimated the number of pursuers. Not long after, 6 more black shadows continued to chase her. Among them was the purple-robed leader, whose eyes actually shone with a frightening red light in the dark night. Phew! The purple-robed leader behind him waved his right hand, and a silver light flashed past in the night. What followed was the neighing of the horses ahead. A short knife cut off the horse's leg at an extremely fast speed, and the woman was thrown forward. If you are sensible, just follow us, otherwise, I'm not sure I can save your life. The man in purple robe slowly approached with 5 men behind him, his voice full of disdain and casualness. Obviously, the woman in front of him was not taken seriously by him. However, just when the man was about to step forward and grab the woman, a black shadow suddenly appeared and stood in front of the woman as if teleporting. Don't you think it's shameful for so many people to bully a girl? Tang Lan's clear voice echoed through the woods. At this time, Tang Lan was standing in the shadow of the woods, making it difficult for people on the opposite side to see his face clearly. Where did you come from? You know what you are doing, get out of here, otherwise you will die here. The purple-robed man became a little angry when he saw Tang Lan, but after not noticing the slightest trace of soul power on Tang Lan, the man also became wary. It's just that when the road is rough, we draw our swords to help. Where do you come from? So many words. Since you want to take her away, you must defeat me first. Tang Lan stood there with a smile, looking at these men in black with a provocative look. Humph, come on. A murderous intent flashed through the blood-red eyes of the man in purple robe. After waving his hand, the 5 men in black behind him immediately rushed towards Tang Lan. These 5 people revealed their martial spirits almost at the same time. In addition to 4 of them who were 6-ring soul emperors, there was actually one who was a 7-ring soul saint. Being able to have such a lineup to hunt down a woman, Tang Lan immediately guessed that her life experience must not be simple. End of chapter. Chapter 923. We must draw out our swords to help. When Dangju summoned the Wuhan Overlord spear, the golden light flashed in the night sky. Tang Lan shot through the throat of a soul emperor, then kicked the man hard and flew out. It hit a soul emperor behind him, causing him to vomit blood and fly backwards. They all hit the trunk of a tree. The rear spear dances like a hot wheel. Generally, it blocked the soul skill attacks of the other 3 opponents. The spear in his hand was suddenly thrown out by Tang Lan, and the speed was so fast that no one could react. 2 more soul saints were pierced through the chest, and they were nailed to the tree by the Overlord spear like a string of candied haws. The golden arc on the Overlord gun carried a terrifying aura of destruction, destroying the internal organs in their bodies almost instantly. In just one encounter, the 4 soul emperors died under Tang Lan's spear. When the soul saint saw this scene, he was so frightened that he lost his soul, and immediately used his martial soul avatar. In an instant, a 2-headed demon wolf several feet in size opened its huge mouth, roared, and rushed towards Tang Lan. Ah! Seeing Tang Lan standing in front of him, he was about to be swallowed by the 2-headed demon wolf. The woman behind exclaimed, and instantly, a silvery white light enveloped Tang Lan. Then these lights turned into a huge snow lotus. But the sharp teeth of the demon wolf only touched it for a moment, and the snow lotus shattered into pieces and disappeared into light spots. At this critical moment, Tang Lan suddenly grabbed one of this guy's teeth with one hand. Then he casually smashed it to the ground aside. Boom! The huge body of the 2-headed demon wolf was completely incomparable with Tang Lan's size. But with such a gap, facing Tang Lan, the 2-headed demon wolf, there was no resistance at all. Just this one blow knocked the 2-headed demon wolf to pieces. Before he could recover, Tang Lan suffered another series of crashes. For a moment, the entire forest was shaken, and everyone within a radius of more than 10 miles felt the vibration under their feet. Ground. Looking at the 2-headed demon wolf that fell to the ground and could no longer stand up, Tang Lan kicked it out. This guy flew out like a cannonball, knocking down an unknown number of trees in the process. Even though this guy had the power of soul skills to increase his defense, Tang Lan still had all his soul power scattered. The last kick even caused his martial soul's true form to dissipate, and he lay on the ground vomiting blood, looking like he was dying. You, who exactly are you? We are the people of Queen Yan of the Tianhun Empire. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Even if you can kill everyone here, strong soul masters will come to you after tonight, and they will not hesitate to dispatch titled Douluo. You must be prepared. The man in purple robe looked a little panicked. He could feel the pressure of soul power surging like a river on Tang Lan's body. He had seen many titled Douluo, but none of them were as terrifying as Tang Lan. Although he is an 86th level Contra, he still has no confidence in this person. This comes from his always sharp and accurate 6th sense. Noisy. If you want to fight, fight. I don't have time to waste time here. Well? Has it started over there? At this moment, red fires suddenly appeared in the woods in the distance. Seeing this scene, Tang Lan couldn't help but murmur to himself. Before he came here, Ma Xiaotao and others took the lead in going to the place where the battle took place. Now it seems that Ma Xiaotao and others should have taken action. You must be sent by those old guys from the old school. We will definitely not give up on what happened today. Seeing that his subordinates behind seemed to have encountered a strong enemy, The purple-robed deacon no longer had any intention of confronting Tang Lan. He immediately said a harsh word and turned around to escape in another direction. This man is extremely fast, and his martial spirit is actually a black crow. In actual combat with several consecutive soul skills, his speed was not weaker than titled Douluo. Tang Lan frowned slightly when he saw this, and saw a golden light suddenly appear in his hand, which was flicked by Tang Lan. The light spot flew out at an extremely fast speed and sank into that guy's body without the other party paying attention. However, this light spot did not have any power, and disappeared after hitting the man. Like fireflies in the night sky, no one notices them at all. Seeing the man flee quickly, Tang Lan did not chase him. He wanted to know who the woman wrapped in black clothes in front of him was. At least there is no connection between the two parties. He can save the other party and it is already the most benevolent thing. The danger has been resolved, get up. The battle over there should be over, let's go over and take a look. Tang Lan stretched out his hand to help the woman up, and after saying that, he walked toward the woods on the other side alone. The woman gritted her teeth and had to follow silently. At the same time, in the woods on the other side, a huge grizzly bear was lying on the ground panting continuously. There were as many as 8 black chains on his body that penetrated various key parts of the body. As the martial soul's true form dissipated, the middle-aged man from before was already lying on the ground. And blood holes penetrated his 2 shoulders, 2 arms and legs, and even his abdomen and chest. Those chains disappeared along with the martial soul's true body and had to be scattered on the ground not far away. Hey, even if you run fast, I won't give you this chance again if you meet me next time. Ma Xiao Tao, who appeared in the true form of the martial spirit, stood in the air like a phoenix goddess. There were streaks of crimson flames surrounding her, while in the distance there was an embarrassed figure gradually disappearing. There are as many as a dozen charred corpses. If anyone comes forward to touch them at this moment, these bodies will instantly turn into ashes. The flame of the evil wind is the most sinister fire in the world. Once it is contaminated, it is extremely difficult to extinguish. It cannot be extinguished until the opponent's body and soul power are completely burned. Uncle Hong, I'm sorry, it was me who hurt you, Wivu. It's all my fault, I'm too weak, I can't do anything. At this moment, Tang Lan and the woman in black also arrived. When the woman saw the seriously injured middle-aged man, she immediately rushed to his side, her eyes filled with tears. Her body and voice were trembling constantly, and a desperate sadness infected everyone around her. Ma Xiao Tao, Tang Yue and the other girls looked at each other, but they could only stand in the distance and watch quietly. No need, my injury is very serious. Even if you consume all your soul power now, it won't help. It seems that my time has come, and I can only protect you here. A few of you in the distance, could you tell me your names? I want to ask you a favor. Once it's done, this thing will be yours. The middle-aged man supported his body and suddenly took out something from the ring in his hand. End of chapter. Chapter 924 Royal Princess Vina. As the black cloth package was opened, the imperial seal inside was immediately revealed. This is the jade seal. After Xiao Xiao and others saw this object, their eyes widened. When everyone looked at each other, they all saw the incredible look in each other's eyes. As long as you escort my young lady to Shrek City and arrive at Shrek Academy, this Heavenly Soul Empire's national jade seal will be yours. I can see that you are not evil people, so please agree to my request. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood again, and his overall demeanor became a little depressed. You are members of the Tianhun Empire's royal family. This jade seal should be the imperial seal. I didn't expect that a country's jade seal would appear in such a small place. But you are lucky, we are the inner academy students from Shrek Academy. Tang Lan squatted down and carefully inspected the middle-aged man's injuries, and then answered. Cough cough cough. No wonder you have such strength at such a young age. It seems that we are at the right time this time, and God is blessing our Heavenly Soul Empire. Don't look any further. My heart has been broken and cannot be saved by the gods. Now I am just relying on my last soul power to support my life. These things are my reward for asking you. Please be sure to bring the young lady back to Shrek Academy. The middle-aged man vomited several mouthfuls of blood again and again, and his aura suddenly became weak. He used his last bit of strength to take off the ring from his hand and put it in Tang Lan's hand. After saying the last word, he slowly closed his eyes. And a relieved smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had foreseen his own ending from the moment he left the imperial city. This time, he was able to successfully send the young lady he mentioned to the strong man of Shrek Academy. He had completed the task, and he no longer had any worries. Silence, except for the night wind blowing from time to time, there was no sound around. Tang Lan and others stood there, quietly watching this loyal protector leave this world of constant smoke. Uncle Hong, Wu. The woman hugged the middle-aged man and sobbed softly. But the middle-aged man no longer has any interest in life. The dead are the most important. Since he is gone, let him rest in peace. With your current situation, you cannot take him away with you. Tang Lan glanced sideways at the woman under the black robe, and then turned around slowly after finishing speaking. He glanced around, then stretched out his arm to lightly grab the boulder not far away. Suddenly a huge dragon claw appeared in the void, lifting up the boulder and the soil below. Immediately, a deep pit several feet deep appeared on the ground. Tang Lan used his soul power to lift the middle-aged man into the air and gently placed him at the bottom of the pit. After the soil was restored, the boulders were slowly covered on top. The tip of the Queen's Overlord's spear swung, and a few large characters with flying phoenixes were written on the boulder, Tomb of the Loyal. This person's loyalty to the Heavenly Soul Empire is beyond his own life. Being able to persist until now just to buy more time for this woman is admirable. Tang Lan could see that until the end of the battle, this guy was supporting himself with extremely strong willpower. Even though his heart is broken, he is still fighting with all his strength. He has exceeded the limits of human beings. Uncle Hong, if I can survive, I will make all those enemies pay the price in the future. The woman in black cried for a long time, and finally stood up slowly at a certain moment. There were still tears on her face, but there was a touch of determination in her eyes. It was the burning flame of revenge, anger, and hatred that made her gradually change her cowardly character. Although the surrounding light was still dim, Tang Lan could vaguely see the woman's face and edges. This woman she was surprisingly beautiful. Although her unearthly aura was different from Tang Wutong's, it was equally attractive. It was a kind of holiness that was aloof and repulsive to people thousands of miles away. Her temperament and personality, which are almost completely opposite to Tang Wutong's, make her as attractive as Tang Wutong. But Tang Lan only looked at it once and then withdrew his gaze. The bloody atmosphere around him was very strong. This soul saint fought to the death and killed many soul emperors and one soul saint. Let's go, this is not a place to stay for a long time. Seeing that Tangya and others were looking at him, Dang Lan Dang even decided to lead everyone to change direction and head eastward overnight. In this way, even if there are still masters chasing behind the men in black, they can still be staggered away from the opponent. And they will only continue to chase in the direction of Shrek Academy instead of turning around and going back. Aren't you going back to Shrek Academy? That direction seems to be the opposite direction. Watching everyone leave together, the woman in black robe stood there with some doubts and hesitation. At this moment, she gradually became wary of Tang Lan and others. Along the way, she had seen too many betrayals and deaths. It seems that even the guardians and relatives around her want her life. Don't worry, we didn't lie to you, but we are indeed not going to Shrek Academy now. We have just left Shrek Academy and are going to Luling County. I suggest you go with us, so that you can disturb the other party's line of sight. We will return to Shrek Academy within 2 months, how about it? This is the medal for our Shrek Academy inner court students, you can trust us. Tang Lan looked at the woman in black robe in front of him, and then took out the medal in his pocket. My name is Wei Na, the princess of the old royal family of the Tianhun Empire. This time, I was chased here by people from the new royal family headed by the queen. Not just me, most of the old royal family in the imperial city were captured or killed by them. I am willing to follow you, if you want to take me with you. Wiener looked at Tang Lan firmly. She could tell that Tang Lan was the leader of these people. He is also the strongest among them all, because the way Tang Lan killed those soul emperors and soul saints like chopping melons and vegetables still echoes in her mind until now. This young man who looks much younger than her actually has such strength. No wonder her elders thought of letting her escape to Shrek Academy at the most critical moment. This place is already far away from the place where we fought before. I don't think they will find it here. Everyone, please quickly set up your tent and rest. Tang Lan released his powerful spiritual consciousness and swept across a 20-mile radius. Only when he found that there was nothing wrong did he ask everyone to stop. That night, everyone took turns on duty to prevent anyone from approaching quietly. Even so, Tang Lan's vigilance has not dissipated, and his perception has been kept at full range. End of chapter. Chapter 925. The royal family has different powers and the confusion of the gods' residence. This night was exceptionally quiet, with only the sound of pipa playing from the bonfire, but no men in black came. Obviously, Tang Lan guessed correctly. At dawn, everyone was ready to set off. Although the rest time last night was not long, it was enough for the physiques of all the soul masters. The mental recovery effect brought about by the soul master's meditation dream is much faster than that of sleep. Wiener got into Tang Lan's carriage, from the original 3 women and 1 man to 4 women and 1 man. Even Tang Lan couldn't help but admire Wiener, who took off his black robe to cover his body. Her long silver hair was spread casually behind her head, and she was still eye-catching even without any combing. The white robe she wore could not hide her graceful figure, which was both tall and sexy. This is exactly the image of the perfect woman in the minds of all men. His tall figure is even half a head taller than many men, making his long legs particularly eye-catching. But Tang Lan just glanced at it and turned to look out the window to divert his attention. Otherwise, it is very likely that you will be embarrassed in front of the girls. You said before that 2 factions emerged within the royal family, and the new faction is headed by Queen Yan. Queen Yan's power has been dormant for so many years. Until Queen Yan gave birth to a son for the king and gained the king's admiration, everything changed. She first secretly framed the powerful officials in the court who opposed her proposal, exposed them in public, and then used her own means to capture the king's heart, making him obey the queen in all court affairs. So, doesn't this mean that she wants to change the entire Tianhun Empire and cleanse the original forces in the court? After listening to Wiener's story, Tang Yi lightly covered her red lips and said with a look of shock. Anyone can tell that Queen Yan has a grand plan. He himself was not a member of the royal family. This time, even 3 generations of veterans in the court were killed by his tactics. If all other factions are eradicated, the strength of the entire Tianhun Empire will be reduced by half or more. As everyone knows, the old king has been so fascinated by it that he has lost his mind and no longer cares about anything else. He stays in the harem all day long to receive the so-called blessing from God. Especially when Wiener said that the so-called blessing from God in Queen Yan's mouth could purify the hidden wounds and curses suffered by the old king in his early years. There is even a chance to become a god at this time. Everyone present fell silent. Tang Lan thought for a moment and then said, if my guess is correct, then Queen Yan should have mastered the inheritance test of a god, and she used this method to make your uncle look like this. Becoming a god is a great temptation for every titled Douluo, even the leader of a country is no exception. After having this answer, Tang Lan felt that the king's reaction was reasonable. In the past, there were also extreme Douluo who accidentally entered it. In the end, they failed to understand the test. Instead, they became obsessed and their temperament changed drastically, leading to a tragic death. This king seems to be such a person, and I am afraid that he will soon follow in his footsteps. Well, my people have sacrificed a lot to escort me out. That woman is not doing it for our royal family at all, but for herself. She wants to destroy the entire royal family and the Tianhun Empire. Having said this, Wiener's eyes dimmed a little more. Because she was unable to fight against all this by herself, and she didn't even have the strength to resist. Sigh, although we can understand your mood at this time, the Tianhun Empire is so powerful that we may not be able to help you. But don't worry, as long as you, Tang Lan, follow us, those who come to assassinate you will not be able to hurt you. Ma Xiao Tao stretched out her palm and placed it on Wiener's hand, comforting her softly. Shrek Academy never investigates the internal conflicts of other empires without authorization, and has announced them to the world many years ago. The purpose is to avoid being involved in fearless fights. Even if they wanted to help at this time, they could not shake Noda's heavenly soul empire with their individual strength. Because Queen Yan now has control over the entire Tianhun Empire. But that king went into seclusion and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the so-called path to immortality. In Tang Lan's view, that guy was just a 94th level titled Douluo. Even the ultimate Douluo couldn't pass the test, let alone him. In this way, everyone embarked on the road to Luling County together with different moods. During this period, everyone stopped in several cities to prepare supplies, and they also heard that the upper echelons of the Tianhun Empire were in turmoil. However, the noise quickly subsided without being too loud. The king was seriously ill and retired behind the scenes, and the government affairs of the court were handled by Queen Yan. Everything seemed calm, but only Tang Lan and others sitting in the corner of the inn were shocked. It seems that in the next few days, the other party has successfully taken control of the entire court and eliminated all opponents. This means that the old royal family has been completely eradicated, either killed or imprisoned in a prison. But there was no news about Princess Wiener and the imperial seal. I think it was Empress Yan who suppressed the news. However, during this period, the number of city defense troops in each city has obviously increased, and the inspections of people coming and going have also become much more stringent. However, Tang Lan and others did not pay too much attention to this. No one knows the real purpose above. Many people are just executors. As long as they give each other a little benefit, everyone can easily pass. However, to be on the safe side, Tang Lan asked Wiener to put on black clothes again to hide his appearance. We will arrive in Luling County this evening. And there is an uncle of mine who is opening an inn in Luling County. We can join her. Tang Ye looked at the map, smiled and lectured to everyone at the table. Tang Lan has roughly known everything during this period. Tang Ye is not a biological child, but an orphan picked up from the roadside by the old man named Tang Yansheng. For so many years, Tang Ye had been taken good care of by several uncles and they did not treat her as an outsider, which made her particularly touched. But when she mentioned Tang Yansheng, the previous generation head of the Tang sect, Tang Ye's eyes became much sadder. Because Tang Yansheng had died of illness 3 years ago. Tang Yunshen's talent is not high. Even after practicing to the end, he is only a level 53 Soul King. Although it was quite good in that small place, as the leader of a sect, it was far behind. The decline of Tang sect for so many years is still continuing here. Even his 3 sons have completely cut off their future prospects because none of them have the qualifications to practice. Martial spirits are also the most common farming tools. In the end, the 3 of them went out to make a living, leaving only Tang Yansheng still guarding the old site of the Tang sect in accordance with the instructions of his ancestors. End of chapter. Chapter 926 being followed. It can be said that Tang Yansheng has always regarded Tang Ye as his granddaughter. Tang Ye has great respect for the grandfather who raised her. This time, in addition to cleaning the Tang sect's hall, I wanted to pay homage to the man who had guarded the Tang sect throughout his life. Tang sect, as far as I know, should be a very old sect. It was founded by the same person back then. It's a pity that with the passage of time, the Tang sect has also declined. I didn't expect to hear the name of Tang sect here. This time I can pay homage to that senior's statue. As the princess of the Tianhun Empire, Wiener naturally knows many events that happened that year. So he spoke, and at the same time he also wanted to visit the statue of this senior who was kind to his ancestors. It's getting late, let's go. We have to get back to the old site of Tangmen before the sun goes down. When Tang Lan saw that everyone had finished eating, he put the coins on the table. The group of people understood each other tacitly and didn't say much. They just left here quietly. However, even so, he was still stared at by several people in the other corner. They looked at each other with a malicious smile on their lips. After hurriedly paying the bill, he followed quietly. The 4-horse carriage of Tang Lan and others soon left Feiyan City and galloped towards the northeast. Fang Ziai, who was behind, suddenly sped up, came to the carriage of Tang Lan and others, and said, "We are being targeted." "What? This, how is this possible? We didn't find them for so long." As soon as these words came out, all the women in the carriage were shocked and had no idea when they were being followed. It must have been when we were dining in Feiyan City. Those people in the corner looked at us strangely. There happens to be a woods ahead. We are waiting for them in the woods. We must solve these troubles as soon as possible before we can continue on the road. Tang Lan looked around at the surrounding terrain and then spoke. The rest of the people nodded and obeyed, and soon the 4 carriages galloped towards the woods nearby and disappeared from the official road. "Brother, they walked into the woods, did they find us?" Behind, a man with red hair and a comb head suddenly spoke. Around him, there were as many as 7 men, each riding a horse, moving forward at an even speed. "Hey, no matter if they notice it or not, it's a big mistake to think that they can get rid of us by hiding in the woods. What they don't know is that it's easier for us to take action inside. Everyone, speed up for me. Their carriages are not as fast as ours. When the time comes, the money will be collected from both men and women. I will take all the men and women away." The leading man snorted coldly, with a sneer on his lips. But when he mentioned those women, his eyes showed undisguised greed and lust. However, after they entered the woods and pursued a stick of incense at high speed, they did not find the other party's shadow. What the hell, where did these guys go? Could it be that they tricked us and went back again? The leader of the 8 people stopped in an open space, looking at the empty space around him, he couldn't help but burst into rage. What a ghost! The carriage tracks disappeared as soon as they reached here. Could they fly? Another bald boy couldn't help but speak. However, at this moment, bursts of applause suddenly came from the forest. Several figures began to appear from the shadows, and the first one to come out was Tang Lan. Tang Lan's face was indifferent, and the corner of his mouth was raised as he said, "You must be looking for us." "Boss, it's them. This guy looks like a monkey at first glance. I think it's better to give him a scare first." The red-haired boy pointed at Tang Lan and suggested first. "Well, you go over and surround them. Don't let them escape. And you, that boy will be left to you. If you can capture him, everything on him will be yours." The leader of the 8 glanced at the younger brothers beside him, and immediately gave an order. So these 7 people slowly moved their bodies, showing the momentum of encirclement, surrounding Tang Lan and others. There were 10 people on Tang Lan and others' side, but there were only 3 men. Tang Fang subconsciously didn't take it to heart. Coupled with the fact that the beauty of Tangya and the other girls were all stunning to the nation, these people did not realize the true identities of the hunter and the prey at all. In an instant, 8 people on the opposite side showed their martial arts spirits at the same time. The burly man at the head turned out to be a soul saint with a black mist martial spirit. And beside him, there was a soul sage of the leopard martial spirit and an auxiliary martial spirit, the ancient lamp soul sage. Except for these 3 people, the remaining 5 people, 3 are soul emperors and 2 are soul kings, and the momentum they gather together is extremely strong. Such a group of people gathered together, enough to walk sideways around this small town. No wonder they dare to blatantly do this kind of robbery, because they know that there is really no one at the lower level within a radius of dozens of miles who is their opponent. But they obviously missed the identity of Tang Lan and others. How could such a group of people with good temperament be the aborigines of this place? The leader with the black tiger spirit shouted loudly, and the first 3 spirit rings lit up together. A black light shrouded it, and the guy's bones suddenly grew in size, gaining a superposition of 3 attributes: strength, speed, and defense. However, this person did not rush towards Tang Lan, but looked at Ma Xiaotao, who had summoned the martial spirit. At this time, Ma Xiaotao had already released her 76th level soul power fluctuation. In an instant, the 2 soul saints were fighting together. Ma Xiaotao's Phoenix Fire Line and Feng Yi Tianxiang were activated, and the powerful evil wind fire swept everything within a few feet. The burly leader also had rich combat experience. He did not fight head-on. Instead, he relied on his agility and speed that did not match his body size to avoid Ma Xiaotao's Phoenix Line of fire. "Go to hell, you little pretty boy." On Tang Lan's side, the red-haired leopard soul saint was extremely fast, only a few seconds away. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Tang Lan. Then he raised his sharp claws and grabbed Tang Lan's neck. "What did you say?" However, Tang Lan suddenly took action and grabbed this guy's wrist. The whole person was as motionless as a mountain, staring at the green-haired man and saying coldly, "Who do you think is the pretty boy? Hehe, there are so many beautiful girls around you, and you are so fair and tender, you are nothing if not a pretty girl." This guy took advantage of Tang Lan's frown and immediately kicked Tang Lan's wrist with his right foot. Taking advantage of Tang Lan's release, he quickly dodged to the side. "I want to leave right after I came here. Who do you think I am?" Tang Lan snorted coldly and grabbed the air with his palm. Suddenly, a golden dragon claw appeared in front of him and caught the green-haired soul master in its claws. End of chapter. Chapter 927, Cutting Out the Roots. As the dragon's claws continued to tighten, the green-haired soul master suddenly screamed. Because his right arm has been scratched to pieces by the sharpness of the dragon's claws. At this moment, the opponent's 7th soul skill suddenly activated, and the bright light of soul power illuminated the entire forest. Then it transformed into a leopard several feet in size and rushed towards Tang Lan. "Give me your arm, I want you to die." At this time, the leopard soul master had lost his mind. He did not expect that the young man in front of him could hide so deeply. "Noisy!" Tang Lan sneered and slapped his right hand. The dragon claws appeared again in the void, and the huge leopard flew away with a slap. His whole body was twisted violently in mid-air, and all his bones were broken. With a loud bang, the leopard soul saint fell to the ground heavily, and the martial soul's true body shattered. The whole person lay on the ground and even vomited several mouthfuls of blood, still unable to stand up again. Tang Lan walked over and squatted down slightly, gently wiping his wrist with the other person's collar. Then he chuckled and said, "When it comes to knowing whether to live or die, I think you were number one back then. Watch carefully how the lineup you thought was invincible was easily cleared. They are just a bunch of ants, but they dare to be so arrogant." Tang Lan slowly stood up and had no intention of continuing to pay attention to the group of ants. Immediately, he slowly walked towards the soul saint who was fighting fiercely with Ma Xiaotao on the other side. The leader did not expect that although Ma Xiaotao was young and a girl, she was extremely powerful. The level of martial spirit is even more incomparable to that of his black tiger. Once the flames burned his hair, it was a burning pain that could not be extinguished at all, causing him great trouble. But even so, it would take some time for Ma Xiaotao to defeat it in the same realm. "Let me do it." However, just when the two sides were fighting, Tang Lan slowly came to the front. Tang Lan grabbed it casually, and the Wuhan Overlord spear appeared in his hand. Good. Ma Xiaotao used to be strong, but after meeting Tang Lan, her personality softened slightly. Because the man she believed was much stronger than her, this gave her the opportunity to let go of her strong side. At this moment, Ma Xiaotao felt that being protected by a powerful man was actually quite happy. "Damn it, aren't you fighting a leopard? Where's the leopard?" When the leader saw that Tang Lan had come to support him, he became furious. However, when he turned his head, he saw that the leopard had been seriously injured and fell to the ground, with blood flowing on the ground, and he shut his mouth instantly. Because he has realized that the situation is not good. "I originally thought that the strongest one among these people would be Ma Xiaotao, but I didn't expect that it would be Tang Lan who didn't have any soul power fluctuations in his body." His eyes turned from looking at Tang Lan to focusing on the golden overlord gun in Tang Lan's hand. A cold and suffocating feeling of death enveloped the man's whole body. He could feel how many lives had been harvested from the gun in Tang Lan's hand. "He's locked in, yes, that's how he feels." It seemed that the next second he turned around, he would be penetrated by a gun. This hallucination appeared just like a dream. At a certain moment, he suddenly woke up and found that nothing happened around him. But Tang Lan still stood in front of him. The leader forced himself to calm down, and then without any further hesitation, he roared and rushed towards Tang Lan. The huge black tiger first spit out a black flame bomb from its mouth. With a bang, he was wiped out by Tang Lan's overlord spear, and a powerful storm of soul power swept around, but it only caused Tang Lan's body to blow slightly. Tang Lan's overlord spear danced like the wind, and immediately several golden spear lights shot out. Black light emitted from Black Tiger's body, and his fourth soul skill shone brightly, condensing a black light shield in front of him. Click! But when the black light shield faced the sharp gun light, it shattered like glass in an instant. A sound of soul power exploded from the Black Tiger's body. Blood spattered for a moment, and the guy was hit with injuries all over his body. No, this person is hiding his strength. This time, the Black Tiger Soul Saint had truly confirmed his judgment and immediately turned around to escape. At this moment, he no longer dared to stay for a long time, and even his younger brothers had no time to take care of him. Because if he hesitated even a little, his life would probably be saved. However, the moment it turned around, a golden light pierced the sky, instantly penetrating the entire giant tiger at a terrifying speed that was invisible to the naked eye. He struck this guy directly on the ground. I saw the light of soul power in midair suddenly exploded and turned into little auras. This person's martial spirit true form was shattered by Tang Lan's blow. By the time he revealed his true form, Tang Lan's overlord spear had penetrated his chest, and he could only lie on his back holding the spear. He wanted to say something, but the smell of blood suddenly filled his mouth, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Have you ever heard of a saying, if you come out to fool around, you will have to pay it back sooner or later? Since you are determined to kill us all this time, it is destined that you will not be able to walk out of this forest alive today. Seeing as you are so familiar with tracking and killing, you must have killed a lot of people. It can be said that we are doing justice for God. Tang Lan looked down at the Black Tiger Soul Saint lying on the ground, without any emotion in his eyes. It's like talking to a dead body, and you don't care what the other person thinks. After finishing speaking, Tang Lan turned around and walked towards the other side. Then with a move of his right hand, the overlord's spear inserted into the man's chest disappeared and reappeared in Tang Lan's hand. I surrender. Please let me live. I am just an auxiliary soul master. I can only help others heal their injuries. I will not harm others at all. Seeing Tang Lan, the god of death, approaching slowly, the last auxiliary soul master collapsed to the ground in fear. After that, he kept kowtowing to Tang Lan, and at the same time, a stream of warm and slightly sultry liquid escaped. This guy was so scared that he peed at this moment. Being able to scare the piss out of a soul saint, Tang Lan may be the only one in the world who has this ability. Although you didn't kill anyone, you were an accomplice of evil. Because of your treatment, they killed more people without any scruples. Your sin is greater than any of them. Tang Lan's eyes were cold to the bone, and the overlord's spear penetrated the chest of the auxiliary soul master the moment it came out. The lone lamp on his body emitted a dazzling green light, trying to heal the injury on the left side of this guy's chest. But this guy's injury was so serious that even his heart was crushed. The martial spirit of the ancient lamp slowly extinguished after half a stick of incense. Even if it tried its best, it could only heal some skin injuries, but it could not revive human flesh or bones. End of chapter. Chapter 928 Fairy Mountain Blessed Land Former site of Tang Sect. Except for the 3 soul saints who were eliminated by Tang Lan, the other 5 people in the woods were all eliminated by Huo Yuhao and others. So that Fang Ziai, who originally wanted to take action, had no choice but to stop. The combination of Huo Yuhao and Hikato has completely suppressed the 5 opponents, leaving them without any resistance. Zioxio's dual martial soul control made their situation worse, and they could only flee in panic and resist the incoming attack. Tang Wutong, on the other hand, summoned his martial spirit to strike the goddess of light in the sky. After becoming a complete personality, Tang Wutong's strength has increased several times compared to before. But in the end, they only seriously injured these people and fell to the ground, but they never killed these people. After seeing this, Tang Lan sighed in his heart. Although the people around him were extremely talented, they still maintained a kind heart. For many of them, the guilt of killing remains. Kill them. Keeping them will only bring us endless troubles. Tang Lan looked at Tangya and the other girls, and one of them even took a good look at Wiener. The meaning is very clear. As long as they are still alive, someone from the outside world will know their whereabouts. Neither Tangya, the others, nor Wiener want those soul masters with malicious intentions to know about this place. Because this forest is extremely close to the old site of Tangmen. I'm coming. What surprised Tang Lan this time was that the first one to stand up was Wei Na. She was seen clenching her teeth, with a look of determination on her face. Then he pulled out a silver dagger from his waist, and the dagger blade reflected an icy cold light under the moonlight. Wei Na quickened her pace, and with her back hand, she stabbed the knife hard into one person's left chest. The man's eyes widened, but he was unable to resist, and he died soon after. As a healing soul master, Wei Na has saved many people, but this is her first time killing someone. I saw her taking several deep breaths before gradually regaining her composure. At this moment, she didn't have the slightest regret. Because she knew very well in her heart that if she let them go, those who were chasing her would also follow the clues and chase her here. By then her life would be in danger, and she would even be hurt by the people who rescued her in front of her. After killing this man, Tang Lan clearly felt that the aura of Wei Na had changed. Phew! On the other side, a silver needle suddenly appeared in Huo Yuhao's hand. Under the full control of his mental detection, the flying needle flew out and disappeared directly into the mind of one of them. This man was killed almost without any pain. Hikata's side was very simple. The huge soul cannon fired with one shot, blowing both of them into fly ash, leaving not even a bit of dregs behind. Ma Xiao Tao flicked her fingers, and a cluster of evil phoenix flames flew out and landed on the remaining people, burning them up in the blink of an eye. Soon the woods were occupied by Tang Lan and others. Clean it up. The remaining horses were infected by Huo Yuhao's spirit, causing them to become stressed and run out of the woods one after another. Since then, no one has seen these people again. In the evening, the 4 carriages finally crossed the winding road and arrived at Yunding Mountain. This Yunding Mountain is undulating, covering dozens of miles in radius. The mountain is so tall that from a distance, you can only see the sea of clouds floating halfway up the mountain, and nothing can be seen clearly further up. There are many small villages at the foot of the mountain, and you can vaguely see the smoke curling up from each house as far as the eye can see. For a moment, Tang Lan envied these ordinary people. It would be a very beautiful thing if he could live a stable life here with Tangya and the other girls. The carriage gradually slowed down when it arrived here, and everyone continued to move forward toward the golden wheat fields. When we arrived at the foot of the Yunding Mountains, we saw clearly that there was a huge mountain gate in front of us. On the cliff next to it, there are two big characters written with flying dragons and phoenixes, Tangman. However, after countless years of wind and frost, the word Tangman has become dim, and is even obscured by many surrounding vegetation. Only when you really come to the foot of the mountain can you see it clearly. Looking at the mottled marks left by the years on the blue stone steps, it is not difficult to feel a little emotional. Let's go. Once we reach the Sea of Clouds, we will reach the mountain gate of Tangman. It's very big there. It is usually protected by the mountain guard formation. Without the entry and exit tokens of the Tang sect disciples, outsiders cannot enter. I don't know what will happen inside the mountain gate if I haven't come back for a year. The last time I came back, I cleaned alone for a long time. Tangya looked at every corner filled with meetings, with a mixture of happiness and helplessness on her face. Because the Tang sect is so big, it would be a huge workload for him to clean the courtyard and main hall by himself. Tanglan simply brought so many people here now, which solved this troublesome problem. The stone steps are winding and winding with no end in sight. Fortunately, Tanglan's space ring is very spacious and can accommodate all the things everyone brought this time. Otherwise, it would take a lot of energy just to move the things in the carriage. After the three coachmen received their wages, they drove the carriage away. Fang Ziyi temporarily left the carriage with the village chief at the foot of the mountain, and accompanied Tanglan and others up the mountain. At first, Tanglan was hostile to Fang Ziyi, but after getting along with her for these days, she felt that this woman had a bit of a chivalrous demeanor. A person has been in the Soul Master world for so many years and has experienced many dangerous situations of life and death. Although Fang Ziyi didn't get the guidance from teachers like Shrek Academy at the right time, but the combat experience he gained from fighting was unmatched by the students of Shrek Academy. Although she was not qualified enough to join Shrek Academy back then, she is now so strong that she puts most of the students in Shrek Academy to shame. In addition to being 2 years older than Ma Xiao Tao, he can already be regarded as the top genius in Shrek Academy. Wow, is this the Tang sect? Standing outside the Tang sect's mountain protecting formation, Xiao Xiao was still full of doubts at first. Because there are still vast mountains and clouds ahead, and there are no houses or pavilions in sight at all. But next, Tangya took out a jade pendant with Tang sect from her pocket. The sky and earth in this area were filled with colors in an instant. In an instant, the colorful rays of light parted the clouds and mist in front, revealing the pavilions and pavilions behind the formation. It was a whole fairy mountain blessed land, with pavilions and pavilions located in different places on the mountain, and cranes and spiritual birds flying over the mountain from time to time. Rainbows sit like cloud bridges above the residential buildings, just like the legendary residence of the immortals. Not only Xiao Xiao, but also others were shocked when they saw this scene. It's hard to imagine, is this the Tang sect that was glorious for hundreds of years? That one is truly a legendary talent from heaven. Looking at the lineup at the old Tang sect site, even Wiener couldn't help but mutter to himself. End of chapter. Chapter 929. Staying in Tangmen temporarily. The last time she knew about the Tang sect, she was in the library at the top of the Tianhun Empire. The book talks about how long before the Tianhun Empire and the Duling Empire were divided, the Tiandu Empire was prosperous for a while. Later, when the country encountered a catastrophic disaster, the Tang sect led the other sect to help the Tiandu Empire. Xue Qinghe, the king of the Tiandu Empire, worshipped him as his teacher, and from then on he formed a deep connection with the Tang sect. But the glory of the year cannot withstand the changes of the years, and now it is in a state of change. Even her heavenly soul empire will soon change hands. It will no longer be her home, let alone the original heavenly soul empire. Let's go. Since everyone is already a member of the Tang clan, let's go to the ancestors' ancestral hall to pay homage first. After opening the mountain gate barrier, Tangya took the initiative to be the guide for everyone and took the lead. Everyone quickly followed, except Fang Ziyi, who touched her nose a little embarrassed. Because among everyone, she and the poor princess in front of her were the only ones who were not members of the Tang sect. Along the way, Tangya kept introducing various buildings in Tangmen to everyone. What surprised Tanglan was what materials they used when building these pavilions. It's actually the first time since this it has been so long, but it is still intact, perhaps because of its own material, or perhaps because of some special formations. The palace of the sages is right here. There are 36 small halls in this hall, and each hall is dedicated to the head of the Tang sect. I'm going to burn incense for Grandpa now. Everyone came to the hall of the sages. Tangya opened the door of the hall as he spoke. The corridor inside is very empty, and you can vaguely see a layer of dust stained by the enemy's absence for a long time. Tangya walked into it, then turned around and headed towards the palace door on the right. Everyone turned around and finally stopped at the third small hall door and saw the tablet inside. It reads, "The spiritual status of Tang Yansheng, the 36th generation leader of the Tang sect. Grandpa, I'm back. This year is different from previous years. I also brought many companions back. Did you know? All of my companions have sworn to join the Tang clan. They are all talented students in Shrek Academy. Our Tang sect will finally become glorious again. It's a pity that you won't be able to see that day. However, I will come back often to tell you what happened. Your persistence is not wrong, and everything is worth it." Tangya took out 3 sticks of incense from the wooden box on the side and inserted them into the incense burner. After lighting them, she said softly to the memorial tablet in front of her. Tang Lan and others stood silently behind Tangya. After Tangya finished everything, everyone rejected the old man together. "Okay, let me take you to the place where you live. You can just clean up and settle down. It's going to get dark soon, let's leave other things to tomorrow." After walking out of the Hall of Sages, Tangya regained her cheerfulness and led Tang Lan and the others straight towards the East Pavilion. After observing the layout of the surrounding rocks, Tang Lan already had a rough idea and prototype in his mind. The top of the mountain where the Tang sect is located looks like a path cut horizontally by someone with a knife. During this period, part of the mountain peaks were preserved so that pavilions could be built along the mountains. This powerful control power alone is not something that ordinary people can achieve. Coming to the east area, Tang Lan found that this place was not as fairy-like as the previous attics. They are just ordinary small courtyards, and the infrastructure in each courtyard is very complete. The only food to eat had to be taken out of Tang Lan's ring and cooked temporarily. What follows is an hour-long cleaning. Everyone chose a courtyard each, and the descendants held a broom and shouted that they wanted to do something big. Tangya took Fang Ziyi to the kitchen to cook food, while Huo Yuhao and Hiketu each carried 2 buckets and ran to the well to get water. The next day, at dawn, Tang Lan woke up from his dream attracted by the smell of rice. Open the window, an array of sunlight shines in from the window. Here you can only hear the chirping of insects and birds outside, there is no traffic, and there are no all kinds of strangers. Everything is so silent. When Tang Lan walked out of the courtyard, he saw Tangya and Fang Ziyi in the pavilion in front of them with a table full of dishes. "It smells so good. I didn't expect your craftsmanship to be so good. It seems that I will be in good luck in the future." Tang Lan saw the 2 women looking towards him, so he praised them without hesitation. Tangya's face turned slightly red after hearing this. The speaker was unintentional but the listener was intentional. From what Tangya heard, Tang Lan undoubtedly wanted her to cook for him for the rest of his life. There was a burst of sweetness in my heart unconsciously. Fang Ziyi on the side couldn't see Tangya's reaction, but she could see the relationship between Tang Lan and Tang Lan at a glance. It's just that during this period, she didn't know how many times she had thought this way. Because it was not only Tangya who looked at Tang Lan like this on the carriage, but also Zhang Nanan and Ma Xiaotao who were suspicious that this was Tang Wutong. Although Xiao Xiao often pretended to be nonchalant, Fang Ziyi could tell that this girl would often visit Tang Lan secretly. She was very curious about why Tang Lan was so attractive. But after thinking of the terrifying strength Tang Lan showed that night, these thoughts were left behind. There is no need to think about other aspects. Tang Lan's terrifying strength alone qualifies him to have so many beauties accompanying him. Thinking of this, when Fang Ziyi looked at Tang Lan again, she suddenly felt that this boy who was younger than herself was quite handsome. Looking from the side, she actually has a touch of extraordinary aura. No wonder she is so fascinated by these beauties in Shrek Academy. For some reason, Fang Ziyi wanted to know more about Tang Lan. Because Tang Lan is so mysterious, he seems to have only 2 rings, but his strength is able to crush Soul Saint and even Soul Douluo. Are soul masters with twin martial souls really so powerful? Thinking of this, Fang Ziyi couldn't help but start to have doubts in her heart. She even had the idea of joining the Tang sect, because the rules of the Tang sect did not restrict themselves. They were also free, but they had such a fellow sect with unlimited future potential. Walking alone in the soul world for so many years has made Fang Ziyi understand a lot of things. That means walking alone. When she encounters many things, she has to think of how to retreat immediately. Because she had no confidant who could trust others with her, she even missed out on many treasures during the competition. Wandering and traveling alone meant freedom, but it made her feel a little lonely after traveling thousands of miles. And Tang clan asked her to face the so-called sect. The sect changed its original view and opened a new way out for her. Time flies, and it has been half a month in a blink of an eye. All the gates of the Tang sect, both large and small, have been cleaned up by everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 930, The Empire Wanted Order, Vina collaborating with the enemy? After some hesitation, Fang Ziyi decided to join the Tang sect and become a member of the Tang sect. This made Tang Ye, the current leader of the Tang sect, very happy, and naturally agreed to Fang Ziyi's joining. When Vina saw the unity and mutual assistance of Tang Lan and his group, she was also moved. At this time, she had no home and was poor, and was more like a poor person wandering outside. It was just that her strength covered the loneliness and sadness in her heart. Just the day before, Vina found Tang Lan and told him her thoughts. She wanted to join the Tang sect, but she was worried that her joining would bring crisis to the Tang sect. She didn't want to destroy the Tang sect, which had a bright future, because of herself. However, Tang Lan only answered her with one sentence, "Tang sect has me." Although there were only 4 words, Vina was stunned for a long time. She looked at Tang Lan's back as he turned and left, her eyes changed again and again. This was the first man she felt completely unpredictable. For some reason, she could feel that Tang Lan's words were not just talk. But he really had the ability to do all this. And today, Tang Lan and others planned to go to Fanfic City together to purchase supplies. Although there were many vegetables and fruits in the Tang sect, some necessary supplies still needed to be supplied down the mountain. So, under Tang Lan's suggestion, a total of 7 carriages were recruited in the surrounding villages. 4 of them were prepared to carry a large amount of supplies back to the Tang sect. Tang Ye needed a lot of ores and special metals, as well as some fresh seeds, and even some small creatures caught by hunters from the surrounding mountains. Some of these small creatures could barely be considered a kind of soul beast, and some were not even soul beasts. Tang Lan did not stop this, because he knew that Tang Ye had grown up with the creatures in the mountains since she was a child. Huo Yuhao and Hikata needed to purchase some soul guide materials, and they must not slack off even if they came here. What Tang Lan wanted this time was a piece of rice paper to draw the design drawings of the soul guide. His knowledge and ideas were far beyond the reach of people in this world. So in many cases, as long as Tang Lan expressed his general ideas, he could often give Tang Ye, and even Huo Yuhao and others great inspiration. Tang Ye once called Tang Lan's idea a prophet of the future in a study of hidden weapons. It took about 2 hours for the carriage to arrive at the gate of Fanfic City. At this time, there were already 10 times more soldiers of the Heavenly Soul Empire outside Fanfic City than last time. Some of them were galloping outside the city, seemingly patrolling and guarding. The other part stood at the gate of the city, guarding it strictly and strictly checking those coming in and out of the city. It's bad. These people are here with bad intentions. Should we go in? It seems too late to turn around now. Fang Ziyi, who was sitting in the driver's seat, was wearing a bamboo hat and spoke to the people in the carriage in a low voice. Everyone looked at Tang Lan at this time, waiting for Tang Lan to make a decision. Enter the city. Tang Lan just said 2 words to Fang Ziyi, and the carriage just slowed down slightly and moved forward normally again. Most of the pedestrians around were ordinary civilians, and only a few caravans entered and exited the city gate. Tang Lan and his team of 7 carriages looked particularly conspicuous and were soon discovered by the search soldiers at the city gate. Everyone needs to be checked and can enter the city after they are found. The sergeant in front looked at the team of 7 carriages and shouted loudly. Fang Ziyi lowered his bamboo hat and slowly got off the carriage. And everyone in the 3 carriages also sat down. Fang Ziyi was a little worried at first, but when she saw Vina, who had completely changed her appearance, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. This is a skill of the Tang sect, that is, disguise. There are many kinds of disguise, but there are 2 general atmospheres. One is to use special materials to directly draw different appearances on the face, which looks no different from ordinary people. The other is to make a human skin mask, which can temporarily change the appearance and is more convenient than the former. Unless you touch the area below the neck with your hand at close range, you will never find any clues. In comparison, the latter is obviously simpler, and the former requires more difficulty. Even Tang Ye, the inheritor, is only a half-baked one, and finally chose to major in the latter. At this time, Veena was wearing a human skin mask. From a distance, her appearance was no longer so stunning, and even looked a little ordinary. The complexion showed a wheat color, even a little rough, and looked like a girl who grew up in the village. "Hey? Where are you from?" The guard saw that Tang Ye, Tang Wutong and others were so pretty and young, and they didn't seem to be from Fanfic city, so he asked. "We are students of Shrek Academy and disciples of Tang sect. We are here to buy things in the city. This is my Tang sect ID card." Tang Ye showed the jade plaque has a large Chinese character Tang written on the front, and a Chinese character on the back. There is also an elegant swan, and under the swan there is a white lotus. This token is the token for Douluo Empire and Tianhun Empire to jointly recognize the Tang sect after they split. Although countless years have passed, those old guys have still not forgotten the kindness of the Tang sect. After these soldiers saw it, they naturally recognized the power level of this token, and carefully checked the appearance of the people in the carriage. The soldier captain then smiled and said, "After the inspection, you can freely enter and exit Fanfic city." At this time, Tang Lan took advantage of the situation and asked, "Fanfic city was not so nervous in the past. Why did the interrogation suddenly become so strict this time?" The soldier sighed, "Who knows? It is said that they are trying to capture Princess Veena who escaped from the palace. The queen said that she has had an affair with the enemy and is trying to do more harm to her. Those of us who are on duty are just obeying orders from above. Okay, there are some things that we can't complain about. You'd better go in quickly." The soldier captain did not dare to embarrass Tang Lan and others. He waved his hand and signaled to his subordinates to let them go. Only Wei Na, who was standing behind Tang Ye, felt bitter in her heart at this moment. Unexpectedly, in less than half a month, the power of the Tianhun Empire has been completely controlled by Queen Yan. Without the help of Tang Lan and others, she might have been captured by now. She wanted to see that uncle, but the current emperor of the Tianhun Empire had been in seclusion for 3 years, and outsiders could not see him at all. Wei Na even felt that the uncle had no idea what the queen was doing. And Queen Yan was even the initiator of all this, so much so that she now suspected that something bad had happened to her uncle. Entered Fanfic city. Tang Lan clearly felt that there were fewer pedestrians in Fanfic city. Everyone came in a hurry, and left in a hurry after finishing their work. Unless necessary, they would never stay on the street for too long. End of chapter. Chapter 931 Ordering Materials. Tang Lan and others first walked into a drugstore and purchased many medicinal materials from the Tang sect's secret medicine book. Looking at a group of patrolling soldiers passing by outside, Tang Lan asked the shop owner, "I heard that the Tianhun Empire is searching for Princess Wei Na across the country. It's been so many days, hasn't it been found yet?" The shop owner was a middle-aged man. Hearing Tang Lan's question, he sighed softly and said, "This Princess Weena has done many good deeds and often appears in various poor counties. I didn't expect that she would end up like this in the end. How do we little people know about this palace matter? Let's just forget about it and don't mention it." The owner of the medicine shop sighed, and then stopped mentioning the matter. Fortunately, this place is far away from the imperial city, otherwise ordinary people would not dare to talk about this. Next, Tang Lan and others went to the most famous blacksmith shop in Fanfic city. The owner of the blacksmith shop was a middle-aged man. When he heard that a big customer was coming, he put down the hammer and walked out of the foundry with his upper body covered in sweat. "What? You said you want 3,000 kilograms of iron ore, 300 kilograms of red gold ore, 300 kilograms of Kinju ore, and 300 kilograms of Yanmian ore. This is not a small amount of money, especially the latter 3. During the holidays together, it will be at least 10,000 days of soul coins." But when Tang Ye came up with the list of ores she wanted, the middle-aged man didn't believe it. After all, no matter how you look at it, the average age of Tang Ye and others is only 18 or 19 years old, and the oldest is only in his early 20s. "Humph, don't underestimate me. Here are 10,000 heavenly soul coins. You can count them." Tang Ye saw that she was being underestimated by this guy, and immediately threw a money bag to this guy with some displeasure. The middle-aged man was dubious, but he still opened the money bag in his hand. When he saw the golden heavenly soul coins inside, he was shocked, but he quickly recovered. He said with a calm expression, "Tell me where to send it." If the distance is too far, you will have to pay extra. Tang Ye smiled and said, don't worry, it's at the Tang Gate in Yunding Mountain, 40 miles away from here. What? Tang sect? Are you talking about the Tang sect in Wufeng village? When he heard about the second son of the Tang clan, the blacksmith boss reacted even more than before. Now Tang Lan and others were surprised. They didn't expect that the blacksmith had heard of the Tang sect. After all, the Tang sect had been in decline for countless generations. Then I heard the blacksmith say, when I was very young, my grandfather told me about the Tang sect. It's fate. When the Tang clan was prosperous, it also took care of our family's business and often ordered materials from my house. It is precisely because of this that our lineage has been passed down, and we have even learned the random cloak hammering technique. If you are really from the Tang sect, then the cost of transportation to Wufeng village will be waived for you. Colleagues, each of you can pick out one thing from here. It's a little bit of my appreciation. Don't underestimate these things. The blacksmith looked at Tang Lan with a friendly face, and immediately motioned everyone to look at the various objects hanging on the walls in the store. There are also many so-called swords, guns, swords, halberds, axes, hooks and forks. In addition, there are many novel small objects. A small dagger attracted Xiaoxio's attention. She had seen the exquisite dagger on Wiener's waist last time. Although the current dagger was not as exquisite as that one, it was still very beautiful. Very exquisite. Then, can I take this one? Xiao Xiao couldn't help but said. Ha 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 ha. Of course, you can take everything here with you, you're welcome. The blacksmith laughed boldly. In his opinion, the inheritance of the random cloak hammering technique is extremely precious, and it is nothing compared to these. Tang Wutong chose a small wooden box. The moment he opened the wooden box, he realized that it turned out to be a space-type soul guide. There are many pocket-sized weapons inside, which miraculously turn into normal sizes after being taken out. The blacksmith calls this thing, sword box. This seems to be a little different from the sword box in Tang Lan's memory, but it is more portable. This small wooden box is only about the size of a palm, so it won't be too troublesome to kick it on you. Tang Ye on the other side was squatting on a golden stone and said with surprise, is this a hair crystal? I didn't expect you to have such a thing here. Well, a previous customer asked me to use this object to make an extremely rare soft sword that can be folded around the waist when not in use. The material that required a sky-high price was this. In the end, the man gave it to me when there was only one piece left. Little sister, if you like it, I can give this to you. Blacksmith Chen Tang said with a simple smile. How can this be done? Just tell me the price. I can buy this hair crystal. It doesn't matter, the Tang sect is kind to my Chen family, so giving this thing away is not worth mentioning. While the two were exchanging words, Tang Lan stepped forward and handed a drawn drawing to Chen Tang. He immediately said, can you build these things? This is. Chen Tang opened the rice paper with a puzzled face and carefully looked at the various utensils on it. For a while, even he couldn't see the use of those parts of different sizes. But if it were to be pieced together into one thing, it would be extremely complicated and terrifying. This was a premonition brought by his many years of experience in blacksmithing. Immediately, he couldn't help but murmured, is this the part for making the legendary Tang sect hidden weapon? It seems that the complexity has exceeded our understanding. Since my ancestors have helped Tangmen make these things, I will give it a try. It's just that I need a period of research and experimentation. Chen Tang hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. No problem, even if it doesn't succeed, it doesn't matter. This is the deposit. Tang Lan said and threw another money bag towards Chen Tang. This is too much, I can't accept these. Chen Tang couldn't help but shrink his pupils when he saw the money inside, which was 3 times what Tang Ye paid. If this were normal, I would probably not make as much as today in 1 or 2 years. But even a blacksmith must have principles, and he is such a person. I want to customize 10 pairs of this thing. Of course, there are 4 additional drawings here. Just do everything you can. After the matter is completed, I will pay you an additional sum of money. Tang Lan said, and once again took out the production drawings of 4 different soul guide parts. 5 soul guide parts, each of which requires 10 copies, means that Tang Lan must give one to everyone around him. Of course, these parts design drawings do not include assembly drawings, so even if someone gets this drawing, it is just equivalent to waste paper. These 5 soul tools were modified by Tang Lan during this period through the Tang sect's hidden weapon book and things he had seen before. End of chapter. Chapter 932. Talking and laughing and spending a lot of money. They are even more powerful and portable than the hidden weapons in the Book of Hidden Weapons. So much so that when Tang Ya saw those design drawings for the first time and listened to Tang Lan's idea, she repeatedly called Tang Lan a hidden weapon genius who was rare to see in 1,000 years. During his communication with Tang Ya and others, Tang Lan proposed the idea of combining hidden weapons with soul tools. Because only in this way can the power of hidden weapons be improved and be used and recognized by soul masters. This point Tang Lan received unanimous approval from everyone in the Tang sect. Finally, after discussing all the details with Chen Tang, everyone left with a full load. Chen Tang also promised Tang Lan that some of the finished parts would be sent to Tangman in 1 month. Tang Lan and others also had too many things to do, so they stayed in Fiyin City at sunset. Everyone simply lived in a place called Yunzhang Yaju in Fiyin City. This hotel is actually built on a 10-foot-high rooftop, and everyone can only climb up to their residence through special soul guides. After entering, everyone, including Tang Lan, was impressed by the unique style inside. After walking down the dark corridor for an unknown amount of time, a dazzling light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At the end of the light, there were 2 rows of slender, good-looking young women standing. Everything around you is like being in a tunnel of time and space, extremely advanced and full of fantasy. Customers are welcome. 12 beautiful women bowed and saluted Tang Lan and others. Watching this scene, Hikate's eyes widened, and saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth unconsciously. Hey, can you please be more restrained? Our image has been ruined by you. Xiao Xiao hurriedly pulled Tang Lan and reminded in a low voice. Good evening everyone, I am the supervisor here. If you need anything, you can tell me. Very soon, a beautiful woman wearing a red cheongsam walked over swaying. At first glance, he could tell that Tang Lan was the leader among the crowd, so he stepped forward and shook hands with Tang Lan. This woman even secretly squeezed Tang Lan's palm, which was somewhat teasing. Ma Xiao Tao on the side suddenly puffed up her cheeks when she saw this, with an annoyed look on her face, as if she was about to become jealous. But Tang Ya on the side quickly grabbed her. After all, they have not taken any further action, and it will not do them any good to fall out with them here. We want to stay here for 1 night, each person has a room, or men and women can separate, and several people can share a room. Tang Lan retracted his hand and said in a calm voice. Although his eyes also glanced at the plump and beautiful manager, Tang Lan still pretended to be casual in order to prevent Ma Xiao Tao and the other girls from taking him away. That's it. Okay then, please follow me. The Cheongsam woman covered her mouth and snickered, then turned around and twisted to lead the way. After exiting the initial corridor, the surrounding scenery changed again. Those special soul tools were peeled off to reveal the clouds and mountains at night. It gave people the feeling of being in the sky and overlooking everything. Hikata seemed to be a little afraid of heights. This guy was holding Huo Yuhao's arm firmly from the beginning to the end. For a man who is 8 feet tall, this seems a bit nondescript. But only Tang Lan knew clearly that this woman was not a vase. Rather, it is a soul Douluo whose strength has reached level 89, and I am afraid that he will be able to break through to a titled Douluo in the near future. Of course, some people may not be able to break through in their lifetime because of their own talents. This depends on the soul master himself and the amount of resources he has. This is the Tianzi district, and there is a VIP private room with as many as 20 rooms in it. All supporting facilities are available. If you are interested, you can come with me to have a look. Of course, there are many cheaper ones than here, all in other areas. When the Cheongsam woman saw Tang Lan, she turned to look at a translucent glass wall to the east. I found that there was actually a very wide area inside, including tea, baths, and even chess tables and exercises. Although she didn't think Tang Lan and others could afford to live in such a place, she still introduced it politely. And outside this piece of glass that is different from others, there is a clear price tag of 10,000 heavenly soul coins. 30,000, that was more than 30% of all the materials Tang Ya had purchased at the blacksmith shop. Living in a place like this is really too luxurious. However, Tang Lan was the first to speak. No need to leave, just stay here. With that said, Tang Lan took out a money bag from the storage ring, threw it at the Cheongsam woman, and led everyone to open the door and walk in together. Only the Cheongsam girl was left holding the money bag in her hand, with a dumbfounded look on her face. After a long while, the Cheongsam girl smiled brightly and hurriedly chased after her. I didn't expect this guest to be so generous. I was a bit presumptuous just now. I would like to apologize to you. The Cheongsam girl came to Tang Lan and bowed gracefully. It's okay. Please help us order something to eat. We haven't eaten anything yet. Well, let's just order your specialty dishes. Don't worry about the price, I will pay it to you. Tang Lan walked towards the tea table not far away and said to the Cheongsam woman without looking back. The Cheongsam woman hurriedly said with a face of joy, okay, I will arrange everything for you and ensure that you are satisfied. Tang Lan and others' consumption tonight is destined to be high, and she can also make a huge profit from it. When she looked at Tang Lan again, she suddenly felt that this young man was still somewhat fascinating. Is it really good for us to live here? Tang Yu was sitting next to Tang Lan. Thinking of the price of the 10,000 day soul coin, she couldn't help but speak. Although she inherited a large sum of money left by the Tang clan, it was all needed to be used for necessities, and most of it was used to build the Tang clan. On weekdays, Tang Yak lives frugally and does not want to spend a penny. However, Tang Lan took Tang Ya into his arms, patted the other party's hand, and said comfortingly, don't worry, when we dealt with those titled Douluo before, some of their storage bags could be opened at will. The property in it is also extremely rich, which is the price they have to pay if they want to hunt me down. Compared to these, what I spent is just a drop in the bucket. Tang Lan explained with a smile. When Fang Ziyi on the side heard this, she immediately covered her red lips with a look of disbelief on her face. For those of them who are traveling outside, if they want to earn heavenly soul coins, they have to work hard and even go through danger. 10,000 heavenly soul coins, that was the savings she was able to save in more than 2 months. But here in Tang Lan, he was said to be a drop in the bucket, which was really shocking. But this is not the most surprising thing. What is unbelievable is that the heavenly soul coin in Tang Lan's hand was obtained from the titled Douluo. End of chapter. Chapter 933. The inn was attacked. Titled Douluo is the most powerful person in the entire continent. How come he has become such a powerful person when he comes to Tang Lan? What a mess. However, she joined the Tang sect relatively late, so she thought it would be better not to ask any more questions for the time being. This night, for the first time, everyone enjoyed the service of a VIP room. After eating a table full of delicious food, the Red Cheongsam woman actually took the initiative to call a group of masseurs with superb skills. After a simple bath, these masters gave everyone a set of ancestral massage techniques. After the whole process, you can't help but feel happy physically and mentally. But the only thing that made Tang Lan feel regretful was that these people were all men. However, their techniques are first-rate and can indeed help soul masters open certain blocked acupuncture points that have been accumulated for many years, as they say. But the effect was only minimal. Because with the breakthrough of strength, the main acupoints on the body can be truly unlocked. Night falls. Just when Tang Lan and others returned to their respective rooms to rest, there were sudden roars and loud noises outside. A huge flaming lion smashed all the surrounding walls. With a red-robed figure in his mouth, he hit all the way to the private room where Tang Lan and others were. Everyone woke up and opened the door to check. Tang Lan has already appeared outside. Looking up, he found that the person the flame lion was talking about was the Cheongsam woman who led Tang Lan and others into the VIP room before. Tang Lan was a little surprised. This woman obviously had level 89 strength, how could she be defeated so easily? And judging from her appearance, she should have been severely injured. GGG. Yun's Hangyuju is nothing more than that. We, the Mad Lion sect, have joined forces with Zizua Pavilion and Fenjihu Tower to surround your branches in the 7 cities of Yun's Hangyuju. Fairy Red Lotus, I advise you to give up your resistance, otherwise don't blame us for destroying the flower. Just as a strange laughter was heard in the distance, a thin man suddenly walked in from outside. The huge flaming Mad Lion also relaxed slightly at this time and did not want to directly kill the woman in his mouth. Ahem. You are blatantly violating the agreement between several major forces. The severely injured Hong Lian coughed violently. After hearing the news, her face turned a little pale. There was unconcealable anger in her eyes, but she was still unable to resist at this moment. Her martial spirit is called Nine-Tailed Fire Fox, and its level is not low, but she was plotted by the opponent and accidentally drank the opponent's soul forbidden water. As a result, it is now impossible to display its strength at all, and even this little Mad Lion Soul Saint can easily deal with it. Hey? Who are you? At this moment, the skinny man suddenly saw the figure standing below. I'm just a guest. I come out to hang out when I have nothing to do. Tang Lan said with a smile on his face and a calm voice. It was as if they were chatting about an ordinary thing, and they didn't take this group of people seriously at all. At this time, Yun's Hangyeg was completely surrounded by nearly 100 soul masters. The total number of soul masters in Yun's Hangyeg is only 30, and they are struggling to resist the opponent's siege. Humph, if you are wise, get out of here quickly. If you still leave within 3 breaths, then you will stay here with your life. This skinny man seemed to be in no mood to pay attention to a little person like Tang Lan, and he couldn't even feel the slightest fluctuation of soul power in Tang Lan's body. What's going on outside? Do we want to help them? At this moment, Tang Wutong, Tang Ye, and others all came to Tang Lan, looked at the dilapidated scene around them, and then asked. This scene couldn't help but attract the skinny man's attention again. Hey? I didn't expect that your boy would actually enjoy it, and you would have so many beautiful women around you. Leave them here and I'll keep you alive. After the skinny man saw Tang Wutong and the girls, an evil light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but rub his palms. Originally, he planned to keep the Red Lotus Pavilion Master and take him back to enjoy it, but now he changed his mind. Except for the Master of Honglian Pavilion, he also wants to take away all these women. Bah, you inhuman thing wants to touch us too. If you have the ability, come over and fight me. Ma Xiaotao's fiery temper was immediately ignited, and her martial spirit was released instantly. A pair of huge phoenix wings appeared behind it, and the whole person flew into the air, surrounded by terrifying purple-red flames. Ma Xiaotao could feel that the opponent's strength was unfathomable, but at this time, only fighting could release the anger in her heart. Gg, how dare a little girl show off her power here? Black Bear, go, remember to be gentle, don't hurt my little lady. When the skinny man saw Ma Xiaotao looking like this, his eyes immediately brightened, and he immediately gave an order to a subordinate next to him. Follow your orders. Immediately, a burly and dark-skinned man jumped out from behind. With the summoning of the martial spirit, his body bones also expanded sharply out of thin air, and his body began to be covered with black hair. This is a soul master with a black bear spirit, fueled by strength and his own terrifying defense. The first 3 soul rings on his body lit up instantly, namely strength, defense and gravity. Soul rings with gravity soul skills are the favorite of all battle tank soul masters, because they can make up for the speed gap between the 2 sides. Gravity can limit the opponent's speed, and the increase and decrease of one is equal to one's own speed. The defect was made up. Instantly, with the Black Bear Soul Master as the center, the area within a radius of more than 10 feet became as sticky as a swamp, and even Ma Xiaotao's figure flying in the air was shaken by the strong gravity. Later, he had to stand back on the ground, but at this moment, he was greatly hindered from moving quickly. Phoenix Fire Line. Ma Xiaotao didn't say too much nonsense, and the 3 soul rings also flashed together. Under the soul skills of Feng Yi Tianxiang and Yu Huo Feng Huang, the Phoenix Fire Line was able to extend 10 feet away. Rushing straight to the Black Bear Soul Saint, the difference in soul power level between the 2 sides was not that big. In the eyes of the feeling man, the Battle Tank Soul Master can play a role in gradually crushing the situation. Because the sandalwood has thick skin and flesh, basically no one at the same level can get him, but can slowly wear out his opponent. But this time the skinny man obviously miscalculated. Ah! The next second, a cry of pain resounded throughout the area. The Phoenix Evil Fire touched the Black Bear Soul Saint's body, and it was like a maggot attached to the bone and could not be extinguished. Not only that, the fire was even getting bigger and bigger. The 4th soul skill, the Angry Bear Diamond Body. The blazing flames made the Black Bear Soul Master completely angry, and the 4th soul skill was instantly displayed. A golden light shield also appeared on this guy's body. End of this chapter. Chapter 934 Tang Sect moves out. Although the flames are still burning, they are burning the light shields. It will take some time to burn them completely. And this time is the time he needs to defeat Ma Xiaotao. Boom! The Black Bear Soul Saint moved, and the ground shook. Everyone felt unstable under their feet. And this guy has hit all the buildings and swung his huge fist to hit Ma Xiaotao. The skinny man saw this scene and his face turned black. He had said he would be gentle before, but this brainless guy was still so violent. Ma Xiaotao was extremely focused. Almost at the moment when the opponent fell, she turned her body and barely avoided the guy's punch. This is the benefit of Ma Xiaotao's practice of Tang Sex Ghost Shadow Mirage during this period of time. If it were before, I'm afraid Ma Xiaotao would have to choose a more soul-consuming way to resolve the crisis. Ma Xiaotao was like a slippery loach, swimming back and forth around the guy's thick arms. Then she stepped lightly on the ground, stepped on the guy's arms, and came to the opponent's back in a few steps. The man's 10-foot-tall burly statue still looked extremely heavy in front of Ma Xiaotao. I'll let you look down on me, take my punch. Ma Xiaotao appeared behind the Black Bear Soul Saint like a clever monkey, raised her fist wrapped in Phoenix Evil Fire, and then punched the guy's back of the head fiercely. Bang! The loud noise almost resounded around. The Black Bear Soul Saint groaned in pain, and his mind was full of stars for a moment, and he shook his body with some dizziness. But then came Ma Xiaotao's second punch. This punch actually knocked the Black Star Soul Saint half kneeling on the ground. Little girl, you really pissed me off. Roar! The Black Bear Soul Saint knew that there was no point in continuing to hit him like this, and immediately let out a beast-like roar. The seventh soul ring on his back suddenly flashed. His figure also rose from the ground like a mountain, and in almost a few blinks of an eye, he became a huge black bear of more than 10 feet. Ma Xiaotao was extremely small on him, like a flea. After a punch, the opponent did not react at all. Instead, he was pressed down by the enhanced terrifying middle road, and had to use the strength of his feet to distance himself from the Black Bear Soul Saint. But how could the latter allow him to be admitted to the hospital? The Black Bear Soul Saint sneered and grinned, I found you. Then he stretched out his huge palm, suddenly grabbed Ma Xiaotao's right leg, and smashed it hard on the ground in front of him. Ah! At this moment, Ma Xiaotao also displayed her martial soul, and a purple-red evil fire phoenix flew into the air. It was as if there was no one around her despite the strong gravity, and she could still fly easily. The evil fire phoenix spewed out a blazing evil fire from its mouth, and in an instant, the terrifying sea of fire enveloped the huge black bear, turning it into a sea of fire. The strong adhesion of the evil fire was devouring the golden light shield outside the black bear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang 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 bang! The Black Bear Soul Saint swung his arms quickly, constantly hitting the ground. At first, Ma Xiaotao was a little confused, until she saw the man's fourth soul ring light up. She knew that this guy's soul skills were actually displayed through it. Fourth soul skill, Earth Pulse. A powerful shock force began to spread rapidly with the Black Bear Soul Master as the center. The ground under everyone's feet began to gradually turn into sand at a speed visible to the naked eye, causing everything to fall into the sand below. Even the hard bluestone slabs were turned into soft bluestone mud by this powerful shock force. Humph, if it was before, I might be bound by you, but now I am completely different. Ma Xiaotao showed a mocking look on his face, and then he launched the ghost shadow again. The whole person felt as if he was walking on flat ground in these deserted swamps. Every time the ground is counted, the whole person moves quickly like a listening ear. The moment Ma Xiaotao finished speaking, the huge evil fire phoenix flew towards the black bear's head. A pair of terrifying sharp claws carrying evil fire scratched hard, and the shoulders of the Black Bear Soul Saint were already bloody. The golden light shield was like a piece of glass, exploding without any hindrance. Evil Fire Phoenix once again regained the overwhelming advantage of the aerial martial arts with its strong strength. After that, endless evil fire fell, and from time to time, he had to bear the sharp claws of the Evil Fire Phoenix. Even though the Black Bear Soul Saint has rough skin and thick flesh, he cannot withstand the extremely blazing evil fire of this evil sect. His proud defense was meaningless in front of the evil fire. On the other side, the skinny man gave the order. Dozens of soul masters were already attacking the VIP area where Tang Lan and the others were. Most of the soul masters were soul masters and soul kings, and a few soul emperors only knew how to fight. On Tang Ya and Tang Wutong's side, everyone understood and took out Tang Lan's modified version of Zudshan Wu. On top of the divine crossbow, a strange small ball suddenly appeared on the side of the arrow body. Along with Zudshen's wrath, the arrows shot out instantly. Although they were dodged by the soul masters, when they hit the ground, the strange ball exploded instantly. Immediately, a series of roaring explosions that were no less powerful than the Soul Emperor's full blow resounded around him. Soul-breaking thunder, this thing is mixed with soul-breaking materials that can break through the Soul Master's defense. Coupled with the fact that the thin metal poisonous needles contained in it, this explosion not only blew through the defenses of these people. The poisonous needles were also densely shot on these people's bodies. This Zudge divine crossbow can not only be equipped with soul-breaking soul-like missiles, but can even be equipped with ecstasy bombs. And this is what Huo Yuhao and Hikata shot. Suddenly, the smoke spread across the entire venue, making it impossible for anyone to see clearly anything more than a foot away. For a moment, these soul masters started causing chaos, while Tang Wutong and the girls took advantage of this opportunity to launch sneak attacks on these guys with hidden weapons. In normal times, hidden weapons would be restricted due to various reasons and would not be able to cause much harm to these people. But this time, the silence of the hidden weapon and the opponent's lack of defense were simply a harvest of strength. A series of silver needles containing anesthetic poison were shot into the bodies of those soul masters, and they fell to the ground one by one. After a while, he was lying on the ground in a large area. There were only a dozen soul kings and soul masters left. I don't know who made a suggestion, but they consciously moved closer together in an attempt to prevent their sneak attack from succeeding. But Huo Yuhao and others seemed to have already encountered this situation, when they saw Hikata suddenly half kneeling on the ground. And on his body was a strange device similar to a metal fixation frame. Huo Yuhao stepped forward, and suddenly a thick soul cannon barrel appeared in his hand. From Huo Yuhao's aiming to launching, it took almost only one breath of time. In an instant, a terrifying blue light illuminated everything around him. End of chapter. Chapter 935 Tangya loses control. A huge blue light beam rushed out in the blink of an eye, heading straight to where the group of soul masters were. This cannon is equivalent to a full-strength strike from a powerful attack soul saint, and it covers a huge area, covering everyone. And someone in the crowd seemed to have a premonition of danger, and the soul rings began to light up one by one. But it was too late. With a deafening sound and violent vibrations on the ground, all those soul masters were vomited blood and flew backwards. The surrounding buildings were all destroyed in an instant. Even Huo Yuhao and others were pushed back several feet by the powerful shock wave because they stood too close. What a powerful shot! Is this the ultimate individual soldier plan? Tang Wutong couldn't help but swallowed when he saw Huo Yuhao and Hikata's cooperation. If the soul saint is not careful, even if he survives this shot, his skin will be peeled off, let alone these soul masters who are only in the Soul King and Soul Emperor realm. On the other side, Fang Ziyi quietly released his martial spirit true form. Her martial soul is a mirror, which can be copied and extended infinitely after unfolding, and can even transform and change the surrounding terrain to form various mazes. Even if someone reacts and wants to break the mirror, what they end up breaking is just an illusory clone. Relying on the purple moon mirror martial spirit, she actually trapped more than 30 soul masters by herself. This also played a key role in the battle of Huo Yuhao and others. But Wei Na, who has always stood behind everyone, has not used her martial spirit for a long time. Because the Snow Lotus martial spirit was so eye-catching that she worried that it would be exposed here. As for her other martial soul brain, it didn't play a big role at this time. She could only stand there and watch the experience battle of the Tang clan. Kill them for me. Suddenly, many soul masters rushed in again outside. After seeing Huo Yuhao and others, they all summoned their martial souls and rushed forward with roars. As a control soul master, Xiao Xiao immediately used the 3 live soul suppressing cauldron. 3 huge soul suppressing cauldrons collided with each other, and the oscillating sound waves formed temporarily stunned these soul masters. Tang Wutong and Zhang Nanan kept attacking in the darkness, killing enemies one after another. Tang Ye stood in the distance, relying on the mental exploration provided by Huo Yuhao to everyone. He controlled the blue-silver grass to turn into snakes of vine gates, entangling these enemies. There are many dark purple spikes on the blue-silver grass. When they are pierced on the skin of those people, not only blood flows freely, but also a terrifying devouring power, which is slowly devouring the lives of these people. Ah! Just, help, I'm going to be eaten by this thing. Screams could be heard from time to time among the blue-silver grass, but they quickly disappeared. He was not dead, but was affected by the paralyzing toxin on the blue-silver grass and fell into a coma. Soon the entire venue was filled with figures of blue-silver grass. These blue-silver grasses continued to parasitize and grow with the help of the soul power of those soul masters. It seems that this place will soon become a blue-silver forest ruled by blue-silver grass. The air is filled with a slight sweetness, which is the complex toxin produced by the highly toxic soul ring attached to the blue-silver grass. So strong, it turns out Tangya looks so scary when she attacks with all her strength. At this moment, even Zhang Nanan, who often stayed with Tangya, couldn't help but glance in Tangya's direction. When she saw Tang Ye's dark red pupils, she subconsciously shuddered. She only felt that the person in front of her was no longer Tang Ye, but a demon coming out of hell. That's enough, Tang Ye, if you continue, I'm afraid you won't be able to control that guy inside of you. At this moment, Tang Lan's voice suddenly sounded behind Tang Ye. Tang Lan suddenly appeared next to Tang Ye for no apparent reason. However, Tang Ye seemed to not recognize Tang Lan at all. Her dark red eyes turned, and then she was surrounded by blue-silver grass vines with thick roots. However, a golden dragon shadow suddenly rushed out from around Tang Lan, and the blue-silver grass instantly turned into flying ash and disappeared. Tang Lan came to Tang Ye and suddenly stretched out 2 fingers to point between Tang Ye's eyebrows. In an instant, the holy golden glow carried the dragon's power and sank into Tang Ye's eyebrows. Started to suppress the demonic seed in Tang Ye's heart in a very short period of time. Tang Lan has always known that Tang Ye's blue-silver grass has the pure bloodline of the blue-silver emperor, but it is still a mutated martial spirit. This blue-silver grass has the ability to swallow the vitality of living beings. It is domineering and terrifying, but it has never been fully awakened. It will only be activated when Tang Ye faces a strong enemy and needs to unleash his potential. Today, facing the siege of one force, Tang Ye instinctively inspired the demonic seed in her heart. What Tang Lan has to do is to temporarily suppress the seeds of evil to prevent Tang Ye from completely going berserk and making no distinction between friend and foe. Maybe Tang Ye will have the opportunity to completely control this power in the future, but not yet. Then Tang Ye completely passed out and fell into Tang Lan's arms. Zhang Nanan and others were relieved when they saw this scene. Tang Ye's coma caused the surrounding blue-silver grass to slowly disappear, while those bound by the blue-silver grass had completely changed. I saw that their hair had turned white again, and even the wrinkles on their faces had become slightly more wrinkled, as if they had aged 10 years in an instant. Tang Lan roughly estimated that there should be at least 17 soul masters restrained by Tang Ye's blue-silver grass. The lives of these 17 people were truly devoured. In just a few minutes, they lost their vitality for several years. If they were trapped for a longer time, these people would probably be sucked into mummies. Evil soul masters, you must be evil soul masters. Damn it, your Yun's Hang Yuzhu actually hides an evil soul master. No one can save you from this destruction. You are seeking death. When the skinny man saw this scene, his face was full of shock. He didn't expect that the young men and women in front of him would actually make extraordinary moves. Tang even hesitated no longer and directly summoned his martial soul, White Bone Skeleton. A huge bone spur suddenly grew out of the palm of his hand, and it was grasped in his hand like a long sword. 8 soul rings also appeared on his body, circling up and down around him. He grinned and said, "He, you guys are really interesting, but that's it for today." The moment the voice fell, the contra of the white bone martial spirit turned into a white shadow and rushed towards Tang Lan instantly. The slender and sharp ancient sword in his hand pierced Tang Ye in Tang Lan's arms. In her opinion, if this young woman is let go, she will be a disaster in the future. Kindness. Tang Lan looked at Tang Ye in his arms affectionately, and when he saw that the other party wanted to sneak attack on the two of them, he immediately looked stunned. At this moment, time around you seemed to stand still. End of chapter. Chapter 936 Fierce Battle with Bone Douluo. Only Tang Lan and the white bone soul Douluo opposite saw Tang Lan slowly raise his arm, and then flicked the tip of this guy's bone sword with his finger. Boom! Powerful power poured into Bone Douluo's body like a volcanic eruption, and the ancient sword growing in his hand instantly turned into countless fragments. With just one blow, White Bone Soul Douluo opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. During this period, several walls were knocked down before he could barely stabilize his body. Boy, you are looking for death. White Bone's Luo was furious and flew up from the ruins again, arriving in front of Tang Lan in just an instant. Countless bone spurs suddenly grew on his body, and he was like a hedgehog, arrogantly trying to pierce Tang Lan directly with his body. This fierce killing technique may only be thought of by White Bone Douluo. However, in the loud noise, the situation that White Bone Douluo expected did not happen. Around Tang Lan, there was actually such an ancient dragon phantom lying. It was only 1 foot away from Tang Lan, but it could not move forward at all. 93 level titled Douluo, nothing more. Tang Lan stood in place, with his hands behind his back, and said calmly. However, the white bone Douluo on the opposite side was blushing at this moment. The other party looked like just a second ring soul master, how could he become a titled Douluo in the blink of an eye? The powerful dragon power contained in his martial soul made him feel more pressured. Then Tang Lan suddenly materialized a golden overlord spear in his hand and poked the guy's chin fiercely. A white bone sword suddenly appeared at the neck of this bone Douluo, which was used to resist Tang Lan's overlord spear. But the same scene appeared. Tang Lan's overlord spear destroyed the bone sword on this guy in just an instant. But that instantaneous contact still gave this guy a moment to dodge. After knowing Tang Lan's strength, the first 5 soul skills of Bone Douluo lit up instantly. They are strength, speed, defense, sharpness, and the last one is the bone clone. This clone is not a completely illusory clone, but a clone with some of the strength of Bone Douluo. If there is one clone, it can have 30% of the strength of Bone Douluo. If there are 2 clones, each clone will only have 10% of its strength, and the soul power consumed will only be more, but not less. If there are 3 clones, then these 3 clones may not even have the basic examples of titled Douluo. And they only have the strength of level 89 soul Douluo. This is the 6th soul skill of Bone Douluo, the Bone Clone, which is an 80,000-year-old soul beast, the Bone Demon King, in the Northwest Dead Desert. If he were in his domain, the Bone Forest, this guy could even reach the strength of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Although Bone Douluo was only level 69 at that time, because he was a mutant martial soul, he had a natural restraining effect against skeletons and dead soul beasts. In order to kill this Bone Demon King, many strong men from the Mad Lion sect had also jointly hunted him. For this, several soul Douluos even died. But the fall of bones made the Mad Lion sect feel that this deal was very worthwhile. Because the serving bones only raised their cultivation to the titled Douluo in the next 10 years. It was said to be late, but it was fast. The 2 Bone Douluos began to surround and kill Tang Lan from the left and right. At this moment, even Tang Lan couldn't tell which of them was the real body for a moment. Without hesitation, he stabbed at the chest of the Bone Douluo on the right. As the golden light penetrated the sky, Tang Lan pierced the guy's chest with a shot. However, the expected blood did not flow, but turned into a soul power light and slowly dissipated. He, die. The Bone Douluo laughed wildly, and a huge bone knife condensed in his hand and chopped towards Tang Lan's head. His eyes were full of madness and killing, and only fighting could calm the mania in his heart. Ancient Dragon Guard. At this moment, a dragon roar that seemed to come from the ancient times sounded, and a huge ancient dragon phantom suddenly appeared, guarding Tang Lan in it. The 2 terrifying forces collided violently, making this area as bright as day for a while. Damn, you monster, look at my 9th soul skill, the Bone Domain. Feeling that Tang Lan was still intact, his attack could not break Tang Lan's defense. Bone Douluo was close to losing his mind and did not hold back anymore. The black light contained in the 9th soul skill expanded continuously with Bone Douluo as the center, and covered hundreds of feet in just a few breaths. The entire Yun's Hangyuja was covered in it, and skeletons rose from the feet of everyone. Some soul masters who reacted slowly were pierced through and could only wail in pain on the bones. Their vitality was devoured by the bones crazily, and they turned into skeletons in a short while. Such ability was powerful in Tang Lan's eyes, but it was not at the same level compared to Tang Ye's martial soul's devouring power. Tang Ye's martial soul devoured the vitality of others while devouring the soul power of others. Not only was it fast, it could even be transformed into the power of its own martial soul, blue silver grass, making it even more terrifying. However, these bones could only devour, but could not be used for their own purposes. Break. Seeing that these bones had surrounded everyone in the center, Tang Lan's eyes flashed with golden light. The overlord spear in his hand swept across, and the spear beam dozens of feet long shot out, chopping all the surrounding bones into powder. At the same time, his figure was like a rock flapping its wings, and he appeared in front of White Bone Douluo in just an instant. After a spear was thrust out, there was a bang, and the whole body of White Bone Douluo exploded with a bang, and it turned out to be another clone. And she herself quickly rushed to the back of Tang Lan. His target was Tang Ye, who fell into a coma in Xiaoxio's arms. He, this little girl's martial spirit is so special, I will take her back today to make up for the failure of this operation. White Bone Douluo laughed strangely, opened his hand and grabbed Tang Ye in Xiaoxio's arms. Don't even think about it. Xiaoxio's face was full of perseverance, he shouted softly, and the soul ring on his body suddenly lit up. Immediately, the Sanshung soul-suppressing cauldron was summoned to his head. A thick halo of light bloomed above the 3 cauldrons, and then a yellowish soul bell appeared, protecting her and Tang Ye within it. Humph, Xiao Xiao Soul Lord dares to attack me and seek death. Douluo snorted coldly, an array of soul power shot out, instantly shaking the giant soul power bell away. The body quickly approaches Xiao Xiao, and Tang can be snatched away from her in the next second. Phew! At this moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed away in the sky. The speed was so fast that even a titled Douluo had no time to react. When Douluo lowered his head, he saw a golden dragon spear inserted into his chest. From the back of his chest to the front, the terrifying golden soul power began to fly around in his body like a wild horse. End of chapter. Chapter 937 Big Reversal. How is this possible, my body? White Douluo looked at his body being penetrated and the aura on his body receding like a tide, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. The reason why he did not use the 7th soul skill was because his martial spirit and skeleton state were the 7th soul skill itself. And his 7th soul skill is not like others who can obtain a powerful martial soul in a short time. Rather, it always exists and enhances his various soul skills. This is also the reason why he was able to fight fiercely with Tang for so long. Although this guy is only level 93, he can definitely fight with a level 95 titled Douluo in a short period of time and remain undefeated. After opening the 9th soul skill, the Bone Domain, he was able to integrate himself into the domain. As long as he wants to, he can instantly appear anywhere where bones exist. Even if a super Douluo wanted to hurt him, it would be very difficult. But he didn't expect that there was someone faster than him. This blow completely evaded all his perceptions and was so fast that he couldn't react at all. Although the White Bone Realm keeps trying to repair his wounds, the powerful destructive power of the Dragon God Overlord Spear after identifying with the martial soul has made his recovery ability ineffective. Seeing this scene, Xiao Xiao, who was so close to Douluo, kept shrinking her eyes. Xiao Xiao bit her tongue by force and woke up instantly with the help of the severe pain. Xiao Xiao hurriedly backed away with Tangya in her arms. However, at this time, Douluo no longer had the strength to support his continued pursuit. All the meridians and internal organs in his body had been completely destroyed by the overbearing destructive power of the Dragon God Overlord's spear. I'm not willing to give in. Roar! Bang! Following the explosion, Douluo seemed unable to support his body any longer. Then it turned into countless bone fragments and exploded. After the deafening roar, there was deathly silence. The Mad Lion sect united several major forces to launch a massacre and destruction of Yun's Hangyuju, and the leading titled Douluo died in the battle before it was completely completed. This left the Soul Douluo and Soul Saints below completely directionless, wondering whether to fight or retreat. All disciples of Yun's Hangyuju obey the orders and cooperate with these friends to kill the invading enemies. Those who have made meritorious service in annihilating the enemy can be made deacons and be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold and silver. Hong Lian's voice echoed across the entire field. Although she still looked exhausted, her voice was full of excitement. At this time, she had been rescued by Fang Ziai, who was hiding in secret. The originally bright red Chong Sam now looked very coquettish. It was a blood robe that was dulled by her blood. Hong Lian's 2 shoulder blades were pierced by black soul forbidden chains, and his hands were also tied with black shackles. He looked like an ordinary person, unable to release any soul power at all. Seeing that there were suddenly so many masters on his side, there was even a titled Douluo who died on the opposite side. All the soul masters from Yun's Hangyuju suddenly rushed towards each other like chicken blood. To their delight, a clear spiritual power suddenly entered their minds. This enables them to completely control everything within a radius of tens of feet. Even if they were attacked from behind, these people would be able to dodge first without even looking. With this feeling of opening up God's perspective, the combat effectiveness of the Soul Masters on Tang Yun's Hangyuju's side suddenly rose by several levels. Even though the opponent's Soul Masters are still numerous, they can still gradually regain their disadvantage. On the other hand, the Spirit Masters of Mad Lion Zanjiu and other forces were already in a state of chaos, and everyone was thinking about how to escape. The disciples of Fenjiu Tower obey your orders, we retreat. At this moment, a man suddenly shouted loudly in the distance, and then turned into a stream of light and flew towards the distance. Looking at this man's aura, he turned out to be a peak soul Douluo at level 89, only one step away from becoming a titled Douluo. As soon as these words came out, 30% of the opponent's soul masters immediately turned around and evacuated as quickly as possible, no longer paying attention to the opponents in front of them. This scene caused an eerie silence on the field for a moment, and then someone shouted, "Li Yunhai, You actually went back on your word and retreated temporarily. I have recorded this matter in the Crazy Lion sect. But the man named Li Yunhai in the distance turned his head and sneered, You Crazy Lion sect, the bone Douluo has fallen, and there is no point in continuing to fight. Forgive us for not being able to accompany you. After saying that, the man disappeared into the night with dozens of soul beasts. Zizuding disciples, obey my orders and retreat. Then, a loud shout came from the other side, and the disciples of Zizuding who were already ready to attack immediately got rid of their opponents one by one and fled in the opposite direction. Soon, only the Mad Lion sect family was left on the field, and the number of soul masters was already equal to that of Yun's Hangyuju. But with the blessing of Huo Yuhao's mental detection, Yun's Hangyuju soon showed an overwhelming trend and launched a fierce counterattack against them. In the night sky, a cold breath spread quickly. A man rushed out from the depths of Yun Chanjiaju in the distance with a long icy knife in his hand. Every time the long knife was raised, one person would be decapitated by it. Even the seven-ringed soul saint died instantly under his hands, and there was no time to open the true form of the martial soul. Sister, I'm sorry, I'm late. The young man with blue hair looked at Hong Lian, the pavilion master who was being supported by Fang Ziai, with a hint of apology in his eyes. However, Hong Lian shook her head and said, It doesn't matter, you came at the right time. The young man nodded, and then charged into the enemy formation again. During this period, he even glanced meaningfully at Huo Yuhao. Because Huo Yuhao also turned on the mental detection for him. It's a pity that with his strength, he doesn't need this ability at all, because he is already an ultimate contra. It can even be called a half-step titled Douluo. There is no suspense in the battle that follows. Except for a few remnants of the Mad Lion sect who escaped, most of them have died here. Several soul masters were captured and taken away alive. The scene soon became silent, and the battle was over. If these people hadn't taken action, I'm afraid Yun's Hangyuju would have ceased to exist tonight. We, my brothers and sisters, would like to express our gratitude to you all. At this time, Hong Lian no longer had the charm and enchantment she had when they first met, and was replaced by an unusually calm face. She took her younger brother and bowed heavily to Tang Lan and others. Tang Yue saw that everyone was silent and just looked at herself. She had no choice but to bite the bullet and said, There, this is what we should do. As the saying goes, when the road is rough, draw your sword to help. This is also the purpose of our Tang sect. While saying these words, Tang Yue suddenly had a strange feeling and remembered that Tang Lan had said these words not long ago. Tang Man. Forgive us, my brothers and sisters, for our limited knowledge and ignorance of where the Tang sect is. Please ask my benefactor to clarify our doubts. Hong Lian and her younger brother Yuan Yan looked at each other, and both saw the confusion in the other's eyes, so they spoke. End of chapter. Chapter 938 Yun's Hangyuju's Allegiance. Actually, it's normal that you don't know. After all, Tang sect is no longer the Tang sect it once was. As early as hundreds of years ago, the Tang sect had declined to the point that no one knew about it. Tang Yue smiled bitterly upon hearing this, but she did not express any dissatisfaction with the two of them. Instead, she explained patiently. However, the Hong Lian siblings did not believe Tang Lan's words at all. Then Hong Lian said, Just relying on you is enough to surpass the overall strength of our Yun's Hangyuju. And Yun's Hangyuju has been able to recruit soul masters in several big cities to join. So far, there are more than 400 soul masters above soul master alone. It's just that we have as many as 7 branches of Yun's Hangyuju, each located in different cities, and our strength is relatively dispersed. This allows these people to take advantage of us. In the final analysis, because we at Yun's Hangyuju do not have a titled Douluo, we have become the target of many forces who believe that they can be bullied and plundered at will. At the end of the sentence, Hong Lian sighed softly. He doesn't have much anger, and he can't blame others for his lack of strength. Hong Lian's younger brother was also silent at this time. Although he was practicing hard every day and night, his cultivation level was still stuck at level 89 and could not make any progress. Without breaking through the limit of level 90, no matter how powerful you are, you will never reach the level of a titled Douluo. This made him feel a little lost and decadent, but he himself did not realize that he had almost surpassed most people among his peers. I would like to ask, who is the head of your Tang sect? Hong Lian seemed to have thought of something, and immediately raised her head to look at Tang Yue and Tang Lan. She can naturally see that the two of them are the backbone of everyone. Ah, actually, I am the head of the Tang sect, and Tang Lan is the deputy head of the Tang sect. To be honest, there are only a dozen of us in the Tang sect now. Apart from the 10 of us, there are a few people who are not here for the time being. In Tang Ye's opinion, a dozen or so people are not considered a sect at all, and if they were told, it would attract people's contempt. However, Hong Lian's eyes shone brightly. Without waiting for his brother to express his position, he directly said, I wonder if your Tang sect is still recruiting disciples. Hi, but these things have to be done slowly. After all, we are all still students. Tang Ye nodded with big eyes. She was still a little dizzy at this time. If Tang Lan hadn't fed her a pill just now, Tang Ye might still be in a coma at this time. Then, if I am willing to take Yun's Hang Yeju to join the Tang clan, will you agree to our joining? The strongest ones among Yun's Hang Yeju are our 2 brothers and sisters. The other 3 Contras have just broken through. They chose to join Yun's Hang because they wanted to repay our brothers and sisters for their life-saving kindness. Yeju. If they don't want to, I can let them leave. Gurren expressed his thoughts slightly eagerly. Her eyes finally focused on Tang Lan, because Tang Ye was also looking at Tang Lan at this time. There is no doubt about Tang Lan's strength. Being able to kill a titled Douluo is enough to put him in a very high position supported by everyone. Now only he can decide whether to agree to Yun's Hang Yeju's joining. The purpose of Tang clan is very simple. Joining Tang clan will not affect any of your freedoms. Therefore, Yun's Hang Yeju still exists and there will not be many changes. In addition, no matter who wants to join the Tang sect, they must start as an outer disciple. Even you 2 siblings can only be outer elders. As for how to enter the inner sect, the first thing you need is time, the second is those who have made great contributions, and the third is those who are talented and swear to never betray the Tang sect. Tang sect's voice was very serious. Yun's Hang Yeju's strength was enough to be considered a medium-sized sect. With the addition of Yun's Hang Yeju, the Tang sect's overall strength can be enhanced, but the soul masters among them are mixed. If you don't take it seriously, I'm afraid it will cause trouble for the Tang sect in the future. Okay, we agree to your request. From now on, my sister and brother will declare to join the Tang clan. If they betray anyone, they will be punished by heaven and earth, and their souls will collapse and they will not be reincarnated. Hong Lian and her younger brother Yuan Yan looked at each other and then swore an oath together. Hong Lian knew that after tonight, the Crazy Lion sect, Zizua Pavilion and Fenjihu Tower would never let go of Yun's Hang Yeju. Even if all the soul masters from Yun's Hang Yeju were gathered together, they would not be able to compete with the forces of the 3 parties that were not weaker than Yun's Hang Yeju. Without the help of everyone in the Tang sect, even if the crisis is relieved tonight, Yun's Hang Yeju will no longer be able to withstand the siege of the 3 parties. It seems that their only option now is to join the Tang clan. They could see through Tang Lan, so why couldn't they? Rather than letting them defect to other forces, or be annexed by the 3 forces, it would be better to take over Yun's Hang Yeju. The Tang sect is currently short of people, and the addition of Yun's Hang Yeju will undoubtedly greatly increase the Tang sect's strength. But the price to be paid is to help Yun's Hang Yeju deal with the 3 parties. Since the other party has dispatched titled Douluo this time, there will definitely be titled Douluo from these 3 parties. Tang Lan didn't care too much about this. There were only a few of them in the Tang sect now. Even if these guys wanted to cause trouble for the Tang sect, they couldn't find anyone. If you really find them here, the worst case scenario is to kill them directly. So Tang Lan nodded and said, okay, since you have decided, I will agree to your joining on behalf of the Tang sect. However, this code of conduct for Tang sect disciples still needs to be distributed and asked to be read by your subordinates. If someone makes a mistake in the future, I think you can solve it well without us taking action. When Tang Lan spoke, an extra book appeared in his hand, and he threw it to Hong Lian. After just a few glances, Hong Lian quickly agreed. Because she found that there were some very simple rules in it, the requirements were not high, and it didn't require too much attention. Because anyone who violates the regulations inside is a treacherous and evil person, even if Tang Lan doesn't take action, she will clean up the house with her own hands. From today on, I, Yun's Hang Yeju, declare my allegiance to the Tang clan. If there is any betrayal, heaven and earth will not tolerate it, and my body and soul will be torn apart. Hong Lian supported her weak body and walked to the highest point of Yun's Hang Yeju, and then announced with concern for her soul power in her voice. This sentence immediately spread for miles around. Countless people heard Hong Lian's words at this moment, and they were all wondering which force this Tang sect belonged to. Why have they never heard of it? Tang Lan and others, who originally wanted to leave the next day, changed their original plan because of Yun's Hang Yaju's oath of allegiance. Then he discussed the next plan with Honglian and Yuan Yan. In the empty conference room, there is a huge square table in the center. End of chapter. Chapter 939 Tang Lan's decision. Sitting in the first place was Tang Yi, while Tang Lan sat next to her. In addition to everyone from the Tang sect, there were also several senior executives of Yun's Hang Yaju sitting on both sides. At the same time, he is also one of the few Soul Saint Masters. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Honglian said, according to the information collected by our people, there are 2 titled Douluo in the Mad Lion sect, and one of them has been killed by the deputy sect leader. On the other side is Chong Tianba, the leader of the Mad Lion sect. This person is extremely domineering and is a 94th level titled Douluo. In addition, the number of Contra souls in the Mad Lion sect is about 9, and they are the strongest among the 3 forces. The number of soul saints has reached 31. In the next half hour, Honglian made a general report on the overall power of the Crazy Lion sect, Zizua Pavilion, and Fenjihu Tower, including the number of soul masters above Soul Saint. Adding the 3 parties together, there are 3 titled Douluo, 21 soul Douluo, and 80 soul saints. In comparison, the number of people on the Tang sect side seems slightly understaffed. Tang Lan is the only one who can fight against a powerful man like titled Douluo. Soul except for the 4 soul masters of Honglian who just joined, there is not a single soul master in the original Tang sect. There are 2 soul saints in the original Tang sect, Fang Ziai and Vina. Vina cannot take action easily for her own reasons, so she can be completely excluded. After careful calculation, except for Tang Lan who is the key to turning the tide of the battle, all the soul masters of the lower levels are not at an advantage. But Tang Lan feels that as long as Tang Ye, Huo Yuhao and others gather together, they can exert several times their strength. This is the strength of the talented students in Shrek Academy, no doubt. Right now, if we confront the 3 forces head-on, we will inevitably fall into a weak position and defeat. My deal is to temporarily shrink the sphere of influence in order to seek development. When we have accumulated enough strength, we will look for opportunities to avenge them. For the time being, we will keep Fiyin City and the 3 branches of Tianjiao City and Gaian City, which are the nearest to them. As for the other 4 branches, we can only give them to them temporarily. This is the best way I can think of to preserve our strength so far. As an outer sect elder of the Tang sect, Honglian made what she thought was the most rational judgment. She did not put the previous hatred and anger into her plan, but was a smart person who really thought rationally. But sister, those are the resources and forces that we spent nearly 10 years to occupy. Would you be willing to give them up like this? Honglian's younger brother Yuan Yan couldn't help but speak. The remaining 7 cities, each branch was exchanged for his brother's lives, so how could he be willing to give them up? There is no such thing as being willing or unwilling. As long as we can laugh to the end, everything will be ours. Focusing on the gains and losses in front of us will only make us lose more and more. Honglian turned her head suddenly and looked at her brother Yuan Yan in a tone of teaching. This time, Yuan Yan was speechless because he knew that what his sister said was right. Well, you are all right. Being able to think so far ahead can indeed sit in the position of the elder of the Tang sect. But this contraction of strength also needs to be planned. My Tang sect never likes to suffer losses when doing things. If they eat up the 4 branches, we must double the efforts to take them back immediately. Since you want to contract your power, why not take Liuyuan City together? You know, it is less than 100 kilometers away from us. Tang Lan said, picked up a pen, and circled the location of Liuyuan City on the map on the table. Liuyuan City is a city less than 100 miles north of Fiyin City, but it is the largest city within a radius of 500 miles. In the territory controlled by the Empire, Liuyuan City has always been known as the capital of Luling County. Orders issued on weekdays are all issued from Liuyuan City and issued in batches to surrounding cities of all sizes. The size and total resources of Liuyuan City are enough to be comparable to the sum of 3 small cities. What, you mean, take the initiative to attack and take down the branches of the 3 forces in Liuyuan City? This is such a bold idea. After understanding Tang Lan's plan, the Honglian siblings looked at each other, their eyes shrinking violently. Tang Lan is the first person they have ever seen who can make such a bold and domineering decision. But Honglian still had to remind him at this time, our branch in Liuyuan City is very weak. It was established less than a year ago and has not gained a firm foothold in the local area. In addition to our 4 forces, there are 4 other forces in Liuyuan City. Everyone knows it and restrains each other. In addition, the city lord's mansion has banned it, so there is no big dispute for the time being. Hong Lian gave Tang Lan a general introduction to the current situation in Liuyuan City. In her opinion, Liuyuan City is indeed a good place, but it is also very difficult to intervene in it. If the noise is too big, it may even be suppressed or driven out of Liuyuan City by the city lord's mansion. However, this time, Tang Lan, Tang Ye and others all laughed. Whether it is the token of Shrek Academy or the token of Tang sect, the city lord's mansion can give way to it and dare not intervene in the disputes in the Soul Master world. We naturally have ways to keep the city lord's mansion from interfering, and we can even have them help us secretly. And the 3 forces will definitely take the lead in annexing our peripheral forces in the near future. What we need to do now is to mobilize all of our people from the remaining 10 cities. They will never think that we will raid their garrison branch in Liuyuan City. By then, half of Liuyuan City will be in our hands. Tang Lan's voice suddenly took on a touch of majesty, making everyone stand up. Hong Lian's siblings bowed to Tang Lan with a respectful look, and then said together, "Yes, we will do it." At this moment, everyone's blood was boiling. If Tang Lan's plan succeeds, the strength of the Tang sect and Yun's Hang Yaju, which is affiliated with the Tang sect, will not only not weaken, but will even be greatly enhanced. Occupying Liuyuan City, their subsequent development will be smooth and become more powerful. This meeting lasted for nearly 3 hours before Hong Lian hurriedly left with his brother Yuan Yan. We should urgently mobilize the members outside to rush back. The next night, the spies from Yun's Hang Yaju sent news. The 4 cities of the outermost Yun's Hang Yaju they have all been forcibly captured by the 3 forces. The Soul Master of Yun's Hang Yaju had already left the branch 1 day in advance, leaving only an empty shell for the other party. Almost everything that could be taken away was taken away, and everything that could not be taken away was burned with a fire. End of chapter. Chapter 940 Night Visit to the City Lord's Mansion. What was left to them was an empty shell, and there was only a ruin inside. Everyone in the Tang sect had already entered Liuyuan City in advance the day before. Before dawn the next day, everyone from the Tang sect appeared on the street dressed in black. According to the location given by Hong Lian, these 3 forces are in different streets. The farthest one is about 10 miles away, and the other 2 are only 4 miles apart. 2 of them are in Dongcheng and 1 is in Nanchang. The city lord's mansion is located in the North City. For this reason, Tang Lan went to the city lord's mansion to meet with the city lord of Liuyuan City. The city lord's mansion prohibits outsiders from entering. If you are wise, leave quickly, otherwise I will call someone. The guard standing at the door saw Tang Lan walking towards the door with Tang Ye and Ma Xiao Tao, and immediately reminded him in a bad voice. In his opinion, these people are just young people in the city who are looking for excitement. If they break into the mansion, these guards will be punished by the city lord. Tell you city lord, there are guests outside the door asking to see you. Tang Lan looked calm and spoke to the guard. Hey? Which college are you students from? How dare you linger here? If you don't leave, don't blame us for being rude. Another Shaojian Tang Lan and others still refused to leave. With a gloomy expression, he raised the spear in his hand and walked towards Tang Lan and others. Humph, if you dare to do anything, I think you are tired of living. Ma Xiao Tao's fiery temper was instantly ignited. No matter what, she reached out to grab the spear in this guy's hand, and then kicked it out. With a bang, the armor-clad guard was kicked away by Ma Xiao Tao and slammed into the door of the city lord's mansion. What's going on? Quick, someone breaks into the city lord's mansion without permission. Let me capture them. When the guards patrolling not far away heard the fighting here, more than 20 guards immediately ran over and rushed towards Tang Lan and others. Tang Ye looked helpless at the moment. Her original idea of having a gentle discussion seemed to be unworkable. After half a stick of incense. Bang! There was a sudden loud noise in the city lord's mansion. It turned out that Tang Lan had knocked away the door of the inner courtyard with one punch, and was about to enter the courtyard group behind. Who is it? You have such courage. Soon, a middle-aged man who had just put on his clothes in a panic came to the front garden accompanied by his confidants. City Lord Chu Heng, you have such great authority. Why don't you look at what this is? Ma Xiao Tao snorted and threw out a Shrek Academy token from her backhand. After taking the token, the city lord named Chu Heng looked at it carefully for a moment, then he was shocked and his face was full of horror. But before this guy could speak, Tang also threw out a token and said to him, "And this? On one side is the token of Shrek Academy, and on the other side is the token of Tang sect." After seeing these two tokens clearly, Chu Heng, the lord of Liyuan city, knelt on the ground with a plop. Then he hurriedly begged for mercy and said, "I didn't know that you, my lords, are here, so please forgive me." Then, in front of all the guards around him, he solemnly kowtowed to Tang Lan and others. The current master of Shrek Academy's Poseidon Pavilion, Mu En, is the honorary imperial master of the Heavenly Soul Empire. That was the teacher of the Heavenly Soul Emperor, who once single-handedly redeemed the entire Heavenly Soul Empire. These people have offended Shrek Academy. If the higher UPS find out, even if he is the lord of a city, he will probably be thrown into prison. After all, if Mun En is made unhappy and the Heavenly Soul Empire is in crisis again in the future, this person will just sit back and watch. Then the entire Heavenly Soul Empire will be wiped out on the mainland, especially now that the Heavenly Soul Empire is weak. The Tang clan was also very kind to the empire back then. The emperor once issued a decree that every city in the empire should provide the Tang clan with as much convenience as possible. I didn't expect that it would take so long for him to encounter none of these, but trouble would come to Chu Heng tonight. "Humph, are you aware of your guilt now? But our congratulations are not here to punish you, but because we need your help with something. Let's go in and talk." Ma Xiaotao and Tang Lan looked at each other, and after getting Tang Lan's approval, she stepped forward and patted the city lord on the shoulder, signaling him to stand up and speak. In the room of Lord Chu Heng, Tang Lan and others sat casually at the tea table. Then Tang Ye got straight to the point. "Yun's Hang Yeju has attached itself to our Tang sect. The Mad Lion sect, Zizua Pavilion and Fenjihu Tower sneak attacked the headquarters of Yun's Hang Yeju. Now the suppression and competition have been launched against the remaining 4 branches. The Tang sect and Shrek Academy will definitely avenge this hatred. What you have to do now is to keep your city guards and city defense troops from getting involved in this matter. Tonight, these 3 forces will completely disappear in Liyuan city." It was silent. Although there was a faint candlelight in the whole room, it was still dim. Chu Heng his eyes widened for a moment. He didn't expect that these teenagers in front of him would do so cruelly. But after thinking of those 2 tokens, he could only grit his teeth and make up his mind and promise, "Please rest assured, the city defense army and the city main guard will never appear in the area where these 3 forces are located tonight. But please try not to harm the surrounding civilians." Chu Heng saw the seriousness and determination in the eyes of Tang Lan and others. Understand that even if he disagrees with this matter tonight, this matter will still happen. Rather than going against these people who have the gold medal to avoid death, it is better to be a favor. He is not an ordinary person, but a true 7-ring soul saint. He can feel that there are 3 soul saints among the people. There was also a young man whose rank he couldn't even see through, as if a layer of mist had emerged from his body. This made him have to suspect that this young man was probably a contra-level soul master. If they were students from other places, Chu Heng might not care, but if they were from Shrek Academy, that would be a different matter. Because over the years, all soul masters who came out of that place would eventually become powerful. It can be said that the power of Shrek Academy is not only his own, but also the incomparably wide circle of people in the entire soul world. Normally nothing can be seen, but as long as there is movement in Shrek Academy, many forces in the entire soul world will scramble to cooperate. If nothing else, let's just say that his old mentor, General Li Yuan of the Tianhun Empire, was a student of Shrek Academy. In this case, even if he didn't want to help, he would still have to help. When Tang Lan and others left, Chu Heng went directly to the entrance of the courtyard. Only after Tang Lan and others stopped them did they stop. However, within a few miles of the branches of the 3 forces, they were already surrounded by many soul masters dressed in black. Tonight, all the soul masters from the Tang sect and Yun's Hang Yeju went out in full force, and hundreds of soul masters gathered here. End of chapter. Chapter 941 Night Attack on 3 Sects. The first place Tang Lan arrived was naturally the headquarters of the Mad Lion sect. Under the dark night, there were only 2 young soul masters guarding the gate of the Mad Lion sect's station, and it was extremely quiet inside. They seemed not to have anticipated the danger at all, and most of them were in a beautiful dreamland. "Come in, those who surrender will not be killed. Those who resist will die." Tang Lan waved to the group of soul masters behind him and said in a calm voice. Since he has fought to the death with the 3 parties, Tang Lan naturally does not need to have much compassion for these people. The pity now is to send oneself to the stake in the future. Kill. For a moment, the shouts of killing were loud, and the fire soul masters in the front fired powerful fire soul skills one after another towards the buildings in front. The entire Mad Lion Sect's residential buildings began to be engulfed in fire. Only then did the Mad Lion Sect react and soul masters began to rush out one after another. Who is so bold and dares to sneak attack on my Mad Lion Sect? Die! A soul saint came outside and became furious after seeing such a scene. Seeing the flaming lion transformed into a soul emperor spitting fire non-stop, a murderous intent flashed in the soul saint's eyes. He came to the opponent in an instant and slapped the opponent's Tianling cap with one palm. You dare to make mistakes in front of me? Tang Lan's figure appeared instantly, grabbed the guy's right arm, and then stamped his left hand on the opponent's chest. A seemingly soft palm actually contains extremely strong power. Hearing a muffled sound, the soul saint flew backwards and knocked down a building, unable to get up again. Poor guy, he was seriously injured before he could even release his martial spirit and could no longer fight. This was Tang Lan's intention to save this guy's life, otherwise, with just that palm, he would have exploded to death in an instant. Tang Ye, Huo Yuhao and even the Honglian siblings are not here, but have been sent to other places by Tang Lan. There are only Tang Lan and a group of soul masters from Yun's Hangyuju here. But it is the most reassuring place among the 3 attack locations, because Tang Lan alone is enough. Roar! You ants, how dare you sneak attack on our headquarters of the Mad Lion Sect, you are seeking death. At this moment, a roar echoed throughout the surroundings. A huge black snake rushed out from the Crazy Lion Sect's station. Tang Lan could tell at a glance that this should be the opponent who had used his martial soul avatar, and the 8 soul rings around him were jumping up and down, because this was an 8-ring soul Douluo. Tang Lan estimated that this guy should be a Contra above level 87. Seeing that the other party wanted to take action against the Tang sect disciples, a cold light flashed in Tang Lan's eyes. The Overlord spear appeared in his hand, and was thrown violently by Tang Lan 100 meters away. The golden light drew a beautiful arc in the night sky, just fleeting. Poof! The next moment, a huge black snake more than 10 feet tall suddenly looked up to the sky and let out a scream. Because there is a bloody hole right now within 7 inches of his body. The blood flowed down like water, like a bloody rain. Then there was a loud explosion, and the giant snake exploded to pieces. It was so dead that it could no longer die. The terror of the Overlord gun was instantly apparent, and the entire venue was without exception shrouded in powerful murderous intent and bloody aura. Tang Lan saw that there was also a Contra on the other side fighting against the Tang sect disciples. In just a few breaths, several soul saints were seriously injured. Immediately, his figure flashed and appeared in front of that person. He punched the huge black wolf hard on the head. Boom! Powerful force poured down, and a wolf head the size of a small house exploded instantly. His huge body collapsed suddenly after losing his head, and another Contra who had opened his martial spirit true form was instantly killed by Tang Lan. Then Tang Lan fired another shot, and the gun that was dozens of feet in size directly cut the entire architectural atmosphere of the Mad Lion Sect's residence in half. In the middle was a huge ravine with a depth of 10 feet, and several unfortunate soul saints of the Mad Lion Sect were also wiped out by this spear. Immediately afterwards, Tang Lan's voice resounded for miles around, shocking the hearts of all soul masters. The Tang clan is here personally, and those who surrender will not be killed. Just 8 words, like a holy metaphor from the gods. We are willing to submit to the Tang sect, please show mercy. At this moment, a middle-aged man in cloth quickly walked out of the building behind. This man is also a Contra, and an 88th level Contra. This person had just seen Tang Lan instantly kill Contra, and now he was the only one of the 3 Contras stationed there. In order to save the lives of himself and these men, he had no choice. But when he saw the faces of the soul masters around him, his pupil shrank, and he immediately said, You are the soul masters of Yun's Hangyuju. Humph, Luo Jiao, now Yun's Hangyuju has attached itself to the Tang sect, and you openly attacked my Yun's Hangyuju headquarters, you should have expected what will happen today. A 79-level soul saint sneered, seeming to have known Luo Jiao for a long time. Tang Man. Is this the name? However, Luo Jiao didn't seem to hear his words, but kept mumbling to himself. After a long while, he seemed to remember something, and couldn't help but speak. However, this soul saint did not say much, but said, If you have anything to say, ask the deputy sect master yourself. After saying that, the Soul Saint led his men to the depths of the Mad Lion sect branch, and wanted to put all the surrendered Soul Masters under house arrest to await their punishment. At the same time, on the other side, in the branch of Zizua Pavilion, a fire was also burning at this moment. But the advance was different. There was even a strong cold air spreading inside the fire. Hong Lian's younger brother Yuan Yan held the Ice Xian sword Wuhan and froze several buildings with one sword. Countless Soul Masters were frozen and unable to move. The three Contras rushed out and began to besiege Yuan Yan. Hong Lian stood in the distance, holding a lotus with dazzling red light in his hand, constantly exerting amplifying effects on Yuan Yan. As an 89-level peak Contra, Yuan Yan could carry two 87th-level Contras and one 88th-level Contra with one manpower without any pressure at all, and even had the upper hand. This is unreasonable. You, Yun's Hangyaju, dare to attack me, Zizua Pavilion, at night. From now on, you will definitely be obliterated by me, Zizua Pavilion, together with other forces. The eyes of the leader of the 88th-level Contra spit fire, and a pair of black gloves in his hands continued to bloom with a powerful glow. Every icy sword ray from Yuan Yan was blocked by him with these martial soul gloves. As for the two Contras behind him, one is of the defensive system and the other is of the auxiliary system. Although the three of them are integrated in offense and defense, they lack some combat power and cannot launch a counterattack, and are greatly restricted. At this time, they can only hope that the Crazy Lion Sect and Fenjihu Tower can detect the situation here, and, end of chapter. Chapter 942 Fierce Battle. By then, this Yun's Hangyaju will be at the end of the war and will be truly destroyed by them. However, Yuan Yan sneered and couldn't help but said, "Don't worry, the reinforcements you are waiting for will not come, because they have been attacked by my Tang sect masters at night." These words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving all the senior officials of Zizua Pavilion stunned. They didn't understand why Hong Lian knew what they were thinking. And what is going on what she said. According to their understanding of Yun's Hangyaju, they definitely do not have the strength to launch an attack on the branches of the three major forces at the same time. However, the fact happened before their eyes, making them have to believe that it was all true. The eighth soul skill, frozen for thousands of miles. Just when they were not completely calm, Yuan Yan's eighth soul skill suddenly lit up. At this moment, his entire body seemed to be one with the Ice Xian sword in his hand. Even the heaven and earth seemed to be still in front of him. When the sword came out, the sky and the earth were dark, and snow started to fall around him at some point. Those blood flowers fell on Zizuding Soul Master's face, leaving bloody traces. What's going on? There's something wrong with these snowflakes. Everyone, hurry up and hide. Ah! It didn't take long for people to start to notice something was wrong with the snowflake, and then they began to run madly towards the surrounding buildings. Some who escaped slowly and with weak strength quickly let out a series of screams. Unfortunately, the snowflakes directly wiped his neck, and he fell to the ground without making a sound. Boom! Not far away on the real battlefield, a huge roar suddenly erupted. Then a fierce air of frost quickly spread around the battlefield of multiple Contras. During this period, whether it is a soul master or other animals, including all the surrounding buildings were frozen in it. In an instant, all the soul masters within a radius of 3 miles were frozen. However, no one here was from the Tang sect, because Hong Lian's siblings had issued an order long before the night attack. When the sky began to snow heavily, no one was allowed to approach Yuan Yan within 3 miles. Just this burst of soul skills was enough to freeze more than 50 soul masters. If they could not be unsealed in time, the blood and internal organs of these people would be frozen into a solid state, and their vitality would gradually dissipate and there would be no chance of recovery. But at this time, the senior leaders of Zizua Pavilion had no time to care about these. The 3 soul Douluos were in the center of the soul skills, and all of them used the means at the bottom of the box to protect themselves. A piece of yellow soul bone on the arm of one of them flashed a few times and broke. Although his soul bone level is not high, he can break the opponent's defensive soul bone with one blow, which shows how terrifying Yuan Yan's 8th soul skill is. However, if someone looks carefully, they will find that this guy's soul ring is half black and half red. This also means that Yuan Yan's 8th soul ring has an age and power infinitely close to 100,000 years. Among the 3 soul fighters, except for the one whose soul bone was broken, the other one was hit in the chest. At this time, he had been knocked out more than 10 feet, and there was a shining silver plate on his chest to block the blow for him. And this thing is his martial soul, which can attack and defend, and can be regarded as a superior martial soul. But at this moment, a crack appeared on the surface of the silver plate. Puff! Although he did not suffer any substantial damage, this soul fighter was connected to the martial soul. At this moment, the martial soul was broken. Although it was not completely destroyed, it was also severely damaged and lost the ability to fight again. Whether it can be repaired in the future, only God knows. The third person's injury was obviously lighter, only his right leg was frozen, and then gradually melted by the flames on this guy's body. This person's martial soul is a fire crow. After the third and fourth soul rings light up, the whole person is completely wrapped in flames, and there is a layer of red shield outside his body. Recover. Seeing that Yuan Yan consumed a lot of energy, Hong Lian held up the Hong Lian martial soul in his hand from behind. In an instant, Hong Lian's fourth soul ring lit up, and then a red light fell on Yuan Yan, accelerating the recovery of his soul power. This kid consumed a lot of energy and cannot release powerful soul skills in a short time. Quick, we must kill him before he recovers. The Black Fist Soul Douluo shouted, and then forcibly shook off the thin ice on his arm, endured the pain of the broken soul bone, and rushed towards Yuan Yan. Humph, then fight. A ruthless look flashed in the eyes of the Fire Crow Soul Douluo, and then a pair of black wings appeared behind him, dragging a red flame tail towards Yuan Yan. At this time, Hong Lian's several soul skills flashed at the same time, giving Yuan Yan the greatest auxiliary improvement. Yuan Yan's injuries were also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In addition to the faster soul recovery speed, his speed, strength, and defense were all improved. But the most terrifying thing was Hong Lian's recovery soul skill. It can be said that as long as the opponent cannot completely defeat Yuan Yan within 10 breaths, Yuan Yan will recover his combat effectiveness again in a short time. It is even possible to maintain the peak state at all times and infinite recovery. Hong Lian's martial soul was once a water lotus, which was the most ordinary martial soul, but when he was 12 years old, his martial soul mutated and became a mutated superior martial soul Hong Lian. You hold him back, I'll deal with that woman. The Fire Crow Soul Douluo naturally saw the terrifying increase in the auxiliary soul Douluo, and immediately threw down a sentence and rushed towards Hong Lian. And Black Fist was unhappy at this moment, his brows had been wrinkled into a river shape. Yuan Yan's strength was above all of them. The three of them were all suppressed by this guy, let alone him alone. He could only hope that Huoya Soul Douluo could deal with Hong Lian as soon as possible, and then come to support them to defeat Yuan Yan together. Humph, your opponent is me. Yuan Yan naturally saw Huoya's thoughts, and turned around and wanted to stop Huoya. However, Huan rushed over like crazy at this time, shouting, don't even think about leaving. He wanted to buy time for Huoya, which was the only choice for the two. As Soul Douluos, even though Yuan Yan was stronger than Huan, he couldn't get away from the opponent's desperate entanglement. Hong Lian, who was behind, saw this scene and frowned slightly. The eighth soul ring on his body suddenly lit up, and in an instant, a blood-red mist rose strangely in the area of several miles around Hong Lian. Hong Lian himself also slowly disappeared in the mist. This place is like a blood-colored lake of clouds. After entering, you can clearly feel the barrier around you like water flow. This is Hong Lian's eighth soul skill, the Red Lotus domain. Then Hong Lian did not dare to delay at all, and the seventh soul skill followed closely. A huge red lotus bloomed in the middle of the domain, and then slowly bloomed. Along with the blooming of this blood-red lotus, blood-colored water lilies began to bloom around it. End of this chapter. Chapter 943. The overall situation has been determined. From a distance, it looks like a sea of blood-colored water lilies, weird and terrifying. No, these blood mists are poisonous. When he rushed into the Red Lotus domain, Fire Crow roared with horror. However, at this time, he seemed to have no time to react. He could only watch the countless blood threads around him like chains. Like to restrain the Fire Crow. How is this possible? She is just an auxiliary soul master, how can she have such strong control ability? Fire Crow Soul Douluo looked shocked. At this moment, he could only release his fourth soul skill, Flame Guard, to resist the attacks of those red threads from the outside world. My martial spirit is not just about healing and buffs. My favor once asked me to develop as a control soul master, but I refused. But in order to express my agreement with my mentor's idea, my 5 soul skills are the Blood Lotus shackles that are created in conjunction with the domain. In order to find the extremely rare plant-type martial soul Blood Lotus in the soul world, I even went to the Sea of Blood, but everything was worth it. In the Red Lotus domain, the voice of Red Lotus suddenly rang out from within the huge Red Lotus. At the same time, she also told Flame Soul Douluo that she was not only an auxiliary soul master, but also a control soul master. The mutated martial spirit did not let her decline, but gave her a new life. Roar! Feeling that his soul power was being blocked by those blood-red chains, Fire Crow Contra did not dare to hesitate any longer. With a loud roar, the seventh soul ring bloomed with bright black light. The true form of the martial spirit appeared. A black crow that was more than 10 feet in size and covered in fire suddenly broke free of half of its shackles. Just wanted to fly outside the Red Lotus domain. Those red threads eventually turned into huge blood pythons that entangled the fire crows, preventing them from escaping from the territory. Damn it, you stinky bitch, don't think that labor and management are afraid of you. Fire Crow Soul Douluo was extremely annoyed by being entangled, and at this moment he actually ignored it and also used his 8th soul skill. The black 10,000-year soul ring lit up with powerful soul power. The huge fire crow suddenly spit out large swaths of black fire, sweeping across the surrounding area. The 8th soul skill, Sinful Fire. Those bloody giant pythons turned into pink mist and disappeared under the burning of black fire. But soon more blood pythons entangled the fire crow from all directions, and the two sides fell into a stalemate for a while. At the same time, the battle on the other side has entered a fever pitch. Yuan Yan's figure flashed out in midair like a ghost. After using his 7th soul skill, the Ice Xian sword became even sharper and colder. I saw him holding the Ice Xian sword high above his head, and then the Ice Xian sword suddenly surged dozens of times. It was as if he had become a divine envoy that carried out punishment on behalf of heaven and earth, and cut it down with one sword. The pupils of Black Fist Soul Douluo below shrank again and again, but at this time he did not turn around and run away. Because he already felt that the opponent's blow had locked onto him, and he could not escape no matter how he fled. The only choice is to withstand the blow forcefully. The 8th soul skill is to conquer mountains and seas with fists. The huge fist carries terrifying power and strikes the sword of divine punishment from the bottom up. Boom! The terrifying roar shook the world, and even the Red Lotus domain on the other side was affected. Countless soul masters and buildings were all swept up into the sky by the powerful soul skill's aftermath, and then flew further away. When the smoke and dust dissipated, a large crater with a diameter of 100 meters appeared in the center of the battle between the two sides. And the Black Fist Soul Douluo was half kneeling at the bottom of the pit. At this time, his clothes were all broken, and his whole body was covered with a thin layer of ice, but the thin ice was already dyed red with blood. On his chest, there was a long and narrow wound from his left shoulder to his right waist. The wound was so deep that the bones were visible, and gurgling blood soon flowed all over the ground. You are very good at catching my blow. However, there is also a gap between Contras. Your strength is still far away from the peak Contra, and I am about to break through this bottleneck and reach a higher level. The era of the Tang sect is about to come again. Civil wars continue in the Soul Master world. If you want to reach the top and calm the people, there will be bloodshed. Although the price is huge, it is worth it. It's a pity that you will never see that day. Outside the deep pit, Yuan Yan quietly looked at the Black Fist Soul Douluo below and spoke in a calm voice. At this time, his breath was slightly messy, and there was not much expression on his face, as if everything was destined. Tang sect? It's such a strange and familiar name. Plop. For a moment, Black Fist Soul Douluo seemed to really remember that there was a sect in the soul world called Tang sect. But at this moment, his vitality is about to run out, and the world in front of him is gradually being covered by endless darkness. With the strength of an 89-level peak Contra, Yuan Yan killed an 88th level veteran attack-type Contra. Even though Yuan Yan has an obvious strength advantage, it is impossible to defeat him in a short time. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Yuan Yan understood the deeper secrets of swordsmanship and was able to deal with this guy so quickly. Yuan Yan slashed out with his sword, and a storm of sword energy suddenly appeared in front of him. The storm carried a large amount of soil and quickly buried the big pit together with the Black Fist Soul Douluo. He and this Contra don't have any deep grudges, but they are each their own masters and fight for their own interests. Although he is an enemy, he respects such an enemy. The battle here ended, and Honglian and Black Crow were also attracted attention. Black Crow almost went crazy trying to escape from the Red Lotus domain. But just as he flew out of Honglian's territory, Honglian used all his soul power to do it. In an instant, hundreds of blood-colored monster dragons roared and entangled the huge figure of the Black Crow in the field. Damn it, I have no enmity with you, don't bully others too much. Huoya didn't want to fight against Yuan Yan, a terrifying level 89 sword cultivator soul Douluo, so he almost yelled at Hong Lian behind him. However, there was no response from Hong Lian inside. Yuan Yan also came to the top of the fire crow at this moment. The ice Xian sword in his hand burst out with brilliant light and slashed straight towards the guy's neck. At the critical moment, Fire Crow Soul Douluo roared and released a huge flame halo, knocking Yuan Yan away. And he himself also got rid of the shackles of the Red Lotus domain. He flew into the distance in a panic. The two Contras had died here, which had already made him frightened, and he did not dare to stay here for a moment. It's not that easy to leave. The Bing Xian sword in Yuan Yan's hand seemed to be connected with his thoughts. It buzzed, then tapped the ground with his toes and landed on it. The whole person rose up with his sword and turned into a rainbow to chase the escaping Fire Crow Soul Douluo. Yuan Yan, you must be more careful and don't trust others. End of chapter. Chapter 944 All the Powers Gather. Hong Lian, who had released Hong Lian's domain, was already pale, almost half of his soul power had been consumed, and he had lost the ability to fight again. In addition, without the ability to fly, he could not pursue the enemy with Yuan Yan, and could only stay and direct the overall situation. The silent night soon enveloped the land again, with only the debris left by the battle around to remind people. Just now, there was a big battle here. Most of the remaining soul masters in Zizua Pavilion chose to surrender, and only a small part took advantage of the chaos to escape. At this moment, a group of disciples from the Tang sect are taking over the entire Soul Zizuting branch in an orderly manner. After one stick of incense, Yuan Yan is back. This time his body is covered with scars, and there are even 3 deep scratches on his abdomen. The majestic momentum when he left was gone. At this time, Yuan Yan's face turned pale and he fell to the ground the moment he fell. He came back with his last obsession. Yuan Yan, how could you be so seriously injured? Don't fall asleep. I will heal your injuries now. Hong Lian was completely panicked when she saw it. She stumbled to Yuan Yan's side and helped him up. With that said, Hong Lian had summoned her martial spirit and began to work hard to treat Yuan Yan. Yuan Yan barely held up his eyelids, smiled at the corner of his mouth, and said exhaustedly, "That person is already dead." Fortunately, he did not disgrace his life and left no consequences. This is what Tang Lan emphatically requested before the operation. No high-level soul master can be allowed to escape under any circumstances. This will prevent the other party from conveying the news to their sect in a short period of time. Tang Lan's goal is to completely consolidate the foundation within Liuyuan City within 3 days. On the other side, Feng Yu Tower also started a fierce battle with the Tang sect disciples. The most eye-catching thing is the center of the battlefield. At this moment, there are several figures moving around in it, releasing bright soul power from time to time. Standing at the front were 2 Contras, Holy and Dai Rong. They are the 2 remaining Contras from Yun's Hangyuju, Ma Xiao Tao, and Yuan Yanwei. Holy is only level 82, but Dai Rong has reached level 85. Standing behind the 2 people were Ma Xiao Tao and Fang Ziai. At the back were Huo Yuhao and He Keitu, while standing in front of them were Xiao Xiao, Wiener and Tang Wu Tong. Wiener and Xiao Xiao are both extremely powerful auxiliary soul masters, so they must be placed in the safest place. Although the surrounding soul masters from both sides have fought each other, the high-level combat power of the 2 sides is still in a confrontation. Holy, if you don't go and guard your Qingjiao city, why are you here? And you, Dai Rong, who is no longer cultivating in Hidden Moon City in a low-key manner, yet you dare to come out to seek revenge on us. I remember that you have offended the ancient sword sect. Aren't you afraid that they will find you? Another Contra woman wearing a blue skirt looked at Dai Rong. However, Dai Rong smiled disdainfully and said, if it were before, I, Dai Rong, might still be afraid of his ancient sword sect, but now, I, the Tang sect, have never been afraid of anyone. Dai Rong's answer made the people on the opposite side look confused. What Tang clan, Dai Rong, aren't you the branch elder of Yun's Hangyuju? Why are you from the Tang clan? Could it be that you have betrayed Yun's Hangyuju and joined that Tang sect instead? Haha, what do you think? It turns out that you are still the same guy and like to do these despicable and dirty things. The woman in blue dress sneered and mocked. This person looks elegant and dignified, pure and beautiful, and looks like he comes from a famous family. But when he speaks, he is extremely sinister, and his appearance and temperament are completely two extremes. Ugh! I thought she was a beautiful goddess sister, but I didn't expect that she turned out to be a poisonous woman with a heart as vicious as a snake. Hikata's fantasy was completely shattered. My Yun's Hangyuju has now become an affiliated sect of the Tang sect. How can there be any talk of defection? On the contrary, it was your three sects who secretly attacked my Yun's Hangyuju. This feud has become a blood feud. If you don't surrender tonight, your Feng Yulu will be killed and your corpses will be everywhere. When Dai Rong heard this, she frowned slightly, and then said in a cold voice. Looking from behind, Dai Rong has a slightly thin figure and is dressed in black. She has a unique heroine style in the night. But the aura on his body is rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously, the words of the woman in blue dress opposite had aroused Dai Rong's anger. Dai Rong was a lone soul master in the soul world in her early years and had never joined any force. Later, in order to fight for a soul bone, he had to ambush the enemy late at night. Afterwards, in order to obtain the soul bone, many forces even launched a reward order to kill her. All they wanted was her head and the soul bone in her hand. The bounty reward is also extremely generous, not only a soul bone, but also an astonishing amount of gold soul coins. Later, Dai Rong was surrounded and killed by many parties, and was seriously injured. When her life was in danger, she was taken in by the Honglian sisters. In order to repay the favor of saving her life, she has been hiding her identity and secretly working for the Honglian sisters all these years. It was only in the past 2 years that she dared to show her face. Humph, it's useless to talk to them. As long as we delay them, our reinforcements will arrive soon. When the time comes, we will unite and kill them all. Kuei Hai from Fenjiahu Tower snorted coldly, as 8 soul rings appeared on his body and moved up and down. And on his body, there was a dark shadow covering Zhou Shen at this moment. It turned out to be a high-grade martial spirit, the black-horned rhinoceros. Not only does this martial spirit have extremely high defense power, but its attack power is also quite terrifying. Seeing this scene, Holy and Dai Rong both looked serious. This Kuei Hai is an 83-level beast soul Douluo. With his powerful martial spirit, he can even fight against stronger soul masters. Okay, if that's the case, let's take action together. The more I look at this woman, the more annoyed I become. When I catch her, I will destroy her beautiful face with my own hands. The woman in blue skirt looked at Dai Rong opposite with a sinister look on her face. It has to be said that Dai Rong's appearance is also at the level of one who will conquer a country, but her temperament is completely opposite to that of the women in the blue group. She is truly indifferent and noble. She never talks much and only does things silently. But the more cold and frosty Dai Rong is, the more irritated the women in the blue group are. To them, this seems like a deliberate show-off. Because she does not believe that there are such people in this world. Everyone is selfish and dirty, no one is an exception. I'll deal with Kuei Hai, and I'll leave that woman to you. Holy frowned slightly, turned to Dai Rong and said. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura on Holy's body had reached its peak. And in front of him, a huge war drum suddenly appeared. Above the war drums, violent red firelight and raging blue thunder arcs were constantly lingering. Thunder Fire Mad Soul Drum, this is his superior martial spirit. As soon as the drum came out, a red and a blue force suddenly appeared into 2 small thunder dragons and fire dragons. End of chapter. Chapter 945 Alienated Martial Spirit, Half-Step Douluo. These 2 little guys kept surrounding Holy, like little beings with some intelligence. However, next, these 2 little guys showed terrifying power that could destroy the world. Holy took the lead in beating the thunder and fire mad soul drum in front of him, and the sound continued to increase with the sound of dong dong dong. The whole world became darker and darker, and thunder fell from the sky one after another, turning into a dense thunder field that enveloped the Fenjiahu Tower branch. Most of the thunderbolts struck towards Kuei Hai. Humph! What a small skill! Kuei Hai snorted coldly and activated his 4th soul skill, the Petrified Armor. A grey-white light soon enveloped Kuei Hai's body, as if he was wearing a piece of grey-white armor. When those thunderbolts hit his body, only sparks came out, but they could not hurt him at all. The 1st soul skill, Thunderstorm. The 2nd soul skill, Sky Fire. The 3rd soul skill, Thunder Dragon Fang. The 4th soul skill, Thunder and Fire Double Dragon Break. 4 soul skills lit up on Holy's body at the same time. The heaven and earth shook for a moment, and thunder dragons and fire dragons fell from the sky and instantly submerged Kuei Hai opposite him. All the soul masters illuminated by the dazzling light were unable to open their eyes. They could only reach out and cover their eyes to feel slightly comfortable. But at the next moment, within the terrifying thunder-fire territory, a figure suddenly rushed out quickly. This person is none other than Kuei Hai, the black-horned rhinoceros. A dark light shines brightly on his body, and a huge rhinoceros horn appears on his right fist. The whole person fiercely punched Ho Li with a powerful punch. However, Ho Li suddenly raised the drum in his hand to resist, as if he had been prepared for it. Hearing a loud bang, Kuei Hai punched it, and a terrifying sound wave erupted. This sound wave rapidly spreads into the distance at a speed visible to the naked eye. Including Kuei Hai, he was dizzy for a while and retreated towards the rear. Ho Li himself was not affected at all, and instead released his fifth soul skill. The fifth soul skill, Thunder and Fire Madness. I saw those violent thunder and lightning and fire snakes in mid-air, like whales sucking water, began to pour into Ho Li's body crazily. Ho Li, who was originally elegantly dressed, now had muscles that began to bulge. His whole body is surging. There was a manic aura, and the outside of his body was covered by a battle suit that gathered thunder and flames. If anyone thinks that Ho Li is only good at contra in medium and long-range combat, then this person is totally wrong. At this time, one of his eyes is blue and the other is red. Even the breath he exhaled was fiery. Two powers of different attributes were running around on his body, turning this guy into a berserker who could be both near and far. Kuei Hai, let me see your true strength. Before Kuei Hai could answer, Ho Li turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed to Kuei Hai in an instant. A punch without any flashiness. Kuei Hai's expression changed drastically when he saw this, and he quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest to block the blow. But Ho Li didn't give this guy a chance to fight back. He appeared behind Kuei Hai again and punched him. With a loud bang, Kuei Hai was thrown directly out. Huo Yuhao and others' eyes widened when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that Ho Li would be so powerful under his full strength. As if she could see what Huo Yuhao and others were thinking, Dai Rong said, "This is the alienated state of Ho Li's martial spirit. Although it can bring Ho Li far greater strength than himself, it also brings extremely powerful support. The time it can last is only half a stick of incense. Once half a stick of incense passes through his soul power, it will completely collapse. In the next month, he will become an ordinary person, and it will be 1 month before he can gradually return to his original strength and realm." Dai Rong's eyes became very complicated when she looked at Ho Li, whose strength was now comparable to level 88 or even level 89. Hong Lian had mentioned something to her before about the special nature of Ho Li's martial spirit. But this time, it was also the first time she saw the horror of Ho Li's martial soul transformation. This alienation ability is even several times more terrifying than the 7th soul skill. If combined with the 7th soul skill, almost no one in Contra can defeat him within half a stick of incense. But the disadvantages brought by this soul skill are also particularly obvious. After 1 stick of incense, even an ordinary old man can kill him. Therefore, unless he is prepared in advance, or is extremely confident, and has a guardian by his side, Ho Li will never use this alienation ability. Obviously, Kuei Hai on the opposite side also didn't know about Ho Li's ability. Along with a series of explosions in the air, Ho Li actually floated into the air, surrounded by manic thunder and lightning. At this moment, he was like the god of thunder coming to the world, and every punch he made could cause the power of destroying the world. Poof! Kuei Hai was punched again and flew backwards. This time, he raised his head and spit out a mouthful of blood in mid-air, and his whole momentum instantly weakened. The 2 defensive soul skills on his body instantly shattered like paper in front of Ho Li. And Kuei Hai also suffered heavy losses, and even the martial soul avatar that was displayed in the middle was shattered. This, I'm afraid he already has half the strength of a titled Douluo. This person is so scary. When Ma Xiaotao saw this scene, she couldn't help but exclaimed. Even though she had seen many monsters in Shrek Academy, this was the first time she saw a soul master like Ho Li. Normally, you can't see any variation in the martial soul, but in fact, this guy's martial soul can switch back and forth from 2 states. No wonder Elder Hong Lian is confident enough to let us attack Fenjiahu Tower. It turns out that she already has a plan in mind. Fang Ziyi recalled the confident smile on Hong Lian's face before, and then suddenly realized. At the same time, the battle on the field had already decided the winner. Kuei Hai completely lost any ability to resist in front of Ho Li, who was like the god of thunder coming to the world. The two sides only exchanged 10 moves, and Kuei Hai fell into the ruins with his bones shattered, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. When the woman in the blue dress on the other side saw this scene, her body couldn't help but tremble. With a look of resentment, he said, "Holy, I didn't expect you to hide such a terrifying killing move. This time, you win, and we will meet again." After saying that, the blue group of women turned around and ran away in the distance, with no intention of fighting with the people on the Tang sect's side. "Want to leave? It's not that easy." Holy snorted coldly, and then turned into a bolt of thunder and lightning again. In the blink of an eye, he was dozens of feet away, chasing the opponent at high speed. "I will protect Holy, and I will leave this place to you." Dai Rong knew that Holy's time was running out, so she left these words to Ma Xiaotao and others, and quickly chased after them. End of chapter. Chapter 946 Rewards after the war. Friends, let's act quickly. I'm afraid it's over for Tang Lan, and we can't let him down. After recovering from the shock, Ma Xiaotao turned around, looked at the anxious scene of the Tang sect disciples fighting Feng Yu Tower, and suddenly spoke. "Kindness." As soon as this was said, everyone present nodded heavily. Later, Ma Xiaotao and Fang Ziyi were seen rushing to the front. The two of them were like sharp swords, thrusting straight into the center of the opponent's camp. Huo Yuhao stood at the back, but like everyone else, he kept moving at high speed. At the same time, he releases his own spiritual detection and spiritual sharing immediately. At this moment, everyone in the Tang sect was like a moving battlefield fortress. Fang Zi's purple moon phantom mirror instantly summoned countless vigilant mirrors, surrounding a group of Fenjihu Tower Soul Masters. Back Ma Xiaotao's Phoenix Fire Thread, Fire Phoenix, and Phoenix Wing Sky Soar were all used at the same time. Among the countless mirror reflections, there are countless Ma Xiaotaos spitting out blazing flames at the same time. In just a moment, dozens of Soul Masters were screaming and running around. They tried to extinguish the flames on their bodies, but the flames grew stronger and stronger, and soon covered their whole bodies. Boom 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 boom. At the rear, Huo Yuhao and Hikato had already taken out their soul guides. In an instant, dozens of soul-guided cannon barrels on the two men burst into bright flames, and hundreds of soul-guided cannons were fired simultaneously at an area in front of them. The powerful lethality and coverage caused many enemy soul masters to fall into a pool of blood. Tang Wutong was flying above everyone from beginning to end, always observing the battlefield. Whenever he saw a Tang sect disciple falling into a disadvantage, he would use several butterfly god slashes to instantly kill the opponent's soul master, or inflict heavy damage. Xiaoxiao's Ju Feng Lai Yixiao also released his 4 soul skills at the same time. Zhang Nanan launched a close combat with fists and fists from the flanks. Those hostile soul masters who came close to Zhang Nanan would be beaten violently by Zhang Nanan's jutsu skills and were unable to fight back. Seeing that she was not attracting too much attention when standing among the crowd, Wei Na also released her Snow Lotus martial spirit. The first soul skill is healing. White snowflakes fell from the sky and landed on the Tang sect disciples. The wounds on their bodies were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The second soul skill, Soul Gathering. Accelerate the recovery speed of your own soul master's soul power within a radius of several miles with Vina as the center. These soul skills require extremely strong mental power to control, and greatly affect the soul master's training speed. Although the soul skills are powerful, the speed of cultivation is also increased several times. Thanks to Wei Na's extremely talented talent and the cultivation resources of the Tianhun Empire, it is possible to cultivate a martial soul like Snow Lotus, which has great disadvantages, to the 7th ring. Soul Holy Realm. If it were anyone else, there would be a guardian specially assigned by the Empire. As for Vina, there was no guardian from the beginning to the end, and those who followed her were a group of loyal subordinates obtained by Vina relying on her own abilities. It's a pity that Wei Na is at her lowest point now. Fortunately, the Tang clan helped her, otherwise she might have been abducted by the titled Douluo. The more this happens, the stronger Vina's gratitude towards Tang clan becomes. So at this moment, her soul power was almost unreservedly assisting the many soul masters present. Everyone in the Tang sect was at a loss for a moment. Even the Soul Saint would be defeated in a very short period of time under the combined efforts of Ma Xiaotao and Fang Ziyi. The forces of Fenjihu Tower were torn out a huge hole in the middle by everyone in the Tang sect, and they were quickly divided into 2 pieces. The Tang sect's momentum was like a rainbow, and they began to surround and kill the enemies on both sides. On the ground, soul masters kept falling to the ground, gurgling blood flowed, and the smell of blood filled the entire Fenjihu Tower branch. However, there were only the soul masters from Fenjihu Tower on the ground, because the injuries on the Tang sect disciples had been healed by the snowflakes all over the sky. This is the terrifying ability of auxiliary soul masters on the battlefield. They are powerful beings second only to food-type soul masters. Each one of them can increase the strength of a legion to a higher level. If it is a healing soul master at the title Douluo level, the army of soul masters he leads will become an undead army, which is enough to move any force. This is also the reason why the Snow Lotus spirit can still become the symbol of the Tianhun Empire's royal family after so many years. As long as there is a strong protector, the owner of the Snow Lotus spirit can easily survive the early period of weakness. The Fenjihu branch is about to be destroyed. Those who surrender will not be killed. Ma Xiao Tao was covered in fire at the moment, with a pair of huge flame wings behind her back. She stood in the air like the Queen of Fire descending. Seeing that the time had come, her voice spread to the ears of all the Fenjihu Tower soul masters present. The retreating spirit masters of Fenjihu Tower were already terrified by the killings. When one of the spirit masters released their martial spirit state, they came to the side and squatted on the ground, expressing their willingness to surrender. At first, there were not many of them, and everyone watched silently. But in the following period, this situation quickly spread among everyone like a plague. Except for a few die-hard loyalists, all the other soul masters surrendered. This is completely consistent with the previous predictions of Tang Lan and others. There is no need for Ma Xiao Tao and others to deal with the subsequent matters. Instead, all the matters will be left to the soul saints of Yunzhang Yizhi to manage these surrendered soul masters. At this point, Tang sect's plan to attack the three sects at night was completely completed. Chenyan Tower is located on the busiest street in the east of the city. Even though it was early in the morning, the lights were still bright, and at this moment, there were figures in black climbing onto the Chenyan Tower. Standing at the door of Chenyan Tower were actually 4 seven-ringed soul saints. Except for the uniformly dressed men in black, they all blocked the outside. Tonight's operation has achieved our goal, thank you for your hard work. These pills can restore your condition as soon as possible. Wu Tong, please distribute them to everyone one by one. Tang Lan handed a small porcelain bottle to Tang Wu Tong who was standing beside him. The little girl nodded obediently, and then placed a soybean-sized elixir in the hands of Hong Lian and others. This made Hong Lian, Ho Li, and others look confused. He secretly wondered how effective such a pill could be. Especially Ho Li, whose martial soul transformation had a great impact, and he now looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. His originally black hair had become a little grey, and he looked like he had aged 10 years overnight. However, seeing that everyone had taken the pill, Ho Li did not hesitate, opened his mouth and took the pill into his stomach, and then slowly closed his eyes. But within a few breaths, Ho Li's eyes suddenly widened, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Not only him, but Hong Lian, Yuan Yan and Dai Rong were also shocked. End of this chapter. Chapter 947 The Lord's Visit. Only the people of Shrek Academy smiled, as if they had already expected this scene. So, in the next incense stick of time, everyone sat cross-legged on the ground, seizing the time to recover their strength. After an incense stick of time, Ho Li slowly stood up, and he found that everyone around him had woken up. At this time, Ho Li had recovered to the state before he used the martial soul transformation. At this time, he still had the confidence to open the transformation again, and even thought crazily in his heart that if he had more such pills, his shortcomings would be greatly compensated. It can even be said that he had no shortcomings. But then Ho Li reacted, smiled bitterly, and laughed at himself a little. The reason why he was able to obtain this pill in this operation was that he had made a great contribution and killed a soul Douluo of the other side alone. Such a magical pill is naturally not like the cabbage on the roadside. Even Tang Lan, the deputy sect master, would not have too much to discuss. Everyone understood, and the group came to the living room inside and sat down. Tang Lan and Tang Yi looked at each other, and then Tang Lan said, "Tonight's operation went very smoothly. Everyone's hard work and contributions have been seen. You have all seen the amazing effects of the pills just now. But as the original members of the Tang sect, those who have made contributions can get 3 such pills, which can help you turn defeat into victory at a critical moment in the future." After the voice fell, Tang Wutong on the side distributed pills to everyone in the conference room very shrewdly. In addition to the original disciples of the Tang sect, there are 4 soul Douluos from Yunzhang Yizhi. As for the masters below soul Douluo, they are not qualified to sit here. Hong Lian and others looked at each other, and all showed joy on their faces. Just these 3 pills are enough for them to make any decision, even if the situation is more critical and urgent than tonight. What we have to do next is to guard these 3 branches. No matter what kind of strong men come, we must let them know that Tangmen is not a place where they can come as they please. During this period, we need to recruit a large number of soul masters to join the sect, but we also need to screen them very strictly. Strength is second, and the most important thing is loyalty. I don't want traitors to appear in Tangmen. This matter will be fully responsible for Elder Fang Ziai. All of you, including the elders, must cooperate with her. Tang Lan's eyes finally fell on Fang Ziai, and then he said in a serious voice. However, Fang Ziai was a little surprised and stuttered, "Me? Do you really want me to do it?" Tang Lan nodded and said, "Your purple moon illusion, combined with the use of soul skills, is enough to allow people to enter the illusion. This is exactly the necessary ability to test whether they are loyal. Remember my words, Tangmen only recruits loyal disciples. No matter how strong the opponent is, as long as he fails to pass the assessment, even a titled Douluo cannot become a disciple of Tangmen." Tang Lan's words suddenly became stern. It was not until this moment that Hong Lian and others realized how terrifying the Tang sect that Tang Lan wanted to build was. Such overbearing words are probably only Tang Lan in the entire soul world. A casual cultivator with the title Douluo is popular wherever he goes, and any force will try its best to win him over. Tang Lan, on the other hand, refused to let him join the Tang sect as long as he showed a little disloyalty. Only those who have seen Tang Lan's strength can remain calm at this time. But if I encounter a soul master whose realm exceeds mine, my illusion ability will not be enough to test them. After hesitating for a while, Fang Ziai finally said what he thought. Well, then I will personally review and judge these people. Tang Lan nodded, and then said in a calm voice. However, this sentence made everyone gasp. This is tantamount to increasing the difficulty for soul masters above soul saint to join the Tang sect. With Tang Lan's harshness, many people may be excluded this time. When the meeting ended, it was already dawn. Everyone can finally go back to their rooms to rest quietly. Chenyan Tower is the branch of the former Yunzhang Yaju in Liuyuan City. Recently, the entire Chenyan Tower directly refused guests to come in, and the public statement was that a distinguished guest had booked the entire Chenyan Tower. Although this made many dignitaries in the city dissatisfied, they still left with regret. Although what happened last night was done extremely quickly, the news still spread from somewhere in the city. The branches of the 3 sects were wiped out overnight, and the one who took action was a mysterious sect Tang sect that appeared from nowhere. The city lord of Liuyuan City drove to Chenyan's downstairs early in the morning. After explaining the purpose of the visit to the guard at the door, he was allowed to enter after waiting for half a stick of incense. This scene was seen by many people and spies in the city, and the news spread among all forces in an instant. The city lord of Liuyuan City is a 90-level titled Contra, and his status and prestige in Liuyuan City are extremely high. Among them, the 8 major sects and various chambers of commerce must give face to the city lord's palace. But I didn't expect that Chu Heng would stoop here early this morning. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell who he is going to meet, and it should be the person in charge of the Tang sect. This matter must be reported to the elders as soon as possible. Let's go. Among the crowd, there were several sneaky figures who muttered in a low voice, then hurriedly pushed away the crowd, turned around and left in a hurry. These people are spies from all forces, in order to obtain the latest intelligence from everywhere in real time. Inside Chenyan Tower. In a private room on the top floor, Tang Lan and others were sitting in it, drinking tea leisurely. Tang Wutong even pinched Tang Lan's shoulders very thoughtfully. But City Lord Chu Heng, who was sitting opposite, seemed very cramped at the moment. After a long while, Chu Heng said, "Now that you have captured the branches of these 3 sects, I wonder if you have thought about how to deal with their revenge. Don't get me wrong, my identity this time is not your enemy, but your colleague. After all, my mentor also came out of Shrek Academy." Seeing that the atmosphere around him started to become weird, Chu Heng hurriedly explained. He never thought that he would explain something so cautiously to a group of juniors. After all, he is the lord of a city and a titled Douluo, but the little monsters of Shrek Academy are worthy of him. She didn't want to offend not only Shrek's relationship, but also these little monsters who would also do great things in the future. It's very simple. Kill the intruder. Kill them until they stop bothering us. After all, they also captured branches in 4 of our cities at the same time. We will always keep this hatred in our hearts. Tang Lan slowly put down the teacup in his hand, then smiled and said. End of chapter. Chapter 948. The Tang clan is fearless. Have you ever thought that there are titled Douluo behind these 3 forces? If they are completely angered and the 3 titled Douluo come in person, this matter will probably be extremely difficult to handle. Perhaps Shrek Academy will not interfere in the Tang sect's affairs. Chu Heng was also kindly reminding Tang Lan and others. It is a good thing for young people to be ambitious, but if they go too far, things will not end well. He, the Lord of Liu Yuan City, doesn't want so many strong men from all sides to turn this place upside down. In the end, it was Liu Yuan Cheng who suffered the greatest loss. If the titled Douluo from the 3 parties came together, not even he could stop them. The safety of these little guys is no longer guaranteed, and there is no guarantee that a chain reaction will occur in the future. Well? This is... You are... Princess. Why are you here? You are not. When Chu Heng came to his senses, he happened to see Wei Na sitting in the corner quietly drinking tea. At this time, Wei Na was dressed in black, and even her dress was very different from before. But Chu Heng still saw Wei Na's true identity, because Chu Heng had seen Wei Na at close range many years ago. But at this moment, he suddenly recalled the changes that had occurred in the empire, and was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to speak. The royal family of the old era represented by Wei Na have either been convicted of treason and executed together, or they have been imprisoned and cannot come out forever. Although these things made them, the ministers who were guarding the outside, feel embarrassed, they could only watch silently. Because it is not the turn of ministers like them to intervene in the internal affairs of the royal family. No matter which side wins, it is still the royal family of the Tianhun Empire who wins in the end. But the appearance of Wei Na here at this moment surprised Chu Heng. After regaining consciousness, he took another breath of cold air. When he looked at Tang Lan and others again, his expressions were complicated. Vina is now a wanted criminal in the entire empire, and almost no one dares to take her in. But I didn't expect that he was actually in Liu Yuan City and staying with everyone from Shrek Academy. This made Chu Heng think more. He didn't know that the young people in front of him had no idea what the change in the royal family meant. Or it was the senior management of Shrek Academy who did this intentionally and chose to stand in line to protect the interests of the old royal family. But no matter which one it is, this matter is no longer as simple as it seems. So much so that even he, the titled Douluo, felt a little dizzy for a moment. But looking at the expressions of Tang Lan and others, they didn't seem to be so worried. I still say what I said, no matter who comes, they can't touch our Tang sect at all, no matter how powerful the Soul Master is. As for Wei Na, our friend is also a disciple of my Tang sect. Anyone who wants to touch her is an enemy of our Tang sect. Tang Lan is not talented, but he can still do this. Tang Lan saw that the other party was indeed not his enemy, so his tone softened slightly. Tang Lan, I remember, you are the monster that was reported to appear in Shrek Academy a while ago. You defeated several titled Douluo by yourself. I didn't expect you to be so young. If it's you having said this, I have nothing to say. I just came here to tell you that we are not enemies, and the City Lord's mansion will not be an enemy of the Tang sect. As for the enemies we are about to encounter in the future, I can only try my best to help you hold them back. Because of my own responsibilities, please forgive me that I can't help you too much. Okay, it's getting late, so I'll go back first. If you need anything, just come to the City Lord's mansion to see me. After saying this with a complicated expression, Chu Heng took the initiative to say goodbye and leave. Tang Lan led everyone downstairs until the carriage of the City Lord's mansion disappeared from sight. Tang Lan, I'm sorry, it was me who dragged you down. Wei Na also seemed to feel that her existence had put more pressure on Tang Lan and others, and made them countless enemies, and she felt guilty for a while. However, Tang Lan stepped forward and gently patted Wei Na's thin shoulder. He smiled and said, I, the Tang clan, have never been afraid of anyone. You are a disciple of the Tang sect. No one can touch you in the slightest from now on. Please believe me. Let's go and cherish this short period of tranquility. I believe we will be very busy soon. After Tang Lan finished speaking, he led a group of people back to Chenyan Tower. At the same time, a violent curse suddenly came from a certain palace 100 miles away. That's unreasonable. You bunch of trash can't even protect Liu Yuan City. What's the use of you? Come here, chop up all these trashes that have escaped. A huge but extremely fat man stood up and smashed the teacup in his hand. Outside the living room, there are several figures kneeling at the moment. The leader is an 81 level soul Douluo, and behind him are 6 soul saints. These people were all injured and their clothes were torn. At this moment, they could only kneel on the ground trembling, but they did not dare to move at all. And they are some of the disciples of the Mad Lion Sect's branch in Liuyuan City. Then the leader Contra continued to speak, Deputy Sect Master, that man's attack was extremely powerful. Several elders have been killed by that guy. And because I was busy at the time and was far away from the branch, I was lucky enough to escape with my life. I came here to report to the Deputy Sect Master. They claim that they are disciples of the Tang sect, but I can see that most of them are soul masters from the original Yun's Hangyuju. Only the young man at the head is unknown. This Contra was trembling with fear, but he still suppressed the fear and anxiety in his heart and opened his mouth to explain. The obese man was silent for a long time, and then he spoke slowly, who is this person? He was able to kill several powerful elders casually. Could it be that the titled Douluo took action? But for such a young titled Douluo, I'm afraid there aren't many in the entire Soul Master world. It's impossible for you not to know him at all. Also, when did Yun's Hangyuju get such a powerful person? Go check it out quickly and find out for me what kind of sect the Tang sect is. If you can't find out, I will chop off your heads. The obese man became more and more irritable when he thought about it in the end, and his murderous aura was almost solid. This caused the Contra below to salute repeatedly and said, "Thank you, sir, for sparing your life. I will do it now." A group of defeated soldiers quickly followed the Contra and left. Once again, only the fat man was left in the entire meeting hall. However, not long after, a woman in revealing red clothes suddenly walked in from behind. The man slowly came to the man with swaying steps and said with a smile, "Hey, what happened to make brother Chu so angry?" End of chapter. Chapter 949. Everyone has their own agenda. It's better to let others serve my brother, so as to calm down the fire in my heart. The soft hands of the woman in red slowly reached towards the man's shoulders and even chest, but were slapped away by the obese man. Then Chu Xiong, the deputy sect leader of the Mad Lion sect, said, "Li Wan, I can't bear the appearance of a poisonous woman like you. Instead of plotting against me here, it's better to go outside and drain our enemies. We have lost our base in Liuyuan City. Although we have more bases in 2 cities, in order to prevent the other 2 sects from talking too much, we have promised them many conditions. After all this calculation, not only did our Mad Lion sect fail to gain any benefit, we even lost my wife and lost our troops. If the sect master finds out about this matter, you and I will not be able to shirk our responsibility." Chu Xiong said angrily. "Humph, you are such a letdown as a man. I won't suck you dry, so why should you be so cautious? I heard that one of the opponents had a very young brother who defeated many strong men, and even the guy with the bones died in his hands. You are really young, promising, and powerful. He is a perfect furnace." However, the charming woman called Li Wan didn't care. When mentioning Tang Lan, the woman even subconsciously licked her tongue, her eyes filled with a confused light. If there are other soul masters here at this moment, they will definitely recognize their origins. The 2 deputy sect masters of the Crazy Lion sect, Kui Pig Douluo Chuksheng, and Ghost Flower Douluo Li Wan. Koizhu Wuhan is also a kind of mutant Wuhan, which has part of the blood of the ancient beast Kui Nu, but it is still extremely powerful. Li Wan's Wuhan is a flower of the ghost world, also known as the flower of the other shore. It is said that Li Wan can use her special Wuhan to devour the soul power and spirit of other soul masters to feed her own Wuhan. No one knows how old she is, but they only know that she has been sitting in the position of deputy leader since the establishment of the Mad Lion sect. During this period, even the leader has changed twice, but no one can replace her position as deputy leader. Even Chu Xiong, who is known for his love of killing, has to remain extremely vigilant when facing Li Wan. Because this guy is too evil, she is extremely interested in almost all the titled Douluo, even her own people. Because the only thing her Wuhan ghost flower wants is to devour other people's Wuhan and spirit. This desire has even affected Li Wan's behavior and personality. I don't know when this guy would change his temperament and become extremely crazy. The most vivid time Chu Xiong saw was that this guy actually sucked a small border town to satisfy his martial spirit. Although it was just a larger town, the population was at least hundreds of thousands. The ghost flower's martial spirit body also changed from a single plant to a ghost flower field. That night, the whole town was dyed a strange blood red, and ghost world flowers continued to grow in the city. And their nutrients are the soul power essence of soul masters, as well as the blood and souls of ordinary people. This guy is an out-and-out evil soul master, but in order to increase its own strength, the Mad Lion sect still suppressed this matter for Li Wan. Later, he just set a fire and burned the whole city to ashes. For this reason, the Tianhun Empire later determined that this incident was done by an evil soul master or even the Holy Spirit Church. Little did they know that the real murderer was actually the deputy leader of the Crazy Lion sect. Since then, the leader of the Crazy Lion sect has strictly prohibited Li Wan from acting on her own, and even more so from using her martial spirit to massacre the city. Chu Xiong only remembered that the leader and Li Wan had a private conversation for several hours. During that time, terrifying soul explosions continued to appear on the back mountain of the sect, and when Li Wan left, the woman was actually injured. This was the first time Chu Xiong had an idea of the mysterious leader. That is, a strong man who even a strong woman like Li Wan had to succumb. This man suddenly appeared 6 years ago, when the old leader was about to die, and passed the position of leader to the young man who had only joined the sect for 1 year. At that time, many elders expressed their dissatisfaction with him, but in the end, without exception, they were all defeated by this strong man. And Chu Xiong chose to join the Crazy Lion sect in the 2nd year after the new leader took over. At that time, Chu Xiong offended the Blue Sea sect, a large sect in the southern Xingluo Empire, and finally fled to the Tianhun Empire. Because he was hunted down by many titled Douluo, he finally joined the Mad Lion sect. For some reason, when the Mad Lion sect nominally had only 3 titled Douluo, those titled Douluo chose to give up hunting him down. This puzzled him very much, because even with his joining, the Mad Lion sect only had 4 titled Douluo. But the Blue Sea sect was terrifying. It was roughly estimated that there were at least 20 to 30 titled Douluo. It was not until later that he slowly glimpsed what kind of monsters were hidden in this seemingly low-key Mad Lion sect. Not to mention the sect master who had not appeared for many years, even the deputy sect master Ghost Flower Douluo Li Wan was enough to make people unpredictable. With his strength as a level 95 titled Douluo, he was unable to glimpse Li Wan's cultivation at all. But he was sure that Li Wan must be much stronger than her. This is also the reason why he, with his bad temper, can always calm down quickly when he meets Li Wan. He doesn't want to be sucked dry by a piece of yellow spring ghost flower, so he can only keep a distance from this charming and attractive woman on weekdays. Now that Whitebone Douluo is dead, there are only 3 titled Douluos left in the Crazy Lion sect. In addition to the loss of the Liu Yuancan branch, they really can't explain to the mysterious sect master the heavy price they paid this time. I think it's better for you to meet that Tang Lan. If you can win, bring him back. As long as my yellow spring ghost flower devours another titled Douluo with a strength of more than level 95, they will mutate again and become more powerful. Li Wan didn't care about Chu Xiong's performance at all. Sitting on a chair beside him, he took a sip of the teacup and then smiled and suggested. You are stronger than me, why don't you go? Chu Xiong is not a fool, he snorted and retorted. Li Wan suddenly turned into a resentful woman, and said weakly, how can a weak woman beat him? Brother Chu Xiong, you are so strong, it's easy to deal with a bad boy. As long as you can bring him back to me, I promise you that I will give you a fruit of the yellow spring ghost flower. You have to think about it carefully. With this thing, you may be able to break through to the 96th level of cultivation. If you miss this opportunity, there will be no next time. Seeing that Chu Xiong was still unmoved, Li Wan simply showed her sincerity and began to persuade him. End of this chapter. Chapter 950 full of guests. Humph, this is good. But I also have conditions. I need you to provide the yellow spring ghost flower. The seeds of the spring ghost flower. With this thing, it will be much easier for me to get started. Chu Xiong snorted and agreed to Li Wan's proposal, but he also made a request of his own. Compared with the fruits, the seeds of the underworld ghost flower are obviously not that rare. But if a seed is dropped on the battlefield, the seed will grow at a terrifying speed after absorbing the blood and soul power of the corpse. From a certain perspective, this thing can grow infinitely as long as it has blood food and soul power. If it is not eliminated in time, it can even grow to the level of 100,000-year soul beast, but the conditions are also extremely harsh. Okay, but I can only give you 3. 5 is too much. I can't give you that much for the time being. Li Wan sighed helplessly, then stretched out her palm, and 3 seeds emitting blood-red light fell into Chu Xiong's hand under the lift of skill. 3 is enough. Chu Xiong clenched the 3 underworld ghost flower fruits in his hand, his face full of joy. Finally, he quickly put the 3 seeds into the storage ring. Having these 3 seeds is equivalent to having a powerful Soul Master Legion, which can play a decisive role at critical moments. Even if it is used to contain the enemy, it is also the best way to escape. Chu Xiong wanted to walk out of the hall, but after taking a few steps, he realized that this was the branch he managed. So he turned around again and sat back in his seat. "Hey, the slave family is waiting for your good news." Li Wang covered her mouth and snickered, her shoulders relaxed, and she turned and walked out of the hall with a graceful step. Chu Xiong was left standing there, lost in thought. After a long time, Chu Xiong finally said, "Come here, go and find out for me the origins of this Tang sect and the members of the Tang sect. I didn't expect them to be able to kill the white bone guy. It seems that they are indeed capable." Chu Xiong may seem rough and arrogant, but in fact he is not a brainless person, and he cannot rush to find trouble for others. "Yes, I'll do it right away." A Contra walked in outside, bowed to Chu Xiong, and then turned around and went out. 3 days later. In Liuyuan City, there were already overcrowded people outside Chenyan Tower. But the people lined up outside are not ordinary people, most of them are various forces in Liuyuan City. These people, without exception, all came to celebrate the arrival of the Tang sect in Liuyuan City. In 3 days, the Crazy Lion sect, Zizua Pavilion and Fenjihu Tower have not come to take revenge, which means that they no longer dare to compete for this place in name. And the Tang sect, which has the ability to let the 3 forces dominate at the same time, has naturally become a powerful sect recognized by all the strength of Liuyuan City. All the resources of the 4 parties have been accumulated, which is more than 40% of Liuyuan City's overall strength. No matter which family or sect it is, there is no need to take the sudden appearance of the Tang sect seriously. In this regard, Tang Lan also left all these matters to Tang Ye and Fang Ziyi. Tang sect's sudden fame is not a bad thing, but it is the best opportunity to recruit disciples. However, there are many enemies in the Tang sect now, and I believe that among the people recruited, there will definitely be spies planted by many hostile forces. In order to protect the Tang sect from being penetrated, Tang Lan gave Fang Ziyi something. And that thing is the so-called psychedelic eye, which can greatly enhance the power of Fang Ziyi's soul skills. And Fang Ziyi also entered seclusion because of this thing. Obtaining the psychedelic eye, an externally attached soul bone, was equivalent to Fang Ziyi receiving the biggest gift in his life. It is very likely that he will break through the realm and become a Contra. If he really succeeds, then he will become one of the young soul warriors who can be ranked among the younger generation of soul masters. By then, except for Contra, no soul master below level 89 can escape his illusion soul skills. Letting her serve as the auditor for the Tang sect's recruitment of disciples will be the most correct decision the Tang sect has ever made. At this moment, the hall on the first floor of Chenyan Tower was filled with congratulatory gifts from families and sects. Walking further inside, there are rows of young women with good looks serving dishes to various tables. Because there were too many guests, everyone in the Tang sect had to hold a temporary wedding banquet for the establishment of the Tang sect branch. Among these guests, the leaders are naturally several well-known forces. Among them, the one standing at the front is Chu Heng, the lord of Liuyuan City. Standing next to him was Lin Bai, the 4th elder of the Tianxiang sect's branch stationed in Liuyuan City. Standing on the other side was the Lu family, the largest local family in Liuyuan City. The 3 parties took the lead, followed by representatives of more than a dozen forces of different sizes, and jointly expressed their congratulations to Tang Ye and Tang Lan. Nowadays, many people know that the head of the Tang sect is Tang Ye, and the deputy head is Tang Lan. But in many eyes, Tang Ye's prestige is just that of the spokesperson of the Tang sect. The person who can really make the decision is the deputy sect leader Tang Lan. I didn't expect that the 2 sect leaders of the Tang sect are so young. It really puts these old guys like me to shame. The second in command of the Lu family came this time, Lu Yin, the younger brother of the current head of the family, Lu Chen. This person looks to be in his 50s, and he always has a smile on his face. But anyone who knows him knows that his strength is definitely at the level of the peak soul Douluo of level 89. And the Tianxiang sect next to him is Zhuxian, the deputy leader of the Tianxiang sect. This man holds a folding fan and looks like a gentle scholar or strategist. He is only in his 30s. But everyone who knows him knows that this guy is about the same age as Liu Yin. It's just that because of the special nature of his martial soul, he has kept his youthful appearance longer than anyone else. From this point, it can be seen that almost all the people who came from various forces are the second or third person in their own family. The leader of a sect and the head of a family naturally have things to do and will not attend such a banquet. As the director here, Tang Lan and the others naturally brought the dozen or so people who were in charge to the huge private room on the 5th floor. And the deacons of the various forces were toasting each other with the masters of the Tang sect on the wine tables on the floors below. The two brothers and sisters of Honglian were in charge of the entire venue. Although Yun's Hangyuja was nothing in Liuyuan city, the strength of the two brothers and sisters was still known by the spirit masters of the surrounding cities. If the two of them joined forces, they could even fight against the titled Douluo of level 90. If it weren't for the fact that Yun's Hangyuja didn't have a real titled Douluo, I'm afraid their power in Liuyuan city would not be weaker than any other party. At the table, representatives of various forces looked at each other. Then the deputy leader of Tianxiang sect said, "May I ask how Tangman should deal with the revenge of the three forces?" End of this chapter. Chapter 951 Tangman's Return Gift. I'm sorry, we are not concerned about which force wins and controls the resources in Liuyuan city, but we don't want the war between the two sides to cause too much damage to Liuyuan city. For so many years, many forces in our Liuyuan city have been abiding by this principle. Zhuge shook the folding fan in his hand and spoke calmly. The fan in this guy's hand is not an ordinary folding fan, but his martial soul, named Mountain and River Fan. His soul skill is to summon the rare and exotic beasts from the Mountain and River Fan to fight for him. Someone once saw this guy summon more than 20,000-year-old soul beasts to fight for him. That scene, even the top soul Douluo would have to take a detour, but the consumption is also very great. Even if it doesn't reach the huge side effect of holy, it is still extremely huge. And the mountains and rivers and exotic beasts carved on the picture were not there at the beginning, but were carved by another owner of the brush martial soul in his family. The complementarity of these two martial souls has contributed to the prosperity of the Zhuge family of the Tianxiang sect for hundreds of years. If the two are together, they can even release a powerful martial soul fusion skill. Tang Yue subconsciously looked at Tang Lan beside her, revealing a questioning look. However, Tang Lan was calm and composed from beginning to end. He said with a smile, "Please rest assured, since our Tang sect can defeat the coalition of three forces twice, we can defeat them for the third time. Killing Bone Douluo is the first time, but it will never be the last time." Tang Lan smiled and glanced at everyone on the field, then slowly spoke. "What, Bone Douluo, you mean Bone Douluo is dead? How is that possible?" "Yes, that is a level 93 titled Douluo, how could he be killed so easily?" As soon as these words came out, everyone around was shocked without exception. Obviously, even though the news of Bone Douluo's death had passed for a long time, it had not been spread due to the deliberate blockade of the three forces. "I think you should be familiar with this." Seeing that the time was right, Tang Lan immediately took out an object from the storage ring in his hand. It was a left arm bone, which looked white and terrifying. This item is the left arm bone of the Bone Douluo, which was obtained from the Bone Demon King in the desert, which is very close to a 100,000-year-old soul beast. The ability is the Bone Stab, which can generate a sharp bone sword from the Bone Demon King in the hand. This bone sword is extremely sharp and can even penetrate defensive soul skills. It is a great weapon for close combat. Tang Lan plans to leave this thing to Zhang Nanan. After all, this girl is a close combat soul master. Although she can exert extremely strong strength by relying on soft skills. But a big problem Zhang Nanan usually encounters is that it is difficult to break through the opponent's defensive soul skills. But if you have this left arm bone of the Bone Demon King that can break through the opponent's soul skills, then Zhang Nanan will become an extremely dangerous and powerful close combat master. Even if facing the opponent's defensive soul master, you will not be helpless. This soul bone is actually the left arm bone of the white Bone Douluo. It seems that what Tang Lan said is true. Could it be that there is a titled Douluo hidden behind the scenes of the Tang sect, and he is a terrifying strong man who can kill a titled Douluo of level 93? Soon someone reacted, and they gathered in groups of 3 or 2 and began to discuss in a low voice. In response, Tang Lan just watched quietly without saying much. Because he knew that the soul bone in his hand was more convincing than any explanation. Since the Tang sect has made preparations, we outsiders can't say much. Come, let's congratulate the two masters of the Tang sect on the prosperity of the sect and toast them together. Come on. Soon, at the table the atmosphere once again returned to its original liveliness. A group of people exchanged cups and drinks, and the drinking was in full swing. Only the few big shots sitting next to the city lord maintained their demeanor at all times. When the banquet was about to end, Tang Lan saw that the time was almost up, so he stood up and scanned the venue. Then he said, "To express your congratulations, our Tang sect has also prepared a batch of small things as a return gift this time. Please don't dislike it." After finishing speaking, Tang Lan waved towards the outside. Then several Tang sect disciples walked in carrying a huge box. The last disciple opened the box, and there were translucent objects the size of glass beads placed inside. "What is this? It looks very weird. It doesn't seem to be an ordinary jewelry." Someone in the crowd speculated. Seeing this, Tang Lan and others, without exception, all curled up their mouths. Perhaps only those in the Tang sect who have experienced several wars know what this thing is. The Hidden Weapon Soul Guide Thunder is a one-time soul guide device proposed by Tang Lan and made in one go in composition and production. This thing has different effects depending on the color of the atmosphere. The White Soul Guide Mine does not have much lethality. After being released, a large white mist will spread out in a short period of time, blocking the Soul Master's sight. Even the spiritual power of the Soul Master makes it difficult to detect one's own side. The red color is the Fire Soul Guidance Thunder. After being thrown, it will form a soul guidance thunder that is not weaker than the power of the soul skill. Whether it is fire, ice, thunderstorms, or storms, you can rely on the soul to guide the thunder shape. These are special soul tools that our Tang sect has gradually produced through years of research and the combination of hidden weapons and soul tools. Everyone can receive 4 soul guide mines inside. As for how to use and expand the soul guide mine, that is none of your business. As soon as this statement came out, many people looked puzzled. In the end, Zhuxian and others took the lead and took away the soul guide mines of different colors. Others looked at this thing with completely confused faces. But thinking of what Tang Lan had just said, they gradually regained their trust, and from time to time they would take this thing out and look at it in the sunlight from the window. "Thank you Tang sect, thank you to the 2 sect masters. Ha ha ha, I will be neighbors from now on, thanks to the care of the 2 Tang sect masters. I think it's getting late, so let's say goodbye for now." Soon someone wanted to take their things and turn around to leave. A group of people just held the soul guide mine in their hands, eager to leave here and return to their own territory to study it carefully. They have never seen such a magical and sophisticated soul guide. If it is really as powerful as Tang Lan said, I am afraid that the fighting methods of all forces in the Soul Master world will change in the future. At least everyone around Tang Lan wears complete Tang sect hidden weapons. Various heavy firearms and soul-guided mines are already equipped in these guys' marching backpacks. Soon, many prominent figures in the entire Fiyin city in the Tang sect station also left one after another with satisfied expressions on their faces. End of chapter. Chapter 952 The Rise of Tang Sect. Can our soul guide thunder really be recognized by these forces? Watching these people leave one after another, Tang Ye said with some confusion. However, Tang Lan smiled and said, "Approval? We don't need their approval. Even if they want to buy these things, we may not sell them to them. But I'm sure they will come to us again after knowing the power of this thing." Tang Lan's words were profound and there was something in them. For a while, even Tang Ye couldn't fully understand the meaning. Although representatives of many forces have left, many matters in the 3 branches still need to be decided by the senior officials of the Tang sect. This day is the busiest day for everyone in the Tang sect. It was not until late at night that all the matters were dealt with. Tang Lan himself took Yuan Yan into the secret room of seclusion. "Yuan Yan, I can see that the reason why you haven't been able to break through is not only because of your own calmness, but also because of the obstacles in your heart. Even if you are a genius in this world, you can't break through the incomprehensible knot in your heart." Tang Lan sat at the tea table indoors, looked at Yuan Yan who was sitting cross-legged and entering a meditative state, and immediately spoke. At their level, even if there are other people around, it will not affect the normal cultivation of the Soul Master. Yuan Yan could naturally hear Tang Lan's words. He slowly held his palms, as if he was constantly struggling in the illusion of deep consciousness. Soon the secret room fell into silence again. But this state only lasted for dozens of breaths, and a restless aura suddenly emerged from Yuan Yan's body. At the same time, a strange eye suddenly floated next to him, the psychedelic eye. Comes from the eyes of the psychedelic demon lord. This psychedelic demon lord is the external soul bone produced by a 100,000-year-old soul beast. The probability of producing an externally attached soul bone is extremely small, and it can progress and even evolve together with the soul master. It was Tang Lan who led Huo Yuhao and others into the Star Do forest and took advantage of the chaos to kill them. This guy's future achievements will not be lower than those of the Evil Eye Tyrant. But the latter is a group-type soul beast with a race, and the damage they can cause when they gather together is extremely terrifying. The former is a solitary soul beast. Although it is powerful individually, it is extremely difficult for it to survive in the soul beast forest where the strong prey on the weak. It is extremely rare to be able to grow to the level of a 100,000-year soul beast. But such a psychedelic demon king was killed by Tang Lan by chance and dropped an external soul bone. The effect of its soul bone is that it can create an illusion of a certain range in a short period of time. This effect is not the strongest in Tang Lan's view, and another effect is his powerful expenditure. That is, after integrating the psychedelic eye, it can see through most of the illusion soul skills. Coupled with Yuan Yan's domineering ice mysterious sword martial soul, this guy must have few rivals in the same level. At this moment, the psychedelic eye is creating one illusion after another in Yuan Yan's heart to confuse him. What surprised Tang Lan was that this thing actually wanted to control Yuan Yan, so as to achieve another form of regeneration. However, Tang Lan did not stop him, but just watched quietly. Yuan Yan had a knot in his heart, and the illusion created by this thing at this moment would definitely be based on this knot. Break it and then build it, Yuan Yan's cultivation will be able to break through smoothly, and with the opportunity of the soul bone attached to the psychedelic eye, his cultivation will be raised to the titled Douluo. If he fails, this guy will be immersed in the illusion forever, and he will be controlled by the psychedelic eye. Become a walking corpse controlled by a soul beast. Before this, Tang Lan had sought Yuan Yan's opinion. And Yuan Yan only hesitated for a few breaths, and then resolutely took the initiative to ask to absorb the soul bone attached to the psychedelic eye. Tang Lan's words just now broke through countless illusion barriers and gave Yuan Yan a hint. It enabled him to see a ray of light in the darkness and guide him in the direction. This was the last help Tang Lan gave him, and the next thing would depend entirely on him. Seeing the aura of this guy gradually stabilize, Tang Lan nodded with satisfaction, then turned around and left the secret room. After leaving the secret room, there were two soul saints guarding the exit outside. After seeing Tang Lan, the two saluted in unison, "Meet the deputy sect master." These two used to be stewards of Yun's Hangyuju. Now Yun's Hangyuju has attached itself to Tang sect, and they naturally became Tang sect disciples. "Oh? You two are actually practicing the purple extreme demon pupil. Very good, you are already a rare genius to be able to get a glimpse of the door in such a short time. In the future, this purple extreme demon pupil will greatly assist you in fighting." Tang Lan saw the flash of purple in the eyes of the two at a glance. And this is the sign that can only be revealed by practicing the purple extreme demon pupil. The two looked at each other, and said with surprise, "Master, you have a keen eye. We have practiced the purple demon pupil of the sect, and now we have a glimpse of the way." The two of them were full of joy, and it was obvious that they had tasted the benefits of the purple demon pupil. When the purple demon pupil was activated, they could detect extremely subtle changes in anything, and even the opponent's attack speed could be captured sensitively. Under the gaze of their own magic pupils, even if the opponent rushed towards them, they would be slowed down by dozens of times, so that they could make the most correct response at the best time. Of course, the benefits of the purple demon pupil are not limited to this one, and how much they can play depends on their own opportunities. Today, many of the Tang sect's exercises have been improved by geniuses of all generations, making the practice of exercises much simpler. There are even quick auxiliary training tools to help practice the slower advancing exercises such as the purple demon pupil. This is why the two in front of them were able to enter the minor success so quickly. Tang Lan motioned the two to guard the place well, and he went to the meeting hall. Along the way, Tang Lan met many soul masters, most of whom were soul masters from Yun's Hangyuju. After asking, a small number of them turned out to be independent soul masters who chose to join Tangman in the past 2 days. These people had no sect or faction. Some of them were not qualified to join other forces, and some did not want to be restricted too much. In the eyes of many lone travelers, although joining other sects would get cultivation resources, and even obtaining soul rings would be accompanied by masters. But they lost their freedom and were restricted in many aspects. In contrast, a large number of soul masters would refuse to join various forces. The emergence of Tangman seemed to have completely broken the pattern of the soul world. First of all, Tangman's requirement was that no matter which force the Soul Master was in, he could join Tangman. It was just that he had to start from the outer sect of Tangman. At the same time, even the outer sect could learn the unique skills of Tangman that had been carefully improved. End of this chapter. Chapter 953 The Rise of Tang Sect, 2. As soon as Tang Lan entered the meeting room, he saw Tang Ye and others who were in a meeting. Looking around, Tang Lan found that except for Fang Ziyi and Yuan Yan who were in seclusion, everyone else was here. What's wrong? Did something happen outside? Tang Lan raised his eyebrows, as if he felt that things were not that simple, so he asked. Well, although the Crazy Lion Sect, Zizua Pavilion and Fenjihu Tower have not tried to retake Liuyuan City recently, they have blocked many of our transport teams outside the city. You know, those are the materials purchased by our Tang sect from various big cities, not only cultivation resources, there are even protective gear, weapons and even medicines. There are even several vehicles carrying tamed soul beasts. These soul beasts can help us at different times. The most important thing is the discovery and collection of ores. Hong Lian reported the robbery of the Tang sect's transport convoy outside the city in recent days, and the total number of times was as high as 12. Less than 2 out of 10 teams were able to return smoothly. This incident has affected the normal operation of the Tang sect, forcing Hong Lian and others to hold an emergency meeting to discuss. After seeing Tang Lan come out of retreat, everyone was relieved. I don't know since when, they subconsciously rely on Tang Lan for major decisions. Think that as long as it is Tang Lan's decision, it is the most correct. Well, in this case, then form a few hunting teams to eliminate all those guys who robbed our convoy. Remember, you must not leave anyone alive, and you must not let anyone go back. It seems that these guys must be taught a lesson. Tang Lan thought for a moment, then spoke directly. This method is the most effective and deterrent method in Tang Lan's view in a short period of time. But if we do this, our manpower must form no less than 10 hunting teams. And the best way is to equip each team with a soul Douluo and an elite lineup of no less than 4 soul saints. We can't do this with the current manpower of our Tang sect. Hong Lian frowned slightly after hearing Tang Lan's decision. During this period, most of the big and small matters of the Tang sect were handled by her, so she naturally knew the overall strength of the Tang sect now. How many disciples above the Soul Saint do we have in our Tang sect now? Tang Lan looked at Hong Lian and asked. In addition to our 2 siblings, Luo Jiao of the Crazy Lion sect has also surrendered. Recently, another Soul Douluo has expressed his willingness to join our Tang sect, but I am not familiar with this person, so I have not given him an answer for the time being. In addition, there are 4 Soul Saints who expressed their willingness to join our Tang sect. After Fang Zi's confirmation, they have all passed the test successfully. Below Soul Saint, about 19 Soul Emperors have passed the test. Because Fang Ziyi was in seclusion, there are about 15 people who have not had time to take the illusion test. The total number of Soul Masters below Soul King is about 100. Hong Lian reported to Tang Lan about the Soul Masters who came to join the Tang sect in the past few days. It was shocking to everyone that so many people were willing to join the Tang sect in just a few days. But compared with the number of masters required by Tang Lan, there is still a huge gap. They can't come up with just 10 Soul Douluo. Well, you will ask someone to bring that Soul Douluo to see me later, and I will personally test him. As for the remaining masters, I have my own way. Tang Lan nodded and instructed Hong Lian. Not long after Hong Lian left, he walked in with a middle-aged man. This man was burly, with a square face and wheat-colored skin. One could tell at a glance that he was a powerful soul master who had experienced many battles. He naturally released an immovable aura. Meet the 2 sect masters. My name is Chen Zhu, and I am the younger brother of Chen Tang, the blacksmith in Fanfic City. This time, I heard that the Tang sect was recruiting disciples in Liuyuan City, so I came here to join the Tang sect. After seeing Tang Lan and Tang Yue, Chen Zhu immediately showed his joy and immediately revealed his identity. After hearing that this person was Chen Tang's younger brother, everyone in Shrek Academy showed joy. Tang Ye's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she said with a happy face, "You are actually Uncle Chen Tang's younger brother. When we went there last time, he didn't tell me about this. This is really great. I am Chen Zhu, a level 84 strong attack system combat soul master, and my martial soul is this iron hammer. In all these years, my Chen family has only produced a soul master who can practice. I have traveled all over the world and have not stayed in Fanfic City. It is normal that you don't know me. My brother thinks I am a good seedling for cultivation, so he didn't let me stay at home as a blacksmith. I am very grateful to him, because I can get to where I am today, all relying on him to exchange for cultivation resources for me. Chen Ju's expression gradually became serious, and a small iron hammer the size of a palm suddenly appeared in his hand. After injecting soul power into it, it grew at a speed visible to the naked eye and turned into a huge iron hammer as tall as a person. And on Chen Ju's body, there were 8 soul rings suspended, namely white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, and black. This is the most common soul ring ratio in the Soul Master world. If it were a student of Shrek Academy, the first soul ring would be at least 100-year level. Some monsters even directly absorbed the 1000-year level soul ring. Most people in Shrek Academy absorbed the 1000-year soul ring for the second soul ring. Some people have already begun to forcibly absorb the 10,000-year soul ring for the fourth soul ring. The difference in soul rings means that among the same level, the students of Shrek Academy have absolute crushing pressure. But these are only soul masters before level 50, after level 50. Especially in the early stage of Soul Saint and Soul Douluo, the gap between soul rings will gradually become smaller until it is negligible. Since you are Chen Tang's younger brother, there is no need to carry out the entry test for you. I now officially announce that you have passed. Tang Lan looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, smiled and said. This is not the first time that Tang Lan knows about this person. He has also secretly investigated his origin. It can be said that all the forces and even the Tianhun Empire have nothing to do with him. His joining will undoubtedly raise the Tang sect's overall strength to a higher level. In terms of forging, with such a blacksmith who has been passed down from generation to generation, Chen Ju can even give more valuable experience and opinions based on his many years of experience. The current Tang sect's unique skills indeed need to be improved, and what they need is more good suggestions and insights. Only in this way can the Tang sect's unique skills be perfected and become more powerful. At this moment, a soul saint suddenly rushed in from outside and said, "It's not good, there is a strange phenomenon in the passage of the secret room, and many of our disciples are trapped inside." End of this chapter. Chapter 954, Fang Ziyi falls in love. Hey? Let's go over and take a look. Tang Lan raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and quickly made a rough guess in his mind. So a group of people headed toward the underground secret room behind Chenyan Tower. When I arrived at the entrance to the secret room, I discovered that the surrounding walls began to crystallize strangely. Tang Lan knew at just one glance that there should be something wrong with Fang Zi's secret room. Along with the reverberation of a dragon roar, Tang Lan immediately spread a powerful dragon power that was as solid as substance. Those 7 color forces that wanted to cling to Tang Lan's shoes actually began to retreat quickly like winter snow encountering the scorching sun. When others saw this, they could only stand quietly outside the secret room and watch Tang Lan walk into the secret room. This was not Tang Lan's first time here. Following the route in his memory, he soon arrived at the secret room where Fang Ziyi was. Looking at the vigilant Shimin in front of him, Tang Lan slowly stretched out his hand. However, his right hand penetrated the stone gate directly, which surprised Tang Lan. But just for a moment, Tang Lan stepped in. Entering it, you will see a crystallized world, as if everything around you is made of reflective crystals. Only the beautiful shadow in the center can make people vaguely distinguish between reality and illusion. Because that figure was Fang Ziyi sitting cross-legged. At this moment, Fang Zi's body was releasing powerful fluctuations, and her soul power level was also rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Level 80, Level 83, Level 87. In just a few dozen breaths, Fang Zi's soul power surged across several levels out of thin air, from level 79 to level 87 in one fell swoop. However, when Tang Lan saw it, he was not too happy, but frowned slightly. Sometimes, a sudden surge in realm is not a good thing for the Soul Master himself. At this moment, the meridians in Fang Zi's body were being washed away by powerful soul power, causing the fragile meridians to be in a state of collapse. If you fail to withstand it, the damage to your meridians will be huge. If you fail to handle it well, you may even become a useless person directly. Forget it, if that's the case, then I'll give you another blessing. Tang Lan sighed softly. Then he stretched out his right hand, and the powerful dragon power rolled up a golden vortex on Tang Lan. Tang Lan manipulated a wind mark and cut his right index finger, then a drop of blood overflowed and floated quietly in the air. At this moment, if anyone was around, they would be surprised to find that this drop of blood turned out to be a light golden color. Then, with a flick of Tang Lan's finger, it disappeared delicately into Fang Zi's eyebrows a few feet away. Soon, Fang Zi's state changed. A layer of pale golden light suddenly appeared around her, and even the illusion around her changed. It was as if the whole person suddenly came to dusk at sunset. At the same time, Fang Zi's meridians were also protected by a layer of sacred power, making the meridians on the verge of collapse become strong again. No matter how restless the soul power is, it remains as motionless as a mountain. When Fang Zi's soul power fluctuations reached level 89, it completely stopped. There is only one step left to break through the title Douluo, but this step is the difference between heaven and earth. Many 89th level Contras have spent their entire lives unable to break through to the realm of titled Douluo. Even 10 level 89 soul Douluo cannot defeat 1 level 90 titled Douluo. This is the real level gap. It cannot be compensated by quantity. But even so, Tang Lan was very satisfied with Fang Zi's ability to cross 9 realms and reach the 89th level. Giving her half of the psychedelic eyes was definitely Tang Lan's clearest choice. The soul bones attached to the psychedelic eye are originally a pair, divided into psychedelic speaking and the eye of true seeing. The strongest thing about the former is the blessing of psychedelic soul skills, while the latter prefers the ability to break some illusions. The former was given to Tang Lan by Fang Zi, while the latter was given to Yuan Yan. Looking at Fang Zi, whose aura had gradually stabilized, Tang Lan knew that with Fang Zi's talent, even if he could break through to the titled Douluo, it wouldn't take long. At this moment, Fang Zi's closed eyes suddenly slowly opened a crack. By the time she could really see the person in front of her, a mist appeared in her eyes. This was an emotion that Fang Zi had not experienced in many years. After seeing Tang Lan, she was not only deeply moved, but also a little sad. That drop of blood just now, it was Tang Lan who passed it into her body at the critical moment, not only saving her life, but also allowing her to successfully break through the 9th realm. After so many years of being alone, the life she once thought of as free and unrestrained gradually changed its meaning in Fang Zi's eyes. Because she felt that she had found someone she could truly entrust her life to. It would take some time for Tang Lan to recover from that drop of blood. At the same time, it also indirectly told Fang Zi that his blood was simply an elixir in the world. If this matter was known by a group of powerful soul masters in the soul world, Tang Lan would definitely be besieged by the titled Douluo in the world. Just because his blood can help soul masters break through one after another without causing any backlash. Fang Zi was moved by Tang Lan's sincerity and kindness, and there was already a touch of affection in her eyes. But little did she know that Tang Lan did not have much interest or thoughts about the so-called public enemy of the titled Douluo. In his opinion, as long as he obtains all the spirit rings in the near future, no matter whether it is a titled Douluo, a super Douluo, or an extreme Douluo, they will not be able to do anything to him. Even if he knows that his blood essence has miraculous effects, he can do nothing about it. Because anyone who attacks will be killed by him without mercy. How do you feel? Tang Lan looked at Fang Zi waking up, smiled gently, and spoke first. However, before Tang Lan spoke again, a fragrant breeze had already blown in his face. Following that, a slightly petite body threw itself into Tang Lan's arms. Although she was slightly older than Tang Lan, she was nothing in the world of spirit masters where cultivation was prevalent. Why are you so stupid? You are obviously hurting yourself by doing this. You know, you are the strongest among us. Fang Zi stretched out his fist and hit Tang Lan's chest. However, this punch did not contain any strength. It seemed to be a blame, but in fact, Fang Zi felt sweet in his heart. At this moment, she finally found a sense of belonging to the Tang sect. Because here, there is a man who is willing to fight for her. It doesn't matter. As long as your strength improves, we can still fight side by side and protect the disciples of the Tang sect. Okay, wipe your tears. It will be bad if others see it. Tang Lan smiled bitterly and reached out to gently wipe away the tears on Fang Zi's face. At the same time, the illusionary phenomena around were gradually shrinking, and finally disappeared. End of this chapter. Chapter 955 Yuan Yan breaks through, Bingxian Douluo. Hearing a series of footsteps coming from outside, Fang Zi jumped away like a frightened deer. Blushing, she dared not look at Tang Lan and the people rushing in from the stone gate. Fang Zi, how are you? Are you injured? Tang Ya and others opened the stone gate anxiously. However, what they saw was Tang Lan standing in place and Fang Ziyi with his back to everyone. "No, nothing, we are all fine, and my realm has been successfully broken through." Fang Ziyi turned her head with a red face and spoke unnaturally. Zhang Nanan, who was standing by, asked in confusion, "Hey? Sister Fang Ziyi, why is your face so red?" "Ah. Is that so? Maybe I just broke through, and my blood is a little unstable." "No, don't dwell on these things." Fang Zi's face became redder and redder as she spoke, and even her speech became a little stuttering. "Is that so?" The women looked at each other, and although they were puzzled, they subconsciously believed what Fang Ziyi said. After a period of time, everyone listened to Fang Ziyi and Tang Lan's narration and then realized. It turned out that the previous vision was because Fang Ziyi could not control the manic soul power in her body, which led to the expansion of her martial soul ability. Great, now with the addition of Sister Fang Ziyi, our hunting team really has a chance to implement it. Xiao Xiao was the first to jump up happily after hearing that Fang Ziyi was already an 89th level soul master. Others looked at each other with the same unconcealed joy in their eyes. Only Fang Ziyi, who had just woken up, didn't know what had happened. In the afternoon, Tang Lan went to the door of the secret room where Yuan Yan was, stood quietly for a few breaths, and then turned and left. As expected, Yuan Yan still hadn't made that breakthrough. But compared to the beginning, this guy's condition should have stabilized, and he was entering the stage of integration with the eye of true vision. As for when he can come out of seclusion, perhaps only Yuan Yan himself knows. No words were spoken that night. Early in the morning of the next day, Tang Lan had just woken up when he heard a lot of noise outside. Then the ground began to shake violently, as if there was an earthquake. Tang Lan quickly put on his clothes and went outside to check the situation, and found that almost everyone was rushing to the underground secret room behind. So, Tang Lan followed the crowd and walked forward together. But after walking a few steps, I saw the frost all over the ground reflecting the bright silver ice under the sunlight. Not only the ground, but also the surrounding walls and ceiling were completely frozen. The terrifying cold air was unbearable even for soul masters, and people couldn't help but shiver all over. If you stay there for too long, it's as if even your blood will be frozen. Just when everyone was guessing the secret when wondering what happened in the room, a slightly thin young figure slowly walked out of the frost mist. Then I heard the person say, "Two sect masters and sisters, I have successfully broken through to live up to everyone's expectations." At this time, the aura exuding from Yuan Yan's body was particularly refreshing, and at the same time, it also carried extremely powerful pressure. Just like a sword immortal descending from the sky, titled Douluo made Yuan Yan really seem like another person. Level 93, very good. I didn't expect you to be able to defeat the inner demons in such a short period of time. Tang Lan looked at Yuan Yan, who was really upright, with unabashed approval on his face. However, Yuan Yan's expression became more solemn, and he suddenly knelt down on one knee and said, "Yuan Yan has thanked the deputy sect master for his great kindness. From now on, my life will be yours. I am willing to act as the master of the section." Yuan Yan's eyes were extremely firm. This was his decision after some thought. The two siblings were supposed to be wiped out along with Yun's Hang Yaju, and their current situation depended entirely on Tang Lan's help. I thought that I would never be able to reach the title Douluo level because of my inner demons, but I didn't expect that because of Tang Lan, he could be successfully promoted in such a short period of time. Upon seeing this, Tang Lan hurriedly stepped forward to help Yuan Yan up. Then he smiled and said, "We are all members of the Tang clan. Why should you and I do this? It's not me you want to repay, but the Tang clan." Tang Lan's words rang in everyone's ears, causing many people to think deeply for a while. Yuan Yan lowered his head and thought about Tang Lan's words quietly. After a long time, he replied with a smile on his face, "Thanks to the deputy sect master for the advice, Yuan Yan has learned a lesson." Then he solemnly saluted Tang Lan. The next day, the news that Yuan Yan of the Tang sect broke through the titled Douluo and reached level 93 spread almost throughout Liu Yuan city. In addition to Yuan Yan, there are several more Contras in the Tang sect, and there is even an 89th level Contra among them. In the future, it is also possible to break through level 90 and reach the title Douluo level. This news began to spread among the major forces in the city, and the threshold of Chenyan Tower was once again breached. This time, in the next 3 days, as many as 400 were willing to join the Tang sect. There are nearly 37 soul saints. But under Fang Zi's environmental assessment, it is extremely difficult to achieve a 60% pass rate. For the remaining 40%, apart from the spies sent by various forces, there are also many self-interested soul masters who have no sense of belonging to the Tang sect. With the assistance of Huo Yuhao and Hikatu, Fang Ziyi, together with some of the soul mentors in the Tang sect, actually developed a set of soul guidance chambers for entry-level testing. From now on, there is no need for everyone to be evaluated and supervised by Fang Ziyi himself. It can be regarded as helping Fang Ziyi save a lot of effort. In the Tang sect alone, there are already 9 soul masters at the Tang sect soul Douluo level. They are Honglian, Ho Li, Dai Rong, Fang Ziyi, Luo Jiao who returned from the Crazy Lion sect, Chen Zhu, the blacksmith successor, and the 3 Contras who passed the review recently. With the addition of Tang Lan, the requirement of 10 hunting teams has been met. As for Yuan Yan, Tang Lan did not allow them to participate in this operation. The reason is very simple. Yuan Yan is now the first publicly titled Douluo in the Tang sect. With Yuan Yan in charge of Liu Yuan City, all forces would not dare to act rashly due to the pressure from titled Douluo. It would be best to leave this matter to Yuan Yan, and their 10 teams can also take this opportunity to eradicate the enemies hiding in the dark. 10 teams, each team needs to bring 6 soul saints, and the remaining 20 soul saints stay in Liu Yuan City. In addition, at least 30 soul emperors are needed to follow, forming a huge search circle that can cover dozens of miles in radius. Tang Lan's request was very simple, that is, within 7 days, the hostile soul masters who were ambushing the Tang sect's transportation team should be completely eradicated. It's still the same sentence as before, when a hunter treats his prey, he needs to kill him without leaving any consequences. This night, the full moon hung high. Black shadows appeared in the woods outside Liu Yuan City. Tang Lan looked at the black-clad team members in front of him and said, "Is everyone here?" "Everyone is here." The man in black standing at the front responded in a low voice. End of chapter. Chapter 956. The hunting operation begins. Although this man was dressed in black, he still couldn't hide his curvy and exquisite figure. It was Ma Xiaotao from Shrek Academy. Behind him, Zhang Nanan, Tang Yi, Tang Wutong, Huo Yuhao and others were all listed. Behind them are a group of soul saint disciples from the Tang sect. However, compared to several other teams, the number of people on Tang Lan's side was obviously less than half. But it is the team that everyone thinks is the strongest. Because no other team can achieve the terrifying record of killing level 93 Contras one-on-one. And Tang Lan also chose to take everyone from Shrek Academy with him. Although everyone is extremely talented, they still lack practical experience and tacit understanding of mutual cooperation. The place we are going to this time is a place called Yangjiao Mountain. According to the information given by the spies, the bandits there have already surrendered to the Mad Lion sect, and now there are many soul masters from the Mad Lion sect there. Everyone's mission tonight is very simple. Destroy the stronghold. As for the enemies, leave no one behind. Tang Lan said. Yes. A group of people whispered in the darkness. Then they began to divide into several small teams in an orderly manner and moved forward at high speed in 3 directions. Tang Lan was like a wolf king, following behind him unhurriedly. In the middle of the night, a scream suddenly came from somewhere deep in the forest. Tang Wutong had a blood dagger in his hand, and he was standing on a tree with the knife on the neck of a man in black. "No, don't kill me, I didn't do anything." After the other party reacted, his pupils continued to shrink, he directly put down his weapon and chose to beg for mercy. At the same time, Tang Lan and everyone had arrived. Tang Wutong asked coldly, "Tell me, what are you doing here, and who came with you?" "I am a disciple of the Mad Lion sect. I came here just to follow the orders of several deacons. Once I discover the Tang sect's transportation team, I must report it in time." The other party answered truthfully and tremblingly. However, Tang Wutong didn't buy it at all, and instead pressed the knife in his hand lower. Facing this soul lord who was only at level 40, he continued to press, "Tell me, how many spies like you are there around here?" "This, I'm not too sure, but I'm sure there will definitely be no fewer than 20 within a radius of more than 10 miles. Please don't kill me, I'm just following orders." This person did not dare to hesitate too much and quickly answered truthfully. Feeling the strong murderous intent coming from the people around him, the hair on this man's body stood on end, and he was extremely frightened. Bang! Before the guy could say anything else, Tang Wutong slashed the guy's neck with a hand knife. You guys tie him up under this tree and plug his mouth with a cloth. Tang Wutong took a deep look at Tang Lan, and in the middle of the night, their eyes met. Tang Wutong knew that Tang Lan agreed to what he did. For a moment, Tang Wutong's heart really softened, and he felt that the person in front of him should not be killed by himself and others like this. Although Tang Lan had said before that no one would be left behind, he still relented. Seeing that Tang Lan acquiesced to his opinion, Tang Wutong couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Subsequently, the 35 Tang sect disciples led by Tang Lan launched a search within a radius of 20 miles to the east. This time, since these people could not be allowed to convey the news to the outside world, Tang Lan ordered that the battle must be resolved as soon as possible. For a time, the soul-guided hidden weapons silent sleeve arrows and blowing arrows developed by Huo Yuhao and Hiketu exerted powerful effects. The disciples of the Mad Lion sect below the Soul Emperor level were dispatched almost without any notice. Only a few Soul Emperors and 2 Soul Douluo realized something was wrong and began to turn around and run away. But the hunting team composed of 3 Soul Saints and 8 Soul Emperors from the Tang sect quickly caught up with them and solved them. The remaining 17 Soul Kings quickly cleaned up the surrounding area of the entire forest. In less than an hour, as many as 25 spies squatting in the dark within a radius of 20 miles were cleared. Looking at the hostile Soul Masters who fell silent before they could react, Tang Wutong clenched his teeth with complicated eyes. These people all carry a launch signal similar to fireworks. Whenever someone discovers something is wrong, they can release a signal to alert others. Therefore, when facing these people, you must not give them a chance to react. Any feeling of compassion may make this action in vain. Recalling the person she had just knocked unconscious before, Tang Wutong couldn't help but regret. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside her. Then he spoke softly, "Don't blame yourself too much. Fighting is inherently cruel, let alone a sect dispute. Your kindness is also hard won for us. Endless killing will only turn a normal person into a demon. So we need an angel like you among us to always remind everyone not to fall into the abyss. The Tang sect is just to clean up our enemies. That person is not a threat, because we will remove their stronghold on Sheephorn Mountain before dawn. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night." After Tang Lan finished speaking, he slowly raised his head and saw that the moon in the sky had gradually been covered by dark clouds, making the surrounding light dim again, and it was almost as if he could no longer see his fingers. Fortunately, this time, everyone in the Tang sect wore the night vision glasses distributed by Huo Yuhao and Hiketu. It makes it possible to see like daylight even in the dark night. It has to be said that Huo Yuhao and Hiketu, 2 guys who like to study soul tools, developed a lot of useful things after reading the Tang sect's 100 solutions to hidden weapons. This further confirmed Tang Lan's idea. The principles of soul guidance tools and Tang sect hidden weapons can be fused. At this time, Tang Lan and others were still about 30 miles away from Yangjiao Mountain. Along the way, everyone once again eliminated more than a dozen spies before arriving at the foot of Yangjiao Mountain. The reason why Yangjiao Mountain is called Yangjiao Mountain is because the mountain range stretches for dozens of miles from south to north. But entering from the foot of the mountain in the south, you will see the 2 highest peaks at the top of the mountain range, like 2 goat horns reaching into the sky. This is naturally a dangerous place that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Because the Soul Masters here once robbed passing Soul Master caravans, Hallyu Yuan City and the surrounding small towns, they had gathered Soul Masters and troops to carry out clearing operations against them. But in the end, they couldn't get any benefits, and they couldn't even get halfway up the mountain. Because of the heavy casualties, they all chose to give up temporarily. Later, the reason why no one dared to come here to fight against the bandits, in Tang Lan's opinion, was probably because these guys showed their name to the Mad Lion sect. In other words, they chose to join the Mad Lion sect. But under the constraints of the Mad Lion sect, they have not frequently robbed passing caravans in recent years. This strange situation has remained deadlocked to this day. End of chapter. Chapter 957, Sneaking into the Village. Next, we will encounter hostile soul masters in the village on the way up the mountain. We must remember not to show mercy. If they had sent out the signal in time, there would have been greater casualties on our side. Action. Tang Lan stood at the foot of the mountain, glanced at the steep mountains above, and quickly issued the order. Counting Tang Lan, a total of 36 people completely blended into the darkness, infiltrating silently towards the mountain. There would be muffled sounds from time to time along the way, but they could not stop Tang Lan and others. After easily dealing with the outposts along the way, everyone finally climbed halfway up the mountain. When they reached the top, Tang Lan and others discovered that an extremely spacious stone road had been dug out around it, and there were even obvious traces of recent ruts around it. This trace is obviously not something that can be left by one car. It looks like there must be no less than 10. And we came up in the past 2 days. There is no mainland under this mountain. It seems that the real road has been hidden by them. Tang Lan leaned down and looked at the ruts on the ground, then looked back at the dense trees below, and then spoke. From the front, Yangjiao Mountain is a huge mountain range with lush vegetation. Only a vaguely human-shaped path can be seen going up the mountain. But Tang Lan and others would not think that these are just some small roads. There is definitely a road in the dense woods that only they know about that can be used for carriages to go up the mountain. But the mountains stretch for dozens of miles to the north, and finding this road is as difficult as climbing to the sky. But even so, they could tell that many carriages had indeed come here. Tang Lan didn't need to guess to know that this must be the carriage of someone from the Crazy Lion sect. There is a high probability that all the materials hijacked from the Tangman's convoy were brought to the mountain. At this moment, the sound of getting closer and closer conversations suddenly came from the distance, attracting the attention of Tang Lan and others. Almost tacitly, everyone hid in the bushes on the roadside and watched in secret with bated breath. The things on those carriages are all good things. If they were divided into 1 cent, they would be worth the soul coins that your brothers and I got here in the past few years. Yes, it's a pity that the head won't let us move, saying that these things will be sent back to the Mad Lion sect. Several people were talking to each other, and they were already walking slowly towards where Tang Lan was waiting with spears in hand. The third person in the 6-person team then spoke. They keep saying that we are all disciples of the Mad Lion sect, but now they are not even willing to share this little thing with us. To put it bluntly, these guys just don't regard us as one of their own. They are really a bunch of white-eyed wolves. It's a shame that our boss is so considerate to them. Whoosh! At this moment, dozens of black shadows sprang out from the trees at the same time. These people were so weird that no one resisted or shouted. In fact, it was Huo Yuhao in the darkness who launched a spiritual attack. After these people were temporarily confused, when they woke up again they found a sharp dagger on their necks. You, who are you? A skinny middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader among the 6 people also had a face full of shock at this moment. They never expected that someone would appear here in the middle of the night and take them all hostage. Tell me, where are the supply trucks you mentioned, and where is the big boss you mentioned? Zhang Nanan held a dagger in her hand and asked the person in front of her in a cold voice. As he spoke, the dagger in his hand became slightly heavier, and even cut a bloody mark on the other person's neck. I said it. There are 7 supply carriages in total, and they are now in the warehouse east of the village. Our leader, Zal, is known as the King of Poker. He is an 89-level Contra. He is currently entertaining several elders from the Mad Lion sect in the living room. The man's legs were shaking constantly and he hurriedly replied. You take us there, but I have to remind you that if you dare to do anything, I will be the first to wipe your neck. Realizing that the man in front of her was a timid person who was afraid of death, Zhang Nanan gave Tang Lan a questioning look. After seeing Tang Lan nodding in agreement, he chose to save his life. Seeing that the leader had chosen to give up resistance, the 5 people behind also dropped their weapons one after another. In the end, except for the captain, the other 5 people were knocked unconscious one after another, tied up deep in the woods by Wu Huade, and their mouths were gagged. Tang Lan and others separated into 5 people, put on each other's clothes and continued moving forward. The remaining people automatically looked for other patrol teams around them, changed into their clothes in the same way and blended in. Tang Lan was accompanied by Tang Ye, Zhang Nanan, Ma Xiao Tao and Tang Wu Tong. As for Xiao Xiao, Huo Yuhao, Hikatu and others were on the outside to deal with the surrounding guards. After an hour, all the guards here will be replaced and eliminated. Kindness, old Xiao, didn't you just take someone out to find a man? Why are you back again? As soon as everyone arrived at the checkpoint of the mountain village, several guards nearby looked at old Xiao who was walking at the front with puzzled expressions. At this moment, behind Lao Xiao, the dagger held by Zhang Nanan was firmly pressed against his back. Ahahaha, I suddenly forgot. Lu Er said he would change shifts with me today. They have something to do tomorrow. They didn't remember it until they arrived. The middle-aged man known as Lao Xiao felt the biting coldness in his heart and hurriedly explained. So that's it. Well, brothers, please take a rest early. This period is not peaceful. There is no guarantee which force will attack our village again. Only by recharging your energy can you make great achievements. Until then, old Xiao, don't forget your brothers. The team leader at the checkpoint joked with Lao Qiao with a smile. That's natural, let's go in first. Lao Qiao showed a stiff smile, but it was so dark that the other party couldn't see any difference at all. After walking into this mountain stronghold, Tang Lan and others understood why it was so difficult for all forces to conquer it. There are already more than 800 people here, and more than 200 of them are soul masters. There are dozens of soul emperors, more than 20 soul saints, and even 5 soul Douluo people. It is said that the leader's martial soul is even proficient in a secret technique that can improve his own strength in a short period of time. This situation is very similar to Holi's before. In critical moments, he can even resist the titled Douluo in a short period of time. This is also the reason why that guy has been able to occupy this place for so many years. But today he met Tang Lan, and he could only be considered unlucky. Everyone swaggered along the way, missing several patrol teams, and arrived at the warehouse to the east smoothly. Sure enough, all these supplies and carriages are here. These guys are really abominable. Ma Xiaotao looked at the carriage in the warehouse and the horses tied beside it, and suddenly said angrily. End of chapter. Chapter 958, Capture the thief first and capture the king first. These things belong to us and they absolutely cannot take them away. It seems we came to the right place tonight. Tangya also had a hint of anger in her eyes. He stepped forward to check and found that these were indeed the supplies Tang sect needed, and said in a deep voice. Let's go to the meeting hall he mentioned. If we go too late, it is very likely that the elders of the Mad Lion sect will have the opportunity to escape in the chaos. Tang Lan glanced at the sky and then ordered. However, this man named Lao Qiao was the first to back down. Then he said, I'm afraid this won't work. I'm just a small patrol leader and have no right to enter there. However, this guy only said half of what he said before he swallowed the words on his lips. Because he found that everyone was looking at him with an unkind look. Zhang Nanan snorted coldly and said, some things are not up to you. Just walk in front, and we will handle the rest. These words were said with such murderous intent that the middle-aged man could not refute them for a while. At the moment, I can only bite the bullet and take everyone with me. Soon everyone saw a group of buildings to the north. From a distance, the buildings here did not look much different from those in the city. Only at the foot of the mountain can you see the specific scene on the mountain. Wait a minute, no one is allowed to enter here. Your patrol location does not include this place, so go back. Soon, everyone was stopped by 2 soul emperors guarding the door. One of these 2 people is level 61, and the other is level 63. But their looks are 80% similar, and they are actually twins. These 2 people were tall, but extremely fat. The 2 of them stood there like 2 mountains, giving them a sense of oppression. Well, we have something important to report to your excellency, because we discovered a group of suspicious people at the foot of the mountain before dark. If you don't let us pass, it will most likely delay the fight. I'm afraid that the boss will blame this responsibility on the 2 of you afterwards. I think you 2 should know very well what kind of temper the boss has. Lao Qiao said with some evasive eyes. Although they didn't have much momentum, these words still made the faces of the 2 fat men in front of them change color. Okay, you go in, but remember not to walk around randomly. No one can protect you if you offend the boss. The 2 fat men looked at each other, and finally chose to make way for Tang Lan and others. Entering inside, Tang Lan found that most of the buildings in front were dark, and only a few spiritual places had faint soul lights. Except for the 2 gatekeepers outside, there was no patrol team inside. The surroundings were extremely quiet, with only the low chirping of insects filling everyone's ears. This is where the head of the family is, and it looks like the elders are still here. Can I leave now? Lao Qiao said with a trembling body. At this time, his eyes kept scanning the faces of Tang Lan and others, as if he wanted to find the answer he wanted. But he was wrong, because he did not see any. There was no smile or sneer on his expression. This unknown outcome was the most frightening, and it made his body tremble slightly uncontrollably. Bang! Zhang Nanan knocked this guy unconscious with one strike of his knife, and then casually threw him into the bushes nearby. Finally, he said, this guy won't wake up for a while, we'd better act as soon as possible. Everyone nodded together and followed Tang Lan towards the largest building in front. Who? The people inside quickly discovered the presence of Tang Lan and others outside, so they asked coldly. Tang Lan smiled and said, "Master, when we were patrolling at the foot of the mountain in the evening, we saw a large number of strange soul masters. We were worried that if we delayed the fight, we would waste the opportunity to fight, so we came here late at night to show contempt for you." Tang Lan imitated the way Lao Chiao spoke very much. This guy has always been a bully. He treats those below him extremely harshly, and treats those above him with a face that tries to please. Hey? This is happening. Is it Lu and Cheng? Or is it the Tang sect? Come in and tell me carefully what you saw in the evening. A slightly lazy male voice came from inside. Tang Lan looked through the window and saw 4 figures sitting motionless inside. Dang even gestured to the people behind him, meaning that as long as he went in, everyone else would wait outside. Opening the door, a light yellow light shone outside the door, and Tang Lan slowly walked in. What caught his eye were 3 men and 1 woman sitting at the table. The man in the main seat is tall and thin, with a slightly pale face. You can even see the bone structure of this guy's face clearly. This person should be the big boss Zhao that Lao Chiao mentioned. Looking at this guy's appearance, Tang Lan thought of Douluo again. Both of them had almost lost weight to a certain level. The 3 people next to him were an old man, a middle-aged man, and the last one was a young woman. The costumes of these 3 people were extremely uniform, and Tang Lan recognized them at a glance. They were the costumes of the Mad Lion sect. These 3 people are all elders of the Mad Lion sect, and each of them has contra-level strength. Hey? Which patrol team are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? Zhou looked at Tang Lan for a long time, and saw that he had a strange face, so he couldn't help but ask. Tang Lan just smiled faintly at this, and then said, "It's normal that you don't know me, because I am also a member of the patrol team that I just joined." Hey? Why are you 3 looking at me like this? Is there something on my face? Tang Lan turned his head and saw the other 3 people staring at him with strange expressions, so he couldn't help but ask. This scene also aroused doubts in Zhao, who turned to look at the 3 elders of the Crazy Lion sect. You are the head of the Tang sect, Tang Lan. Why are you here? How is this possible? Both the middle-aged man and the young woman opened their eyes wide, pointed at Tang Lan, and asked with a slight stutter. And the old man next to him has begun to show faint fluctuations in soul power. What? Who do you think he is? Now Zhou was not calm. He thought he had heard wrongly, so he asked. Seeing that things had reached this situation, the middle-aged man could only say, "He is Tang Lan, the deputy sect leader of the Tang sect, and the one who killed my Mad Lion sect Douluo." As soon as these words came out, the whole room fell silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Zhou even trembled, having discovered the subtlety of the surrounding atmosphere. How could he not know the name Tang Lan? In the past few days, he had specifically ordered his men to rob the Tang clan's supplies that passed down the mountain. End of chapter. Chapter 959 Absolute Strength. Although I have heard about Tang Lan, the deputy sect leader of the Tang sect, who killed the 93rd level Douluo. But Zhou still didn't believe it, thinking that there must be some ulterior secret in it. Maybe it was White Douluo who was surrounded and killed by many titled Douluo, and finally ended up dead. Whether it is the Crazy Lion sect or the Douluo, their behavior is extremely domineering, and they have made countless enemies over the years. Once given the opportunity, those enemies will never sit still and wait for death. Instead, they will seize the opportunity and indulge in illness to kill you. I don't know who gave you the courage to touch my Tang sect's things. Give you a chance. If you can join forces and survive 10 attacks from me, I will spare your lives. Tang Lan looked at these people with a calm voice and said something that surprised everyone. However, the 3 Mad Lion sect elders gritted their teeth. The first one to take action was the old man, who shouted in a low voice, "The old man is willing to ask your excellency for advice." The moment the words fell, a terrifying wave of soul power spread. A huge tortoise shell appeared on the old man's back, a defensive contra possessing the black tortoise martial spirit. Although he is only at level 84, few contras of the same level can break through his defense. The middle-aged man released his red flame flying tiger spirit, and a pair of flame wings faintly emerged from his back. But Tang Lan could tell at a glance that the flying speed of these flame wings was extremely slow, just to accelerate its speed and sensitivity on land. On the other hand, fiery red butterflies appeared around the body of the young woman. These butterflies kept burning and regenerating, which looked very strange. Only the big boss of the copycat company realized what happened after seeing this situation. He looked uncertain. Soon enough, the 3 members of the Mad Lion sect shouted and attacked Tang Lan almost at the same time. In an instant, a pillar of mysterious water spurted out from the mouth of the old man with the black turtle martial spirit. The middle-aged man spit out a fire snake surrounding the Xian Shui column. At the same time, flame butterflies all over the sky almost covered the entire sky, and at the same time, they fell towards Tang Lan's head like a rain of meteors and fire. Roar! Ancient Dragon Guard is activated. Accompanied by a roar of magpie herder echoing around, a huge dragon shadow entrenched itself outside Tang Lan. Even in the face of 3 soul skills attacking at the same time, he still stood firm and motionless. Seeing that the soul skills could not cause any harm to Tang Lan, these 3 contras truly felt terrible. The 3 of them activated their martial soul avatars almost at the same time, and then launched their 8th soul skills one after another. The huge black turtle burst open the house in an instant, and then slammed towards Tang Lan with a terrifying black water aura around it. The red flame flying tiger spread its wings and flew in midair observing Tang Lan's every move. Then the big mouth suddenly opened, and a black death light bullet was ejected from it, which fell on the ground and exploded immediately. The terrifying soul power fluctuations almost destroyed everything around him. When Huo Yuhao and others who were not far away saw this, they hurriedly fled to a corner 100 feet away as quickly as possible, feeling a slight sense of security. When the powerful soul storm gradually dissipated, the ancient dragon guard remained unmoved. "You are really so self-righteous." Tang Lan's slightly lazy voice echoed throughout the field, and the ancient dragon guard disappeared in the next moment. Tang Lan's figure also instantly appeared in front of Xian Turtle, and then punched him. Boom! The fist hit the black turtle shell, and the opponent's huge figure, which was more than 10 feet tall, flew directly backwards. Finally, the huge martial soul's true body shattered into pieces and turned back into a human form. The old man was leaning against the wall, with blood constantly flowing from the corner of his mouth. He placed his right hand on his chest. His body was seriously injured and could no longer fight. Boom! However, just as everyone focused their attention on this side, the red flame flying tiger on the other side flew out at the same time. The middle-aged man who originally opened his mouth to spit out another dark flame destructive bomb was seriously injured, and the martial soul's true form dissipated. When the fire butterfly female soul master on the other side saw this, she quickly retreated and wanted to turn around and escape. However, Tang Lan had already appeared behind the woman, stretched out his hand and grabbed her neck. At this moment, she only felt as if the world was forcibly rejecting her, and she suffered a unique despair and suppression. I am willing to surrender. After feeling her own powerlessness, her desire to survive made her finally say this half-sentence. Tang Lan frowned, then stretched out his hand to tap several acupuncture points on his body. This is the Tang sect's secret soul sealing hand. As long as the cultivation level is higher than that of the opponent, it can make the opponent unable to use soul power for a short period of time. Although it is extremely difficult to learn, who Tang Lan is already familiar to him after just reading it once. In just a few breaths of time, all 3 contras were defeated, either suffering heavy injuries or having their soul power blocked. Tang Lan's power made people feel powerless and suffocating. This kind of oppression was even the same as that of a super Douluo above level 95. Zhouer's face turned pale when he saw this scene. Everyone said that he could deal with titled Douluo in a short time by using all his strength. But there is also a huge gap between level 90 titled Douluo and super Douluo. If he acted rashly at this time, it would be the same as seeking death. Now he has seen that there is absolutely no chance of winning on his side. Reminiscent of how the Mad Lion sect was dictating to him during this period, Zhouer simply chose to stand far away and not get involved in this matter. This scene seemed particularly weird. The 3 seriously injured Mad Lion sect elders had the urge to vomit blood. But there is absolutely nothing that can be done to Zhouer. After all, the relationship between the 2 parties is just a cooperative relationship. On the surface, although they have joined the Mad Lion sect. But both the Drow himself and the Mad Lion sect knew very well that this guy didn't really surrender. Everyone is just getting what they need and using each other. Ever since, Zhouer spread his hands and looked at Tang Lan with a forced smile on his face. Senior. Some things may not be what you imagined. The guys from the Mad Lion sect were the ones who hijacked the Tang sect's carriage convoy, and they were the ones who brought the things to our mountain. Due to the pressure from the Mad Lion sect, we were forced to agree. How can a small village of mine be able to defeat the Mad Lion sect? Zhou smiled bitterly and answered half-truthfully. The first half of the sentence is naturally true, but no one would know it unless it was forced. However, Tang Lan ignored him. Instead, he turned to look at the three people behind him and said coldly, I will only give you 3 breaths of time to think about it. The one who surrenders will not be killed. Just one sentence, but it caused the atmosphere temperature on the field to drop to freezing point instantly. 1. Without much hesitation, Tang Lan spoke directly. 2. I am willing to submit to the Tang sect and be loyal to my seniors from now on. Fire Butterfly Soul Douluo was the first to kneel on the ground and spoke with a respectful voice. End of chapter. Chapter 960 Big Stick and Sweet Dates. This woman is not a kind person, but she is the most pragmatic person. If something cannot be done, she will gladly accept it and surrender. 3. We are willing to surrender. Facing the huge pressure of death, the old man and the middle-aged man all chose to succumb at the last moment. No one wants to die. Since there is a choice to live, no one will choose to die. It can be seen that these people are not wholeheartedly following the Mad Lion sect. But since he has already surrendered for the first time, Tang Lan will not be too mediocre. The most that can be done is to let them stay outside and serve as deacons. Soon, there was a burst of noisy footsteps outside. As many as hundreds of people came from the village, including several soul Douluo and dozens of soul saints. Brother, what is going on? Who are these people? Yanliu, the leader of Contra and one of the leaders of the village, asked. Looking at the ruins in front of him, he had already subconsciously realized that something was wrong. It's nothing, tell all the handwriting brothers to go back. By the way, there is no need to enforce martial law tonight. Let the brothers come back. I have something serious to announce tomorrow morning. Zhou's expression was a little complicated, but at this time he also knew how to assess the situation and immediately began to issue orders. After all the copycat guys left, only the 2 Contras were left. The other person has been responsible for all external affairs of the village, that is, the 4th brother mentioned by Zhou and others is not in the mountain. After Yan Lu saw the situation on the field clearly, he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. 2 of the 3 Contras were seriously injured, and the other one was pale at the moment and did not dare to say a word. In just a moment, he had already made a rough guess. Seeing Zhou barely holding on to a smile, he immediately said, Senior, it's up to you how to handle the next thing. Although he is the master of the village, he has to bow his head now that he is dependent on others. Tang Lan glanced at these people, then walked towards the old man first, and suddenly a golden mark appeared on the palm of his hand. Then, facing the old man's eyebrows, a golden mark disappeared into the guy's eyebrows. Then Tang Lan said, this mark is called the Dragon Soul Seal. It is formed by my martial soul talent. Don't try to resist its fusion. The Dragon Soul Seal will gradually merge with your souls. From now on, as long as you don't do anything to threaten our Tang clan, the Dragon Soul Seal will not appear. If you have betrayal in your heart, the Dragon Soul Seal will instantly disintegrate your soul until your body dies and your soul disappears. Tang Lan's voice was like an ultimatum issued by the god of death, which could not help but make everyone feel cold. This is the first time they have heard that some martial arts spirits have such terrifying abilities. This time, Fire Butterfly Contra and Drow's expressions changed drastically at the same time. People like them don't like to be controlled by others. Even if they join Sorum Missing, they can leave at any time if they want to. But now, suddenly you hear that you have to end up in Tangmen. If Zinkan betrays you, you will be attacked and even destroy your soul. Which of them, these strong men who hold themselves as genius soul masters, would be willing to do so? But Tang Lan didn't care at all, because they had no choice. The fight between sects is cruel. Since the other party has already taken action, Tang Lan naturally does not have to hold back. The old man's body was trembling crazily, but he did not dare to offer any resistance, because he knew that Tang Lan would kill him as easily as crushing an ant. In the end, he could only let the so-called Dragon Soul Seal disappear into his own dragon soul. But almost the next second, the old man's eyes widened, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. But at this moment, the soul power and aura in his body were continuously rising at a speed and aura visible to the naked eye. Level 85, Level 86, Level 87. In just a few breaths, his realm has broken through 3 realms in a row, and he is just around the corner from Level 89. And this kind of improvement does not have any sequelae. It truly improves one's own cultivation without affecting the foundation. How is this possible? I actually broke through. And it was upgraded to 3 levels in a row. The old man's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. In his opinion, everything in front of him was like a dream, so unreal. Others around him also looked shocked, as if they had seen the most impossible thing in the world. If it is a dream, then everyone in the world should be in the dream. This speed of improving cultivation is simply unheard of and unseen. But Tang Lan spoke at the right time. Oh, I forgot to tell you, my Dragon Soul Seal not only has the effect of a contract, but also has the ability to increase the cultivation level of a Soul Master. You have also seen the effect. There are no sequelae at all. As for how much benefit you can get, it also varies from person to person. Everything depends on you. Tang Lan explained with a smile on his face. At this moment, the whole place was silent. Even the people at Shrek Academy opened their mouths. Because it was also the first time for them to see Tang Lan use this ability. Good dong. Well, can I also sign a soul seal contract? Anyway, I am also a member of the Tang clan. Hikata swallowed his saliva and said with some envy. In his opinion, since Soul Douluo can be upgraded to 3 levels in a row, then he, the little Soul King, can take off directly. As soon as these words came out, it was like opening a new door for everyone in Shrek Academy, and everyone was slightly moved. However, Tang Lan didn't care, but looked at the middle-aged man and fire butterfly woman not far away. I am willing to accept the soul seal contract. The middle-aged man walked up to Tang Lan first. Under the dual stimulation of Tang Lan's big stick and red dates, he finally fell. The fire butterfly woman stood beside her with a look of ecstasy, also waiting for Tang Lan's gift. Tang Lan, who was originally like a god of death, was like a god descending from heaven in their eyes at this moment. Its status will definitely not be lower than that of the three-eyed golden beast in the eyes of the soul beast forest. As 2 rays of golden light sank into the foreheads of the 2 men, the fluctuations in their soul power also began to increase. Without exception, both of them had increased by 3 levels out of thin air, with faces full of joy. Then Tang Lan dropped another bombshell. He then said, as long as the sealed soul master is within a 10-mile radius of my ancient dragon martial spirit, their usual cultivation speed will be more than 3 times higher than the usual cultivation speed. This sentence immediately made everyone freeze in place again. The fire butterfly woman seemed a little disbelieving, and immediately entered into practice. When she felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around her, like a great river, converging towards her, her whole body was trembling crazily with excitement. End of chapter. Chapter 961 Breakthrough, titled Heavenly Tribulation. The last one knelt down on his knees and swore to Tang Lan, Liang Dai, I will defend the Tang clan to the death, be loyal to the Tang clan and be loyal to our predecessors. Almost at the moment these words were spoken, the old middle-aged man also knelt on the ground. They said in unison, we will defend the Tang sect to the death, and finally the Tang sect is finally our senior. This time, they were completely convinced, and they were convinced. Regardless of any reason, they could not refuse to join the Tang sect. Instead, they were very lucky to have made such a correct choice. If the Tang sect really rises in the future, the joining of these people may not have so many benefits. Even if they were kneeling on the ground begging Tang Lan for the Dragon Soul Seal, no one would look at them. Can I also sign a Soul Seal contract with you? I swear that I will submit to the Tang clan from now on and lead all the brothers in the village to submit to the Tang clan. At the same time, they are required to abide by all the rules of the Tang sect and must not betray them in the future. Seeing such a result, Drow, who had been stuck at the bottleneck of level 89, was also moved. And he was the most excited among all the people. His body was trembling non-stop, as if he was possessed by a demon. This guy is extremely tall, but very thin, and looks very weird standing there. But the powerful aura on his body proves that he is an 89th level peak Contra. With all his strength, even a titled Douluo couldn't defeat him in a short period of time. But such a strong man was willing to become Tang Lan's subordinate, and even swore loyalty to him to the death. At this moment, the expressions of Ma Xiaotao and the girls were also complicated. At this moment, they truly knew who was the son of destiny and who was the hero of this world. With such a powerful ability, Tang Lan is destined to stand at the top of the Soul Master in the future. Tangya was so moved that her eyes filled with mist. Her vision was correct, and entrusting the Tang sect to Tang Lan was her most correct choice. She is worthy of the ancestors of the Tang clan, and even more worthy of herself. That's fine, since you promise so, I will give you this blessing. Tang Lan looked up and down at the drow in front of him, knowing that this guy's martial spirit was special, and coupled with his powerful strength, joining the Tang sect would undoubtedly bring the overall strength of the Tang sect to a higher level. Ever since, Zhou knelt directly on the ground. But even so, this guy's height is actually as high as Tang Lan's shoulders. He is simply a monster. Tang Lan didn't care about this, just pointed at the center of his eyebrows, and the dragon soul mark disappeared into it. At the same time, a layer of heavy fog began to appear in the entire Yangjiao mountain, shrouding the entire mountain range. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of dozens of miles began to converge towards this place crazily. The momentum was like a whale sucking water, gathering above everyone's heads to form a vortex of spiritual energy connecting the sky and the earth. Zhou also seemed to feel something and hurriedly sat down cross-legged. Finally, his body buzzed several times like a string, as if it was resonating with the world. Tang Lan knew that this guy was probably going to break through from level 89. From now on, the Tang sect will once again have a titled Douluo. There was silence all around, and everyone held their breath and watched the unparalleled spectacle in front of them. At this moment, a dark cloud suddenly gathered in the sky, and there was lightning and thunder in the sky. There was an opportunity somewhere that caused the thunder and lightning to lock onto the drow below. Hey? It turned out to be a thunder tribulation. It seems that this guy broke through too fast and made the formation too big, which is why he attracted this thing. Tang Lan raised his eyebrows when he saw this, also a little surprised. It is extremely difficult for a titled Douluo to break through in the soul world, but there are very few who can cause thunder tribulation. The few times it appeared were when Super Douluo broke through. It can only be said that Tang Lan's Dragon Soul Seal plus 3 times the bonus of cultivation and recovery speed are really too terrifying, which is why he caused this thunder disaster that far exceeded level 90. How could this happen? Am I destined to perish, here? Looking at the thunder tribulation above him that had locked him, Drow was heartbroken and couldn't help but murmured. However, at this moment, a voice came from the side. With me here, what are you afraid of? As long as my domain is here, even the thunder tribulation can't hurt you at all. Go ahead and break him up for me. Although this figure is calm, it is filled with a sense of domineering invisibly. It seems that even heaven and earth are not taken seriously by him. The person who spoke was Tang Lan. Yes, I have your help, why should I be afraid? After Tang Lan's reminder, the drow suddenly realized that at this moment, not only did his cultivation speed increase several times, but his recovery ability was also the same. Even if the thunder tribulation can injure him, Tang Lan can make him recover as before. Okay, then I'll go meet this thunder tribulation. Zhou nodded heavily, then rose into the air and flew quickly towards the 9 heavens. However, this guy only flew halfway, and a thunderbolt as thick as an arm struck down from above. Drow also has rich combat experience. A card suddenly appeared in his hand and was thrown into the sky. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise. The thunder and cards dissipated in the sky and the earth at the same time. And this is his martial spirit, magic cards, an extremely rare special martial spirit. But under the unique understanding of Zhou, it has become a powerful martial spirit that cannot be ignored. Another red card was thrown, and in an instant, the sky was filled with flames and the thunder was drowned. Thunder and fire collided, producing an even more violent explosion again. From the perspective of the people below, it seemed as if the sky was about to collapse. However, something even more terrifying happened next. A bucket of thunder from the sky seemed to have spirituality. After transforming into a lightning python, it roared silently, and then circled and danced in an attempt to trap the drow in it. 9 stars in a row. Drow roared loudly, and played 9 cards of different colors at the same time. These cards placed him in the center of protection, and the soul power of 9 different colors bloomed. But the next moment, the thunder python suddenly shrank and tightened. The whole world was instantly submerged by the terrifying thunder. The dazzling silver light was mixed with the other 7 colors, making it impossible for people to see clearly what was happening above. I could only subconsciously raise my hand to cover it in front of my eyes. When the lightning gradually dissipated, everyone could clearly see the slightly embarrassed drow above. At this time, Drow's originally clean clothes were completely torn into pieces. His arms and pants were almost burned away, but his eyes were filled with enthusiasm. He could feel that his body and soul power were recovering rapidly at an almost abnormal speed. Although he had just suffered a lot of trauma, just by being familiar with time, these injuries were almost recovered. Don't underestimate me. Zhou said these words almost in a roar, and then his whole body turned into a rainbow that shot straight into the thunderclouds above the sky. End of chapter. Chapter 962. The strong men return home. However, in the next half of the time when the incense was burned, Zhou quickly lost his previous glory. Instead, he was struck by thunder and rolled around, making him feel very embarrassed. Although Hun's clothes are all in tatters, his spirit is still strong. The injuries on his body are also constantly recovering, and his momentum shows no sign of sluggishness at all. In the end, this guy directly used his 7th soul skill, and in an instant, a long dragon made entirely of playing cards appeared under him and rushed into the sky. The thunder that filled the sky continued to strike down, but the martial soul poker around this guy blocked all the attacks. The card dragon flew into the clouds, churning wildly with clouds and rain. The originally dense clouds were stirred up and flickered, and then there were even signs that most of the clouds and mist were dispersed. The light in the sky flashed continuously, and finally the dragon turned into a card, opened its mouth and swallowed the calamity cloud completely. Not long after, with a bang, the entire card dragon exploded and dissipated together with the calamity cloud. At the same time, there was a large golden light in the sky that began to converge crazily towards the drow. It was like golden snowflakes all over the sky falling on his body and then gradually disappeared. And drow has also started to improve at a speed visible to the naked eye from level 90 just now. Level 91, level 92. It was not until level 94 that he gradually stopped and went down the mountain. In the realm of titled Douluo, he can even advance to 4 levels in a row. At this moment, even the drow standing in the sky was stunned. A gust of cold wind blew by, and drow suddenly came back to his senses, and then hurriedly landed in the air. When he came to Tang Lan, he knelt on the ground without saying a word. Immediately he said, "My subordinate drow, please pay homage to my benefactor. From now on, Zhou will act as a benefactor to his benefactor." This is what Zhou said from his heart. With his talent and ability, it will take him who knows how many years to break through the title Douluo. It's good now that he has directly broken through 4 levels. I'm afraid that even if he is the 4th child, he may not reach this height. This kindness is equivalent to reincarnation, and Zhou will naturally not forget this kindness. Furthermore, being able to easily shape a strong man like him is enough to prove how strong Tang Lan really is. Even at this moment as a 94th level titled Douluo, he couldn't feel the slightest aura from Tang Lan. The deep feeling, like being in a fog, made Zhou feel that Tang Lan could not see through it more and more. Now, do you still think that I am not worthy of leading the Tang sect to destroy the Mad Lion sect? In my opinion, the Mad Lion sect is just a small sect that can be destroyed at any time. Now recall all the spies sent from other places and take me to the strongholds of the other 2 forces. Tonight we will take advantage of the night to eliminate the forces outside Zizua Pavilion and Fenjiahu Tower one by one. Tang Lan looked at Drow and the 3 former Contras from the Crazy Lion sect and gave the order. Several people looked at each other, then began to take out the map and point and draw on it. Half an hour later, the Soul Masters in Yangjiao Mountain began to ride down the mountain in large numbers. The 3 Contras formed a team, Zhou led a group of men from Yangjiao Mountain, and Tang Lan and others formed a team and began to move towards the 6 predetermined target locations. If we want to deal with the forces deployed by the 3 sects outside in a short time, we must launch a general attack together at night. Tonight, the Tangmen Palace recovered 5 soul Douluo and 1 titled Douluo, which greatly enhanced the strength of the Tangmen. Even if Tang Lan didn't take action, he already had the strength to destroy the Mad Lion sect on his own. Yuan Yan and Zhou are both at level 93 and level 94. How qualified is the leader of the Mad Lion sect, a titled Douluo at level 94, to fight against the Tang sect? That night, fighting broke out everywhere within 100 miles of Liyuan city. Some woods are already blazing with fire, while in some places even small rivers have been evaporated and dried up by the powerful flames. The next day, it was dawn, and everyone in Shrek Academy had successfully returned to Gazi's room. When they entered the city, the people from the city lord's palace had been waiting at the city gate for a long time, and everyone returned to the city smoothly. The city lord knew about this, but he could only pretend not to know. Being able to do this can be regarded as his secret protection for the Tang sect. Soon, the news spread throughout Liyuan city, and every tea house and restaurant exploded. Hey, have you heard? Something big happened last night. A man smelling of alcohol sat on the table, looking at the three friends sitting across from him, and said excitedly. This matter has spread, how could we not know about it? The three forces, Crazy Lion Sect, Zizua Pavilion, and Fenjihu Tower, are usually extremely domineering and often bully weak forces. Today, they have been kicked out of the woodwork. Today, the Tang sect's titled Douluo Yuanyan has announced that he will take back several city branches that were taken away by the three parties. Also, the leader of Yangjiao Mountain, Zhou'er, brought a group of subordinates, including 4 Contras, and all of them surrendered to the Tang sect. Not only that, Nadro actually announced that he was already a titled Douluo. Now the Tang sect has 2 titled Douluo, and no less than 11 soul Douluo. I believe that in the near future, more powerful people will come here to join the Tang sect. A person next to him told the story equally excitedly, and also published part of his introduction. But the scholar-like man diagonally across from him smiled and said, why don't we give it a try? It is said that the Tang sect's rules are very simple and never restrict the soul master's freedom. Tisk, who do you think you are? We are just soul masters. We are already at this grade and have no hope of breaking through to a higher realm. As soon as he said this, several other people around him booed at the same time, with some emotion and regret at the same time. Obviously, high-level soul master is an extremely difficult level for everyone to reach. Because most people may not be able to break through the 50-level soul king in their lifetime. However, when a burly man with a sword in the corner heard this, he was slightly moved. After throwing a few soul coins on the table, he turned and left. This caused several people at this table to stare at each other, wondering if this guy had heard what they said and was going to sign up for the Tang sect. There will definitely be a war between the Tang sect and these three parties. It is best for us not to go out alone during this period to avoid being affected. Although the Tang sect has risen strongly, the three sects that have been developing for many years cannot be destroyed easily. This battle between the two sides will definitely cause a sensation in the entire soul world. The three of them murmured in a low voice, and no longer dared to talk loudly. At the same time, people at other tables around were constantly talking about this matter. Obviously, the huge action of the Tang sect last night has become a hot topic of discussion before and after tea. End of chapter. Chapter 963 The Eve of the War. At the same time, Chenyan Tower, in a private room on the 4th floor. Hong Lian and others all returned, including Yuan Yan, Zhou'er and others, all sitting on the huge long table. Tang Lan and Tang Yu were sitting at the main seats. Seeing everyone gathered, Tang Lan smiled and said, I didn't expect everyone to come back so soon. Let me report on your progress below. As soon as these words came out, a group of people chatted briefly below, and then everything calmed down again. Hong Lian was the first to stand up and said, we have eliminated all the senior officials of the Green Snake Gang who relied on Zizua Pavilion to steal supplies from our Tang sect. Only an elder from that branch is left to temporarily take charge of the gang's affairs. Before I left, I also fed him a poison. I believe this person did not dare to disobey our orders. When Hong Lian said these words, although his expression was calm, everyone present felt a chill. No one knew what Hong Lian meant by all the high-level people were eliminated. Maybe it was Soul Douluo or above, or Soul Sage or above, or Soul Emperor or above. But in everyone's opinion, the probability of being above Soul Emperor was already very high. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but take a breath, secretly thinking that Hong Lian was too cruel. How many people were killed in one night? But thinking about it carefully, everyone was relieved. The three forces had decided to kill Yun's Hang Yuzhu at the beginning, and even sent a titled Douluo directly. If it weren't for Tang Lan and the others, I'm afraid they would have destroyed the entire Yun's Hang Yuzhu long ago. But even if it hadn't been destroyed, the three forces had treated the branches of Yun's Hang Yuzhu in other cities with extremely cruel means. Although they withdrew in time, many people still suffered from the murderous hands of the three forces. Hong Lian has always kept this grudge in mind, and now she will naturally take revenge if she has the chance. In her opinion, none of the soul masters in the three forces can escape the crime. In order not to make it difficult for Tang Lan, she only ordered to deal with the high-level soul masters. Seeing that no one responded, Hong Lian said, from this morning, our 15 transport convoys within a radius of 100 miles have resumed transportation. We will send half of the soul masters to escort, and even send Soul Douluo to patrol nearby. Hong Lian reported the current situation of Tang sect and her temporary decision. The people present were not surprised. Even if she could not mobilize other people, she was still qualified to mobilize the Soul Douluo of Yun's Hang Yuzhu. Well, you did a good job. But I believe that the three forces will not sit still and wait for death. They will launch a general attack on us within 7 days. Because our power is rising too fast, no matter who sees it, it will be terrifying. Tang Lan seemed to see what everyone was thinking, so he smiled and said. As soon as this was said, everyone present nodded subconsciously. Everyone agreed with Tang Lan's opinion and believed that they would definitely take action within 7 days. They would never watch the strength of Tang sect gradually surpass the sum of their three forces. By then, everything would be too late. Holy on the side also said, we also eliminated a small gang in the area we are responsible for, and brought back all the materials they used to solve puzzles. Zhou Er also said, we have completed the task and captured a top-grade unicorn. It is more durable and faster than ordinary horses when used as a means of transportation. This sentence immediately attracted the attention of the people around, and everyone widened their eyes. They looked at Zhou Er with disbelief, as if to ask where did you get this thing from and why can't we get it? Zhou Er really couldn't stand the eyes of the crowd, and finally had to explain, our target, the Black Tiger Chamber of Commerce, was once our mortal enemy. We have already figured out what they have. Since they have chosen to rely on the Crazy Lion sect, there is no reason for us not to take action. At the end, Zhou Er showed everyone an elegant smile. But in the eyes of everyone, this guy is an out-and-out conspirator. It seems that Zhou Er has been thinking about the other party's assets for a long time. Seeing that everyone has finished speaking, Yuan Yan said, in the past 3 days, there have been soul masters who want to join us. Because the number is too large, I can't make the decision, so I can only wait until the 2 sect masters come back to make a decision. This is the list of soul masters who want to join our Tang sect in the past 3 days. I have ordered people to sort them according to the level of soul masters cultivation. The following is some of their basic information. Tang Lan only glanced at the roster that Yuan Yan brought out, and a moment of astonishment also appeared on his face. There was a guess that the roster had dozens of pages of the other party. However, facts soon proved that Tang Lan's guess was correct. The dozens of pages on the roster were all soul masters who wanted to join the Tang sect. But the first page had the fewest people, only 4 names. That is, 4 soul Douluo masters. After Tang Lan glanced at it, he suddenly exclaimed, this person is actually a food-type soul Douluo, a talent worth cultivating. Most of the food-type soul masters were recruited by several empires at great expense, and it is rare to see high-level food-type soul masters outside. However, this food-type soul master today made Tang Lan feel moved. Name, Jiao Qiao, level 80 food-type soul Douluo, martial soul is sweet orange. However, this guy's orange is of different sizes and colors, and the effects are also very different. However, the general effect is to increase one's own strength, speed, defense, and soul power recovery speed. As for what kind of soul ring to apply later, it is up to the soul master to weigh it. However, this guy's 8th soul skill, the effect of the yellow-orange ground vein, made Tang Lan was a little surprised. After a soul master takes it, he can have the effect of escaping underground for a stick of incense. This escaping effect cannot be interrupted by most soul skills. Whether it is to hurry or escape, or to execute various plans, this soul skill is a miracle. Because by escaping underground, the soul master can even directly reach any place he wants to go, passing through heavy guards without being discovered. But the prerequisite requirements are also extremely harsh, otherwise if you encounter a high-level soul master, you will still be unable to enter the super strong mountain protection formation and will be discovered. The remaining 3 soul Douluos, 2 are defense system and 1 is agile attack system. The names of the 2 people are only 1 character different, and their martial spirits are the same, so people can tell at a glance that they are a pair of twin brothers. End of this chapter.